Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1019, Zuno's domineering protection of her sister. Ha ha ha, I thought I was going to die. Zabi sat on a bench near the exit of the Archangel roller coaster, his whole body limp, his clothes soaked with sweat. No, you dare to take the fleet to ride on Rebel's face, and you are afraid of roller coasters. Even Yang Hui was very surprised, throwing a bottle of ice drink to Zabi and complaining directly. As for the jubilant Minerva Zabi, he was already playing other amusement facilities under the leadership of Yulin, Sima and Sina. Gulu gulu guluha. That's different. Zabi took the drink and drank it all, then retorted. What's the difference? Muse's speed is faster than this, right? The turbulence of the universe is also more severe than this, right? Yang Hui asked jokingly. Gravity. Gravity environment. Yang Hui. I am bound by the gravity environment, and my combat power has dropped 100 times. And this roller coaster, is it necessary to design it so crazy? Zabi pointed at the Archangel roller coaster next to him and cursed, causing many tourists around him who were in the same state as Zabi to nod in agreement. The Archangel roller coaster, since it is named after the Archangel, must be different from ordinary roller coasters, such as continuous vertical climbing and falling, a missing track in the middle of the 360-degree loop, and 18 consecutive horizontal loops. Anyway, it is based on safety, and it is as perverted as possible, and the speed reaches the highest that the materials of the current era can withstand. Anyway, the roller coaster with a total length of 50 kilometers and a circle around the entire carnival only took 10 minutes. Why else is it called Archangel? Yang Hui spread his hands jokingly. Zabi covered his face with depression. He wanted to find Arnold Neumann, the Archangel's helmsman, and then rub him on the ground, and then tell him loudly, don't treat a battleship as a battleship. Let's go after you have a good rest. Yang Hui patted Zabi on the shoulder and said, seeing that his face had improved a lot, it was time to chase Yulin and the others. Oh, where are they? Dazzle twisted his neck and stood up with difficulty. You'll definitely like it, the Laum Naval Battle Experience Hall. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and showed a playful smile. Oh? I do like it. The gorilla smiled on his face. Obviously he had no ill intentions, but this smile was unique to villains. However, this smile only lasted for a few minutes. When he saw Minerva Zabi again, Zabi was emo again. Woo woo woo, that is annoying. Crack. Zabi was petrified on the spot and cracked. Puff ho ha ho ha. After listening to Yulin and Zima's explanation, Yang Hui laughed without hesitation. The Battle of Laum Experience Hall allows tourists to join and experience the grand battle of the Battle of Laum. After the start, participating tourists will choose the Zeon camp or the Federation camp. If they choose the Zeon camp, they will join the war experience as Zabi. On the contrary, if they choose the Federation, they will be rebel. Minerva Zabi knew that she was from the Zabi family and once belonged to the Principality of Zeon, but she had received certain education since she was a child, which made her feel disgusted with the existence of the Principality of Zeon, so Minerva Zabi chose the Federation camp without hesitation. Then, during the Battle of Laum, even legendary generals like Rebel were blown up by Zabi's fleet, not to mention the child Minerva Zabi, who was at a loss throughout the whole process and could only watch his own fleets disappear one after another, crying loudly. What made Minerva Zabi sad the most was not this, but the classic scene in the film and television works. When the Muse-class flagship on which Zabi was riding passed by the Magellan battleship Ananke on which Rebel was riding, Zabi had a murderous look. Dad actually looked at me with such a scary look? I don't like my dad anymore. Why? Why? I didn't do anything, but my daughter hated me. Is there a bigger joke in the world? Zabi had countless MMPs in his heart. You are my little baby. Dad is so powerful, but you didn't choose him, but chose that old man Rebel. Question mark. Yang Hui. Where is that bastard Rebel? Zabi asked angrily. What? I'm going to beat him up. Then you may not have a chance. Why? He can't beat me. But he has more men. Zabi. Zabi wanted to cry. In terms of single-person combat power, His humanoid Ms could definitely pin Rebel to the ground and humiliate him at will, but Rebel is not only the fleet commander, but also the General Admiral of the Federation in the Gundam UC world. Fleets from the Gundam UC world, such as the Cheyenne Fleet and the Douglas Fleet, are all Rebel's people. And what about him? The Principality of Zeon is gone, and the Zabi family is no longer glorious. His fleet is still full of people from the Republic of Zeon. They are Char's people, not his. Even if they will help him for the sake of past friendship, but the disparity in military strength is too great. What? Char's people won't help? Please, it's good enough if they don't take the opportunity to kick him a few times, but they still help? It's normal to prepare melon seeds, cola, and a small stool. You should think about how to comfort Minerva, otherwise, Dazzle Zabi shuddered and quickly put his gorilla face over to comfort Minerva Zabi, but Minerva Zabi turned his head and curled his lips, and was about to cry again, which scared Dazzle Zabi so much that he was flustered and panicked. Uncle Dazzle. Don't bully Sister Minerva. Kira brought his wife Frey and their daughter Yukino to the amusement park to play. It should be said that Yukino came to play with Minerva. She and Minerva Zabi were the only children in Promise Fortress, and they had a very close relationship. As a result, Yukino saw Dazzle Zabi dancing and Minerva Zabi crying as soon as she arrived, and immediately launched a crusade against Dazzle Zabi. Yukino? No. I'm not. I didn't. How could I possibly bully Minerva? I was just trying to cheer her up. Another little ancestor also came, and Dazzle Zabi immediately explained. Yang Hui, what's wrong? Kira and Frey are adults, and they don't believe that Dazzle Zabi would bully Minerva Zabi to tears. You know, Dazzle Zabi is a super daughter slave in private, and he can't dote on her enough. Resisting a smile, Yang Hui told Kira and Frey what happened. Pup. X2 Sure enough, Kira and Frey couldn't help laughing. This kind of thing is really a blind man finding a blind man, what a coincidence. Kira. Frey. Stop laughing. Come and take care of your little ancestor. Help me coax Minerva. Minerva Zabi alone made Dazzle Zabi feel overwhelmed, and now there was Zuno. The two most powerful ladies in Promise Fortress attacked him together. It was really unbearable. Kira and Frey smiled at each other and stepped forward to help Dazzle Zabi solve the current crisis. Kira's personality was easy to talk to. He almost always responded to other people's requests for help. Frey had lived in Promise Fortress for such a long time that she had long put aside her past sorrows. She was also influenced by Kira and her personality became more and more gentle. With the help of Kira and Frey, Zuno let Dazzle Zabi go, and Minerva Zabi's face reappeared with a smile. Then the two sisters held hands and continued to play. Sina, Yolan, Sima and Frey followed behind to take care of the children, while Yang Hui, Kira and Dazzle Zabi hung at the back and chatted about their own things. I heard that you guys are planning to have a big game at the end. Dazzle Zabi asked Yang Hui and Kira in a low voice. Yes, although it's just a game, it's still very exciting. Everyone wants to play, so let's play. Yang Hui said indifferently, and Kira nodded in agreement. He has always been a person who doesn't like fighting, but after so many years and so many battles, he is also a qualified warrior, and naturally there are times when he is passionate. Then I'll sign up too. Dazzle Zabi is not a person who can sit idle, and he also wants to participate in such fun things. But he was immediately rejected by Yang Hui. Forget it, this time only our Miss pilots will play, the fleet will not come out, the loss is too great, and the price Memphis needs to pay is too great. I can also drive Ms. Don't mention it, Dazzle Zabi really knows how to drive Ms. At that time, Dazzle Zabi was the first batch of Ms pilots in the Principality of Zeon. It's just that because he later became the commander of the Space Attack Army, for safety and functional considerations, he almost no longer drives the body to attack. Therefore, Dazzle Zabi's driving skills have always been hovering at B or even C+, which is not up to par. RT0 level duel. Are you sure you want to join in? Yang Hui asked Dazzle Zabi jokingly. Okay, I get it. Dazzle Zabi is very self-aware. His Ms driving skills are just a little bit, and he is definitely not a T0 level opponent. He will definitely be killed instantly, and he will be abused and have no sense of participation in the game. Why should he participate? If you really want to fight, then wait until you go back and find Rebel to fight. Yang Hui patted Dazzle Zabi's shoulder and kept fanning the flames. If you want to hurt me, just say it. Dazzle Zabi pushed Yang Hui away unhappily. The person who Rebel was most unhappy with in the Promise Corps was Dazil Zabi, because the struck of the Battle of Laum would never be over in this life, so when he was in the fortress, he would find trouble with Dazil Zabi himself when he had nothing to do, and let his apprentice Lelouch find Dazil Zabi when he was not free. Rebel couldn't win, and Lelouch was growing so fast that Dazil Zabi usually hid when he saw the master and apprentice. Chapter 1020 Individual Finals. The 7 days of the carnival ended quickly. For the tourists, happiness, regret and expectation were intertwined. This year's carnival was unprecedentedly grand, and the participating tourists had a lot of fun. But 7 days was too short. Many people didn't have time to enjoy it before it ended. It was a pity why the carnival only lasted 7 days. The end of the carnival heralded the beginning of the finals of the Model Battle World Championship. The official competition of this World Championship was particularly exciting. So how exciting would the final be? Tetsuya, are you ready? Aaron Adams asked Yuki Tetsuya with a smile in the player channel. He knew that his partner had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had found an opponent since the private Shingfeng Academy, but he had never been able to play a fair game. He made an agreement to meet again in the finals of the World Championship. Until today, the agreement between them was about to be fulfilled. Of course. Aaron, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Yuki Tetsuya's eyes passed through the spacious venue and arrived at the player channel at the other end. He trembled with excitement. Then go for it. The 2 suggestions that Director Luo proposed have been completed. I believe you can use them perfectly. Aaron Adams said to Yuki Tetsuya. Don't worry, trust me. On the other side of the passage, Irie Makoto and Ryuji were equally excited. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, I'm going to fight him, Makoto. I can't wait. Ryuji said excitedly. Well, Ryuji, be careful. Senior Yuki is very strong. Of course I want to say that. He is my favorite opponent. With the announcement of the host, the players from both sides began to enter the arena. They walked to the 2 sides of the battle platform amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience and placed their models in the preparation area. Amazing Angel Exa has been improved again. Ryuji, be careful. Irie Makoto saw that the Amazing Angel Exa had changed again and reminded Ryuji to pay attention. Well, this guy, he really doesn't dare to relax for a moment. Ryuji's face was hot. Before the battle started, Ryuji could feel the pressure from the opponent and the strong fighting spirit. Ryuji, Irie-san, this day has finally come. Yuki Tetsuya said to the 2, we have all waited too long for this battle. Let's have a fair fight without regrets. That's exactly what I meant. Ryuji responded excitedly. Only after I defeat you, I will be qualified to challenge that person. As they said that, not only Ryuji, but also Yuki Tetsuya and Irie Makoto all looked at the VIP audience seats, the tall figure standing in front of the French window. Haha, it seems that you are being targeted. In the VIP audience seats, Graham crossed his arms and bumped Yang Hui with his shoulder. These 3 little brats are still far from enough. Yang Hui smiled casually and did not take the challenge from below seriously. By the way, Cruz, how far has your script progressed? Yang Hui asked Cruz beside him again. Intermission. Cruz took a sip of red wine leisurely and replied, the day after tomorrow morning, I will arrange for him to sneak into the underground of the venue and find a Mangstone. At the end of the team game, I will increase the output of the materialization system to cause the Mangstone to run wild. You still have such a plan in private? Graham looked weird. In fact, there are many people who know Cruz's script, but Graham doesn't pay much attention to these things, so he really doesn't know. I have nothing to do, so I'm just playing around. Cruz shrugged. Your play is quite scary. Graham's mouth twitched. For a madman like Cruz, the play he said was not play in the usual sense. At least the scene was definitely grand. It's all within the controllable range, nothing will happen. Then I believe that if something goes wrong, Yang Hui will shoot you to death in advance. While the 3 were chatting, the battle below had already begun. The battle site was map number 15, the interior of the abandoned space fortress, and it was also a map that had never appeared before. A new map? This is really a surprise. Yuki Tetsuya was not panicked by the unfamiliar map, but became more interested. The dark and deep passage did not bring Yuki Tetsuya the fear of the location, but instead he looked forward to the surprises that would appear in the unknown. The most urgent task is to find the location of the Star Creation Strike Gundam. Such a complex structure, It seems that it will take more time. On the other side, Lingji and Iori Makoto made the same decision. After the attack, they were inside the abandoned fortress. The structure of the entire abandoned space fortress was very complicated, and they had no idea where their opponents were. Why is this map so annoying? Lingji was a little unhappy. He hoped for a hot battle. In other maps, the machine body could determine the general position of the opponent by attacking, and it would not take much time to meet the opponent, but now, he would not be stupid enough to use the Star Creation Strike Gundam to forcibly open a path. Calm down, Lingji. In this complex map, whoever exposes his position first will fall into a disadvantage. Iori Makoto reminded Lingji. Yes, I know. Let's go and find that guy. Yes. Not only the contestants on the field, but also other contestants were paying attention to this final. They were also looking forward to the fierce collision between the three people on the field. And the analysis of the new map. This kind of map has a lot more possibilities for operation. Nils Nelson analyzed. Yes, the complex internal structure and the complete lack of knowledge of the opponent's situation test the enemy's search ability and tactical arrangement more than the model production level and the ability to control the battle. Yasuko Masao pressed down his head and opened his slightly closed eyes. Mr. Yang Hui is planning to change the traditional model battle mode. Riccardo Fellini thought of the purpose of the appearance of this new map. During the 7 days of the carnival, they all suffered a huge shock. Without the good attitude and infectiousness of Ling Si, they all locked themselves in the room for a few days and spent a lot of effort to get out of that self-doubting mentality. After they came out, they didn't have so much time to enjoy the carnival. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2, or alone, thinking about how they should become stronger and how to improve themselves so that they could touch the distant and hopeless sky. This may be Mr. Yang Hui's intention. After all, our previous battles, it's better to say they are duels than battles. Nils Nelson said. Games. To be honest, the new mode of complex maps is very suitable for the Renato brothers' style of setting up various traps and snares and treating model battles as wars. This is a style they don't like. But it has to be said that that kind of battle style is more in line with the scenes of film and television works. This is a bad thing, because the emergence of new maps indicates that the model battles in the future will undergo a huge change in mode, and slowly become something they don't like. But it is also a good thing, because such model battles have higher uncertainty and bring more fun. After all, the previous model battles basically depended on who made the model with higher performance and who had better operating skills, resulting in the result of a battle being determined from the beginning. This is also the reason why the official knockout round of the World Series is more popular with the audience and more exciting than other games. Opponents of the same level will see who performs better and who has more powerful cards. It is full of uncertainty and surprises. No one likes the battle whose result is determined before the start. Now, the map has become more complicated and the mode has changed, which gives more people the opportunity to defeat the strong. As long as the tactics are arranged properly, there is a chance to overthrow the rule of the strong. Look, they are about to meet. In the battlefield, the distance between the Amazing Angel and the Star Creation Strike Gundam, which are constantly searching for each other, is very close, and the directions of advance have also intersected. As expected, after a corner, the Amazing Angel and the Star Creation Strike Gundam met. Finally found you. Seeing the Amazing Angel, Ling Si excitedly controlled the Star Creation Strike Gundam and raised his hand to shoot, heading straight for the face of the Amazing Angel. Facing the sudden attack of the Star-Build Strike Gundam, Yoki Tetsuya was not in a hurry. He raised his right hand to control the Amazing Angel. The crystal part on his forearm popped out, and a thin beam shield blocked the beam rifle's shooting. Ryuji, the situation is favorable to us. In the narrow passage, there was no cover. The long-range firepower of the Star-Build Strike Gundam exceeded that of the Amazing Angel. As long as they pulled away to suppress the firepower. Sure enough, the opportunity came. After blocking a shot, the Amazing Angel also used a beam rifle to fight back. Ryuji immediately used the absorption system to absorb all the particle energy, and then activated the discharge system, ready to defeat the Amazing Angel with one blow. But I've been waiting for this moment. With Yuki Tetsuya's shout, the Amazing Angel suddenly threw the GN Destroyer sword in his hand, and before the Star-Build Strike Gundam completed the connection between the discharge system and the beam rifle, it accurately inserted into the beam rifle of the Star-Build Strike Gundam and destroyed it. Damn it, they're aiming at this time. Lingji also gritted his teeth and controlled the Star Creation Strike Gundam to dodge and defend against the suppression shooting of the Amazing Angel. He really took it for granted and ignored the connection gap and charging time of the discharge system. We still have the beam cannon on the backpack. I know. Watch out. What? While retreating, the energy of the absorption system was transferred to the beam cannon on the backpack. With the distance of this channel, the coverage of the two beam cannons also made the Amazing Angel have nowhere to hide. But their thoughts were also within the expectations of Yuki Tetsuya. Chapter 1021 Waiting, Faith, Victory and Defeat. Naive. Facing the beam cannons that filled the entire passage, Yuki Tetsuya was not panicked at all. The GN Destroyer sword on his right arm popped out, raised high, and chopped down fiercely at the incoming beam torrent. Cut it off for me. Ixa. As the GN Destroyer sword fell, the energy torrent that was supposed to engulf the Amazing Exa was cut apart like tofu, and split into two tributaries that passed by the Amazing Exa. The walls of the passage around and behind were submerged, swallowed, melted, and exploded in the torrent. Boom 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 boom. This is Niels. Senior Yuki. At this moment, with the fire as the background and the shadow covering its body, the Amazing Exa, who seemed to be covered with a cloak of darkness, made Ryuji and Iori Makoto feel a huge pressure, so heavy that it made it difficult for them to breathe. I'm constantly improving myself, Ryuji, Iori. The Amazing Exa didn't press on to win, but put away the GN Destroyer sword, standing in front of the Star Creation Strike Gundam, firmly and seriously conveying his awareness and belief. If you still look at me the same way you used to, you'll lose miserably. This guy is really good at talking. Ryuji's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but the smile on his face was getting hotter and hotter, and his heartbeat was getting more and more intense. Makoto, activate the RG system. As he said that, Ryuji threw away his backpack, pulled out two beam swords and crossed them in front of him. At this point in the battle, tactics? Strategy? It doesn't matter. The opponent has made his attitude clear. Being clever is useless. Fight him in a fair fight. Although Iori Makoto was not so enthusiastic, he could also feel Yuki Tetsuya's belief in Ryuji's fighting spirit. Even if he analyzed calmly, it would be meaningless to contain the Amazing Exa, who had already mastered one of the trump cards of the Sengoku Assassin Gundam, from a distance. So, he could fight without regrets. As the RG system was activated, the whole body of the Star-Build Strike Gundam was flowing with pale blue light, not only the fists, but also the legs. Wow! Is this the complete version of the RG system? Yuki Tetsuya discovered the difference of the Star-Build Strike Gundam. The previous RG system would only condense the Plavsky particles in the fists, making the Star-Build Strike Gundam's ultimate move, Build Iron Fist. But now, the light of the RG system covers the legs, which means that the legs also have the same ultimate move. Senior Yuki, please don't underestimate us. We are getting stronger too. Iori Makoto responded confidently. The Star-Build Strike Gundam was not completely unchanged. Iori Makoto also upgraded through Ryuji's fighting style. Although the change was not as big as that of Amazing Exa, it was not standing still. It seems that the RG system is just covering the legs, but for Ryuji, it is an improvement of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Sure enough, it has to be you. No, it won't work if it's not you. Ryuji. Iori. I'm going to go. I couldn't ask for it. Come on. Amazing Exa ejected the GN Destroyer sword with his right hand and pulled out the GN sword hanging behind him with his left hand. The Star-Build Strike Gundam crossed its two swords and was ready to go. At the same time, with the shouts of both sides, they rushed towards each other at the same time. The four swords collided with each other, emitting fierce and dazzling sparks, and even their heads collided with each other. No one gave in, and conveyed their beliefs and consciousness to the other side. It's not over yet. Bang! The Star-Build Strike Gundam used up a little bit of its strength in the stalemate, and then quickly burst out, swinging the Amazing Angel away at the moment when it lost its strength, and the GN sword in its hand flew out, opening its arms, and the middle door opened. But the Amazing Angel used this force to slightly turn its body to the side, just avoiding the falling beam sword, retracting its legs and kicking the Star-Build Strike Gundam's abdomen hard, kicking it out with one kick, and the beam sword in its hand flew out of its hand due to the huge force. Opportunity. The Amazing Angel did not stop, and immediately grabbed the 3 GN daggers on its waist with its empty left hand and threw them at the Star-Built Strike Gundam. Damn it! The Star-Built Strike Gundam immediately adjusted its balance, and the Vulcan cannon on its head fired hastily, knocking down the last 3 GN daggers, which fell to the side and inserted into the wall of the passage without any hindrance. Ryuji. Be careful. Ugh. After knocking down 3 GN daggers, the Star-Built Strike Gundam immediately fell backwards. The next second, the cold light of the GN destroyer sword brushed past the face of the Star-Built Strike Gundam, leaving a hideous scar on its face. Damn it. Take my move. Build spin kick. The amazing Exa approached, and the Star-Built Strike Gundam maintained a backward posture, twisting its waist, and the power of rotation drove its right leg wrapped in blue to hit the amazing Exa like lightning. Facing the sudden attack, the amazing Exa raised its left arm and opened its beam shield to defend against the invasion of the Perovsky particles, but the huge force was not something that a simple beam shield could withstand. Its left arm was shattered, and the amazing Exa was kicked away and hit the wall of the passage hard. As expected of you. Yuki Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh. Even in that situation, they could launch such a fierce counterattack, but they were not afraid or worried, because this was the battle he had been looking forward to. It's not over yet. Genesis flying kick. After kicking out amazing Exa, a fire blazed from behind the Star Genesis Strike Gundam. The huge thrust carried the Star Genesis Strike Gundam forward, and the power of the flying kick with its right leg was ready. Don't even think about it. HAA. This time, amazing Exa was well prepared. She dodged the kick of Star-Built Strike Gundam by leaning forward slightly. At the same time, she drew out her beam sword with her hand at her waist. With a flash of sword light, her left foot was cut off at the wrist. You've been fooled. Build Iron Fist. Lingji shouted. At the moment when Star-Built Strike Gundam's left foot was cut off, the flames of the nozzles all over its body were reignited. The power of the spiral not only did not weaken, but was strengthened a lot. The power of the rotation gathered in the right fist and swept across, hitting the arm that launched the slash. At the moment of contact, amazing Exa's left arm was shattered. You are worthy of it. Lingji. That's what I want to say. Yuki Tetsuya. Star-Built Strike Gundam's pair of iron fists swung one after another, and the afterimages formed a wall, constantly pressing amazing Exa's retreat space. Amazing Exa could only use the remaining right hand and the last GN sword at the back of the waist to resist with difficulty. As expected, I have to use my ultimate move to deal with you. Wear the Red Lotus. Exa. Transam. Here it comes. X2. As the amazing Exa turned red, Ryuji and Iori Makoto knew that Yuki Tetsuya's final ultimate move had finally been used. The 5 minutes from the start of the Transam system to the end were the key to victory or defeat. If they could hold on, they would win, and if they couldn't, they would lose. As the Transam system was activated, the amazing Exa, which was suppressed by Gen Iron Fist, had disappeared. With a flash of its body, it went around behind the Star Gen Strike Gundam, and the GN sword in its hand stabbed the back of the Star Gen Strike Gundam without hesitation. Don't even think about it. Having long expected that the amazing Exa would appear behind him, Ryuji controlled the Star Gen Strike Gundam to turn quickly and hit it with his Iron Fist again. Who knew? Gen Iron Fist hit the afterimage of the amazing Exa, and the amazing Exa had once again disappeared from the side of Ryuji and Iori Makoto. Swish! The sword flashed, and amazing Exa appeared on the side of Star-Built Strike Gundam. The GN sword had already fallen, and the left arm of Star-Built Strike Gundam flew high. It's not over yet. The remaining right arm clenched the Iron Fist and hit amazing Exa, but amazing Exa disappeared again and came to another direction, with the GN sword already raised high. Don't even think about it. Star-Built Strike Gundam did not turn around, but turned its back to amazing Exa, retracted the power of the Iron Fist, and hit back with its elbow, hitting the falling GN sword. It's useless. What? This time, it was Yuki Tetsuya's turn to be shocked. The expected severing of the arm of Star-Built Strike Gundam did not happen. The armor at the elbow of Star-Built Strike Gundam had been completely touched at some point, revealing the skeleton inside. The pale blue light wrapped around the Iron Fist also wrapped around the elbow of the skeleton. After a stalemate with a GN sword for a while, it actually directly shattered the edge of the GN sword. I won. Gen Tekken. Lingxi didn't care about time. This GN sword was the last sword of amazing Exa. Without this GN sword, Amazing Exa no longer had any weapon to fight against Gen Tekken. Since all threats had been lost, he would take him down in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, Ling Si and Iori Makoto were stunned the next second. Ling Si's hands even left the operating table, and the loss of defeat emanated from his body. The Transam system had not ended yet, and Amazing Exa had not lost all its weapons. At the moment when Gen Tekken was about to fall on Amazing Exa disappeared again, and then only a long chain of afterimages could be seen flashing around the Star Build Strike Gundam. And every time the afterimage flashed, there would be an extra GN dagger on the body of the Star Build Strike Gundam. 3 of them had been thrown out before and were scattered around, and there were 3 on the other side of the waist that had not been used. A total of 6 GN daggers were inserted into the vital points of the Star Build Strike Gundam. Finally, Amazing Exa picked up the GN sword that was thrown at the beginning and inserted it into the chest of the Star Strike Gundam from the front. Chapter 1022, The confusion is finally broken. The battle is over. The winner is Amazing Exa. Oh. Although the first half of this battle was boring, both sides were carefully looking for each other, no fighting took place, and neither side had any tactical arrangements, but after the encounter, the hot battle that broke out was wonderful. The collision of every move was a collision of faith and will, and every attack and defense conversion was dazzling. The audience not only cheered for the 2 players, but also gave respectful applause. In this final, there was no real winner or loser, or rather, they were all winners. Even though Iori Makoto and Ryuji lost to Yuki Tetsuya, their performance and their beliefs also won the recognition and respect of everyone. They were not champions in name, but they were champions in reality. On the battle platform, the brilliance of the Perovsky particles had dissipated. Ryuji and Iori Makoto lost, but they did not cry, were not unwilling, and had no resentment. They all had relieved smiles on their faces. Makoto, we lost. Yes, we lost. Senior Yuki is really strong. Yes, he is really strong. Let's go, Ryuji. Yes. The 2 carefully collected the wreckage of the Star Build Strike Gundam, and then walked to the center of the venue to face Yuki Tetsuya. Very exciting battle, Iori, Ryuji. Yuki Tetsuya extended his hand to the 2. He fought very happily in this battle. It was the most satisfying and exciting battle for him so far. His growth rate is definitely the fastest among all the players. Not only did PPSC provide him with great help in model making, but the 2 development directors, Luo and Billy Katajiri, would give him a lot of helpful suggestions, and in terms of operating technology, the members of the Prometheus Corps often went to PPSC and could practice with Supermasters every day. With so many favorable conditions, Yuki Tetsuya's growth rate far exceeded that of other players, including Makoto, Iori and Ryuji. To be honest, Yuki Tetsuya was also quite worried before the finals. Although he was looking forward to playing against a combination of Iori Makoto and Ryuji, could their growth rate really keep up with his own? Could the other party really meet his expectations? But after the finals, he got the answer to these doubts. The other party not only met his expectations, but also gave him more surprises. You are strong, but I will not give up. Ryuji shook Yuki Tetsuya's hand. Senior Yuki, we will become stronger and challenge you again. Iori Makoto also put his hand on, and the 3 hands were held together. At your service any time. There's something, help me. Suddenly, the passionate painting style collapsed, and Ryuji became shy, not knowing how to speak. Huh? What's wrong with you, Ryuji? Iori Makoto and Yuki Tetsuya were both surprised. Ryuji had never shown such a shy attitude. I want to, please teach me how to make a model, please. Ryuji put his hands together and begged the 2. This. Ryuji. Yuki Tetsuya was even more surprised. Iori Makoto felt uncomfortable. After all, they had always been teammates. He was responsible for making models and providing support, while Ryuji was responsible for operating the model battle. And now Ryuji asked them to teach him how to make models. Iori Makoto felt. Ryuji was going to abandon him? Well, I want to use my own model to participate in the battle, Ryuji said. He had never cared about the model itself before, just as a prop for the battle. But with the model battles in the modern world, as he met more and more excellent opponents, and the influence of Iori Takashi on him, the first model he made by himself also gave him a different sense of accomplishment and excitement. But Ryuji. Makoto. I want to be your opponent. As long as it didn't involve Ryuki. Ryoji's emotional intelligence was still very high, and he immediately saw the reason for Iri Makoto's loss. Me. Iri Makoto was surprised and quickly waved his hands. No, 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 I can't do it. Model battles and the like. I can only make models, and my operating skills are just mediocre. No, Makoto, you are very strong, your skills are not mediocre. Ryoji said to Iri Makoto seriously, your operating skills are really amazing, it's just because you love the models too much and can't bear to see them get damaged in the battle, so you are confused and can't concentrate on the battle. What you lack is never the technology, but the determination to fight even if you lose everything. Iri Makoto was stunned. Every sentence and every word of Ryoji's words were like a magnificent bell, ringing in his heart, allowing him to finally dispel the fog hidden deep in his heart and see his true self. Yes, I learned this kind of determination from many people. Senior Yuki, Mr. Fellini, Masao, Niels, Ella, and the class monitor also taught me to let my thoughts run freely. There are some more important things than that. As expected of Ryoji. Yuki Tetsuya looked at this scene and was very pleased. He could actually see the confusion of Iri Makoto. No, it should be that all the friends who were familiar with Iri Makoto could see it, but they were not qualified to say such words to Iri Makoto, nor did they have the ability to break the confusion in Iri Makoto's heart. This person is only Ryoji, and it can only be Ryoji. You can find out after having more contact with this guy, right? After all, he has no talent for acting. Ryoji teased with a smile on his face. Senior Yuki. Iri Makoto was at a loss and looked at Yuki Tetsuya awkwardly. He hoped that this was not true. He was obviously quite capable, but he kept saying that he was not good enough. Wasn't this a mockery? And everyone saw it, but he was the only one who didn't know. Isn't it too shameful? What Ryoji said is right. It can only be said that the person involved is confused. Yuki Tetsuya smiled knowingly, breaking Iri Makoto's fluke. Why is that? You haven't promised me yet, can you teach me how to make a model? Ryoji asked the two again. Of course. X2 The conversation was already started, and Yuki Tetsuya and Iri Makoto did not refuse. They definitely hoped that more people will make their own models with their heart, and then use their own models to participate in the model battle. Then it's settled. Yes, X2, it's better to do it today than today, so let's go. X2, you can't go anywhere. Why are you here? Just when Ryoji was about to pull Yuki Tetsuya and Iri Makoto away from the venue, Yang Hui also came down from the VIP audience. The final of the individual competition was over, and the next one was naturally the award ceremony. Ryoji was the runner-up, so he must stay to participate. If the runner-up ran away, this world competition would become a joke. Nonsense. You are the runner-up, and the award ceremony is about to begin. What's the point of you running away? Yang Hui said unhappily, and even slapped Ling Si on the back of his head. Sometimes he was really annoyed by Ling Si's character of doing things as soon as he said, and leaving as soon as he said. Ouch! What right do you have to hit me? Ling Si complained, covering the back of his head. Ask your father, he specially approved it. The award ceremony of the world competition will only award trophies and medals to the champion and runner-up, and there will be no third place. In addition to the champion and runner-up, there are only the top 4, top 8 and top 16. These players will also receive corresponding rewards, but they will be awarded privately without a formal award ceremony. Yang Hui waved his hand, and the staff behind him handed over the trophy and medal belonging to the champion. Yang Hui took it and handed it to Yuki Tetsuya. You played well, and we didn't waste our sparring partner. Yang Hui praised. Thank you very much, Mr. Yang Hui. I still have a lot to learn. Well, keep working hard, and your future will be even better. After a few words of encouragement, Yang Hui took the runner-up trophy and medal from the staff and handed them to Iri Makoto and Ling Si. I won't comfort you. You never know what it means to be discouraged. Yang Hui teased. Tisk, I don't need it. Ling Si muttered embarrassedly. Yo? You are still so arrogant after losing? Don't forget that you didn't fulfill the agreement between us. Yang Hui said jokingly. Just wait. Next time, I will definitely win the championship, and then I will fight you fair and square. Ling Si said unconvinced. This time he lost, and he lost convincingly, but next time, he must win back, not for anything else, just to fulfill the original agreement. Come on. Yang Hui smiled and didn't tell Ling Si that he didn't have the next chance. No, it should be that their agreement had no chance to be fulfilled. The day after tomorrow, the final of the small team competition will be held. After the final of the small team competition, this world competition will be successfully concluded. They should also leave this world. Moreover, this world will not be connected to Promise Fortress. Whether they can meet again in the future, depends on fate. After talking to Ling Si, Yang Hui looked at Iori Makoto again. Finally, you are not confused anymore. Yes, Mr. Yang Hui, I already know what to do in the future. Very good, I look forward to your growth. Come on, next time I hope you can operate your model to participate in the world competition yourself without any external help. Yes, Mr. Yang Hui. After presenting the trophy and medals, Yang Hui announced to the audience around the world that the individual competition of the Model Battle World Competition was successfully concluded. He introduced the champion and runner-up of this year to the world, and announced that the last game of this world competition, the final of the small team competition, will be held the day after tomorrow, encouraging the contestants to be ready. After saying this, Yang Hui left. Ling Si and Iori Makoto still needed to prepare for the team competition the day after tomorrow. The Star Creation Strike Gundam was also damaged, so they didn't have much time. However, when he walked out of the venue, Nils Nelson came to him. Follow me. Yang Hui knew why Nils Nelson came. Although Nils Nelson failed to fulfill the original agreement, he was also the successor chosen by Yang Hui. Some things must be handed over to him, so he didn't say much and asked him to follow and get the answer he had been pursuing. Chapter 1023 Selecting a Successor. Is this the truth about the Palevsky particle? Led by Yang Hui, Nils Nelson came to the secret research institute below the venue and stared at the huge stone in front of him. Yes, this is the truth about the Palevsky particle, a special mineral from another world. Yang Hui explained to Nils Nelson. Another world. Nils Nelson was shocked. The existence of another world only exists in fantasy. It is also a word that science has always wanted to prove, but it only exists in the subject of delusion. Where is Ryuji from? You should know it. Ryuji? Aryan is real. Nils Nelson was shocked. He had a good relationship with Iori Makoto and Ryuji, and naturally he had heard that Ryuji was a prince from another world kingdom. But including Iori Makoto, Iori Rinko and others who were most familiar with Ryuji, everyone thought it was a joke, thinking that it was Ryuji's second-year syndrome or the second-year syndrome of the elders in the family, and just laughed it off as a joke, and never took it seriously. But now, Yang Hui told Nils Nelson that this was not a joke, but a fact, which made this young genius difficult to accept for a while. Yes, the other world and the kingdom of Aryan are real. Ling Si's full name is Aryan von Ling Si Ashuna, the only prince of the kingdom of Aryan in the other world, and the only heir to the throne. It's actually true, the other world, Aryan, everything Ling Si said is true. Wait? Mr. Yang Hui. You too. At this time, Nils Nelson suddenly remembered that Iori Makoto and Ling Si had told him that Yang Hui was a person of the same level as Ling Si's elders in the family, and Yang Hui and Ling Si knew each other when he was very young. So Ling Si came from the kingdom of Aryan in the other world, and Yang Hui? In addition, the core of PPSE company and the world model competition is Palevsky particles, that is, Mengstone. How did Yang Hui get such a large piece of special mineral from the other world? I guess so. I am the honorary Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Aryan. In fact, the models and model battles in the other world have been promoted earlier than in this world. It is a national entertainment in the other world. Yang Hui did not tell the final truth. It was still a little early. Now was not the right time. Mr. Yang Hui. Nils Nelson stared at Yang Hui with a sharp gaze. In addition to being a model fighter, Nils Nelson was more of a scientist. He was full of curiosity about the unknown that was right in front of him. Moreover, he was very young, and his curiosity was above the worldly affairs. Therefore, he understood the meaning of the three words "I guess so." He had a feeling in his heart that what Yang Hui was hiding was more worthy of his exploration than the truth of the other world, the Mengstone, and the Palevsky particle. Yang Hui responded to Nils Nelson's gaze with a meaningful smile. He did not make any answer, but made Nils Nelson's curiosity even more itchy and unbearable. Mr. Yang Hui, it is very shameful to tease the curiosity of a scientific researcher. Nils Nelson sighed, But he still did not give up the urge to explore the unknown. I know, I'm a scientist too. Yang Hui laughed jokingly, mocking him for not understanding scientists. Just kidding. Before going to Promise Fortress, Yang Hui was one of the top scientists in the Gundam world. A young genius, like Nils Nelson, was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Then you should know better. Good guy, so you're waiting for me here? But you want to trick me with this little trick, don't you look down on me too much? Then explore it yourself. Since you are a scientific researcher, it is more meaningful to find the answer yourself, isn't it? Yang Hui teased. I understand, Mr. Yang Hui, but I still have a question, please help me solve it. Nils Nelson sighed. He really couldn't beat an old fox like Yang Hui, but he did have a question in his heart that he wanted to get the answer to, and this answer did not involve the truth hidden by Yang Hui. Why you? Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and asked Nils Nelson back. Yes, why me? With Nils Nelson's intelligence, how could he not see that Yang Hui intended to let him inherit the research of Mangstone and Palevsky particles? Although he has now joined the Yajima group, in order to satisfy his curiosity, Nils Nelson could not refuse PPSE, or Yang Hui's recruitment. As for Caroline Yajima, he would try his best. Don't underestimate yourself, Nils, you are a young genius. Yang Hui said with a smile. This is an acknowledgement that Nils Nelson will continue to grow, and he will definitely become the most outstanding scientist in the world. Mangstone and Palevsky particles can only play the greatest role when they are handed over to him. The above is from the perspective of ability. Another important reason is that Nils Nelson is still a child and his mind is still very simple. He is just satisfying his curiosity. He does not have as many messy and earthy thoughts as adults. Mangstone, Palevsky particles and the connection to the other world are handed over to him. With the correct guidance, he will not lead the world astray. Another question, Mr. Yang Hui, why is the epic-making particle Palevsky only used in toys and games? Nils Nelson asked seriously. As a young genius, can't you figure it out? Abuse, evil, war. Isn't it very clear? Yang Hui shrugged. I still like this world very much. Such a peaceful and beautiful scenery, is a paradise, so don't destroy it. This is Yang Hui's sincere feeling, and it is also a warning to Nils Nelson. I understand, when can I join the company? What do I need to do specifically? Nils Nelson asked Yang Hui bluntly. No need to join the company, and you don't need to do anything now. After this world competition is over, PPSE will be handed over to you. You can do whatever you want. Yang Hui said. What does this mean? Nils Nelson couldn't think for a while. He thought Yang Hui was just recruiting him to join PPSE to work for him, but Yang Hui said that he would hand over the entire PPSE to him, which made his brain crash. Let's not talk about the existence of manganese and Palevsky particles. PPSE is the world's leading enterprise with a huge influence in the world, and its value can only be calculated in astronomical figures. Just one sentence, and you gave it to me? You will understand when the time comes. Yang Hui patted Nils Nelson on the shoulder and said. But I can't manage a company. Don't you still have your fiancée? Miss Caroline? We are not, that's just her talking to herself, fiancé or something. Everyone has a nemesis in life. The principle of one thing overcoming another is true for everyone. Although Nils Nelson has always been the representative of rationality, in front of Caroline, how much is rationality per pound? Okay, let's go. That's all for today. Do you have other things you want to do? Yang Hui is reminding Nils Nelson not to forget to deepen the bond with good friends. Okay, I understand, Mr. Yang Hui, I will keep these things secret. Nils Nelson solemnly promised that the Mangstone, the Palevsky particles and the other world were too important, so important that if they were leaked out, the whole world would be shocked. It was better to keep such things secret. You are sensible. Yang Hui gave a thumbs up, and then took Nils Nelson out of the underground secret research institute. After returning to the ground, Nils Nelson separated from Yang Hui and walked on the way back to the athletes' village. Other world. Arian. Ling Si. Go talk to Ling Si. What's wrong, Snow? Miss. Originally, Nils Nelson was still thinking, but Caroline Yajima suddenly jumped out, scaring him to the point of paralysis. No. What should you call me? Caroline Yajima had a sweet smile of kindness on her face, which scared Nils Nelson to death. Kakakaka. Caroline. Yes, that's right. Caroline Yajima's smile really became sweet, and she held Nils Nielsen's arm intimately. That? What? Any objections? Don't dare. Then let's go. Where to? Go. Back to the athletes' village. I want to talk to Ling Si. Well, let's go. Caroline Yajima knew what had happened to Nils Nielsen, and he must have found out something at PPSE, but she didn't ask. Although she was usually carefree, the daughter of the Yajima group was not a fool. She had high emotional intelligence and IQ. Her casual side was only shown in front of close friends or family. The two returned all the way to the athletes' village, and they found that they should be late, because Yasuko Masao, Riccardo Fellini and other acquaintances were there, and it seemed that they should have been chatting for a while. Nils, you are finally here. Riccardo Fellini greeted Nils Nelson and Caroline Yajima warmly. He had known about this couple, no, they should be called the engaged couple, for a long time. Caroline Yajima had made a high-profile official announcement. Well, what are you talking about? Nils Nelson saw that there were many people, so he did not immediately look for Ling Si. We are talking about the prizes of this world competition. Yasuko Masao said. Prize? Do you mean the lottery ticket? Nils Nelson asked. Yes. Everyone nodded at the same time. The players participating in the world competition this time, even those who were eliminated in the points competition, received a lottery ticket as a consolation prize. It was written on it that after the world competition, they could go to PPSC with this lottery ticket to draw a box of specially customized luxury models as a reward. And the players who advanced to the official elimination rounds, no matter where they went, had a redemption voucher, allowing them to go to PPSC to receive the special finished model after the world competition. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1024 Strange Prize. Finished models. I don't think they were interesting. Yasuko Masao complained with his hands behind his head. For some people who only like models but don't participate in model battles and don't have much time to assemble them, it's a very good choice, but for them, a group of model makers, it doesn't make much sense. The finished models awarded to them by PPSE must be of high quality, but no matter how good the finished models are, they can't compare to their own companions. So in their opinion, this exchange voucher reward is not as good as the rewards given to the eliminated contestants. Although they don't know what models they will draw, they still need to assemble them themselves. This kind of reward is too hasty. I think you said this too early, Masao. Nils Nelson reminded Yasuko Masao. Huh? Why? Yasuko Masao asked in confusion. This kind of reward has never appeared before. It suddenly increased this time. It must be Mr. Yang Hui's decision. Do you think Mr. Yang Hui would make such a hasty decision? Oh. Yasuko Masao and other contestants who had the same idea as Yasuko Masao were also stunned. After thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. Huh? Forget it, don't think too much about it. The day after tomorrow, the team competition will start. After the team competition, this world championship will be over. We will know the result then. Riccardo Fellini said. Yes. By the way, congratulations to Iori and Ryuji. Congratulations on winning the runner-up in the World Championship. Although it was late, Nils Nelson's congratulations still came. What's there to congratulate for second place? It's still because we lost to that guy. Ryuji muttered. Hey. Don't go too far. The contestants led by Yasuko Masao launched a crusade against Ryuji. They didn't even qualify for the runner-up. That's right. If you want to do it, you have to be the first. But, that guy is really strong. Ryuji sighed. Well, not only is he strong, but when we first played against Yuki-senpai in the final, we were completely on a different level. It's not just the performance of the model, but also his operating skills. Irie Makoto commented seriously. Well, after all, he's a celebrity. With the full support of PPSE, it's hard not to become stronger. Yasuko Masao said in a carefree manner. Everyone smiled in relief when they heard this. Compared with the last World Championship, their strength has been significantly improved, and this improvement was brought by the Promise Corps. It was because they often consulted the members of the Promise Corps during the challenge, The Promise Corps is the official legion of PPSC. Not to mention the group of people in charge of the challenge, even the stronger people are in PPSC. They all know to consult the members of the Promise Corps. Yuki Tetsuya would never have thought of it. In addition, the huge changes of Amazing Exa before and after must be the credit of the model-making department of PPSC. They have a professional team, and they are all individuals. There must be a gap. Well, forget it this time. The next championship will be mine. Yasuka Masao said confidently. Hey. Are you pretending we don't exist? Come on. Let's go to the free battle room and I'll beat you to pulp. I refuse. Knowing that he had aroused public outrage, Yasuka Masao refused without hesitation. I have a game the day after tomorrow. Although Yasuka Masao was scared, he would never admit it and quickly found an excuse. That's right, then after the team competition. That's right. Don't even think about running away. Ha 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 ha. The team finals the day after tomorrow. All the players of the two participating teams are here, Makoto Irie, Ryoji, Yasuka Masao and Kosuke China from the Creative Heart team, and Richard Fellini, Grego and Scott from the Old Man is Handsome team. They will have the final showdown the day after tomorrow, and these 2 days are really not suitable for fighting. I lost the individual competition, but we will not let go of the championship of the team competition. You guys are ready to continue to be the runner-up. Richard Fellini provoked the Creative Heart team. Oh. That's impossible. The champion of the team competition must be ours. Ling-Si counterattacked without any hesitation. He and Iori Makoto lost to Yuki Tetsuya in the individual competition, so he had nothing to say, but he would not lose the championship of the team competition again, and he was determined to win it. Oh. Fight. Fight. The two teams participating in the team competition finals were tit for tat, and the spectators on the side must have been adding fuel to the fire. They even had melon seeds, cola, and small stools ready. Get lost. We won't fight. That's right. If we have to fight, we'll fight on the field the day after tomorrow. We are all adults, we won't bully children. What are you talking about? After hearing what Liko said, before the audience continued to the next link, Yasuka Masao and Ling-Si couldn't help it. They actually dared to look down on them. Who are you calling a kid? Isn't it? Glico asked Masao, Yasuka and Ryoji expressionlessly. He really wasn't mocking them, he was just telling the truth. After all, the average age of the three people in their team was 30 years old, and the members of Creative Heart team were all 15 years old, all minors. Poo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Damn it. I can't even refute it. How can I repair it? Total defeat. Well, Makoto Irie, China Takasuka, Ella Yukiya and Miki comforted Masao, Yasuka and Ryoji, who were bent forward in frustration. Everyone gathered together to chat for a while, offered congratulations again, and cheered for the final of the team competition the day after tomorrow, and then dispersed. At this time, Nils Nelson found Ryoji. You want to talk to me alone? Sure. Although Ryoji was a little surprised, he didn't refuse. The two of them came to the open-air park outside the athletes' village. Nils Nelson got straight to the point and asked Ling-Si about the other world in Aryan. Ling-Si did not hide anything and told Nils Nelson everything he knew. However, when Nils Nelson wanted to learn more about Yang Hui from Ling-Si got stuck. It was not because of confidentiality, but because Ling-Si found out that he didn't know much about Yang Hui. Later, the two of them didn't know what they said, and when they separated, they were both worried. Just when Nils Nelson and Ling-Si were talking alone, a sneaky figure successfully bypassed all the security forces of the venue and successfully reached the research room on the bottom floor. There are so many identity verifications. It is indeed the core secret hidden by PPSC. However, as he spoke, Ninebar took out a special device from his arms and connected it to the access control device of the steel door. As a series of codes flashed quickly, the red rejection turned into a green pass, and the heavy steel door opened. In front of my assistant, it is all useless. Now let me see, this is. Walking into the spacious room in the darkness, the faint light illuminated the huge stone in the center, and the faint stars were like a dream. Is this the biggest secret of PPSC? This stone, finally, I will accept this stone, and then, wait for my revenge, Ella, Ling-Si, and Yang Hui. Cruz, just for this idiot with a bad brain, you pulled me out of the warm bed. In the surveillance picture, Yang Hui looked at the crazy 9-bart on the screen with disdain, and at the same time complained to Cruz, inviting him to watch the drama he directed, and the result was just this? Oh, conditions are limited. Cruz's mouth twitched, and he shrugged awkwardly. His script was indeed quite bloody, but as long as the actors performed well, it would be a good play, right? But, what the hell is this third-rate villain's speech? Question mark. Isn't this just protagonist, come and defeat me? Written on his head? Can't you pretend to be deep and improve your own style? You make me look low class. Comma, next time you call me for this kind of person, I will beat you up so hard that you can't recognize anyone. Really, at this time, don't you feel comfortable sleeping in bed with your wife? At this point, Yang Hui cursed and left the chat group. I messed up the words. He left the monitoring room. Cruz, who was left alone, had a dark face. On the one hand, it was Yang Hui's ridicule of him. Don't you have many wives? You have many weaknesses. It's not easy to be targeted when you are alone like me. On the other hand, it was because 9-bart's performance was really too embarrassing, which made his level too low. Forget it, now you still need to finish the script. Time passed quickly, and the last game of this World Model Battle Championship, the team finals, was about to begin, and the audience was naturally looking forward to it. The participating teams in the finals were the runner-up of the individual competition just 2 days ago, Iri Makoto and Ryuji, and the World Championship top 16 player Yasuka Shinzo, and the other was a team composed of 3 world-class players, the World Championship top 8 player Riccardo Fellini, the top 16 player Glico, and the top 8 player Scott. No matter which side, they are qualified to win the final championship, and this duel must be quite exciting. As the players from both sides entered the venue, the audience's emotions also reached a peak. Makoto. Ryuji. China-chan. Come on. Iri Rinko was in the audience, not caring whether her voice could reach her son, and she put her hands on her mouth and shouted. By the way, Ella, why don't you participate? Lar, who was sitting next to him, asked Ella Yukiainen. Ella Yukiainen was also a top 4 player, and her strength was definitely better than Kosuke Chinana. If Ella Yukiainen replaced Kosuke Chinana, the Creative Heart team would have a higher chance of winning. No need, Mr. Lar, Chinana also needs this opportunity. Ella Yukiainen said to Lar. Well, I understand. Lar nodded after hearing this, and understood what Ella Yukiainen meant. At the same time, both sides looked down, cheering for the Creative Heart team and Kosuke Chinana in their hearts. Chapter 1025, Team Finals, Everyone is Growing. Makoto, Shinichi, Kosaka, are you ready? Ryuji looked at his teammates excitedly. Of course. Shinichi Yasuka said confidently while holding the Devil Skull Gundam. Yes, I'll do my best. China Kosaka also nodded with a firm expression. Don't worry. Ryuji. Makoto Iri handed the Star Build Strike Gundam to Ryuji, who also solemnly took it over, looking at it with a dazed look and some emotion. This should be the last time Ryuji uses the Star Build Strike Gundam to fight. After this game, he will make his own model and make his own partner. But he will not forget the time he fought side by side with the Star Build Strike Gundam. The Star Build Strike Gundam is also a symbol of the bond between him and Makoto Iri, and it is also the guide for fighting with a model. Therefore, Ryuji has never been so eager to win. He wants to put a perfect end to this time of fighting side by side. Let's go. Yes. X3 Ling C, Yasuka Masao and Kosaka China each placed their models on the preparation platform, waiting for the battle to begin. The opposing team, Old Man is very handsome, could feel the other team's fighting spirit across the huge battle platform. The strong drums of war were beating, and at this moment, the battle had begun. Yeah, they are really full of fighting spirit. Then we can't let them down. Let's go too. Riccardo Fellini, Gregor and Scott were also infected by this fighting spirit and trembled unconsciously. This was a trembling of excitement and unbearable expectation. They all had a premonition that this team match would be the hottest and most exciting battle they had ever encountered. Each of them placed their models in the preparation area, and the lights in the venue dimmed. Perovsky particles were scattered, and the star-studded scene was like a dream. Planes, just what I want. This time the map is no longer a new map, but a plain map that has appeared before. The vast plains, without any obstructions, are in full view. As soon as the battle begins, You can see the opponent and start the most intense collision and confrontation. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Yasuko Masao opened his eyes. After the Demon King Skeleton Gundam attacked, it did not follow the Star Creation Strike Gundam to charge forward. The skull on its chest opened its mouth, and the pair of ski particles gathered, and a thick torrent of energy surged. I expected it. Glico. Understood. The new Phoenix Wing Gundam and the Valkyrie de Lucas also stopped after the attack. The skirt armor on the waist of the Valkyrie de Lucas split and scattered, and combined with the beam destroyer of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam, quickly charging, and the energy torrent that was no less than the Moonlight Cannon shot out and collided with a Moonlight Cannon. Watch out! Phoenix Valkyrie, Stream Destroyer. HAA. Don't ignore my existence. At this moment, Scott's fully armored Gundam came to the path that the Star-Build Strike Gundam had to pass through. Two heavy shields supported by auxiliary mechanical arms stood in front of him, blocking the Star-Build Strike Gundam's build kick. The power of build kick was huge, but Gundam 7 was not a pushover. The thrusters behind it exploded, and the huge thrust just offset the power of build kick. At the same time, the hidden killer move was also activated. Ryuji. The output power of RG system has dropped. Get away from it. Irie Makoto was always paying attention to the data of the Star-Build Strike Gundam. When he found something abnormal, he immediately reminded Ryuji. What? Ryuji was startled, and immediately controlled the Star-Build Strike Gundam to kick the heavy shield of Gundam 7 with his legs, pulling away. At this time, they could see clearly what happened. On the two shields of Gundam 7, the pale blue light belonging to build kick was left behind, and was absorbed by the two shields bit by bit. This is absorption system. Irie Makoto and the other two were shocked. Isn't it the absorption system, designed by Irie Makoto, that can absorb the achievements of others? I didn't do nothing. Even the fighting moves are blessed by Plavsky particles. As long as there are Plavsky particles, they can be absorbed. Scott grinned. After being eliminated by John Els Mackenzie in the quarterfinals, Scott devoted himself to studying and thinking about how to improve his model. The absorption system of the Star-Build Strike Gundam gave him inspiration. It can be said to be a reference or plagiarism, but Scott also developed the same special move as the absorption system, completely by himself, and it is even better, because the absorption system he designed is not limited to absorbing the energy of long-range energy weapons. As long as there are Plavsky particles, fighting moves and weapons such as the sword of the Sengoku Astray Gundam, the build kick of the Star-Build Strike Gundam, and ordinary beam swords can also be absorbed. Moreover, the two thickened and heavy shields, controlled by auxiliary mechanical arms, can already achieve a complete absorption defense. Don't be scared next time, look at the gun. The shield unfolded, the fully armored Gundam raised its right arm, and the double-mounted high-output beam rifle on the arm roared, with a power not much different from the beam destroyer cannon of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam. Don't think you are the only one who can absorb. Ryuji. Get out of the way. What? Originally, Ryuji wanted to control the Star-Build Strike Gundam to raise its shield and activate the absorption system to absorb the powerful shooting, but Irie Makoto reminded Ryuji in time. Out of trust and tacit understanding, Ryuji's hands controlled the Star-Build Strike Gundam to dodge before his brain reacted. Although the Star-Build Strike Gundam dodged in time, it was still brushed by the aftermath of the energy, and its left leg twisted and deformed, jumping with arcs and sparks. Makoto. Why? It can't be absorbed. That high-output beam gun is a Super DOS rifle. Irie Makoto analyzed calmly. In the eyes of ordinary people, there is no difference between the shooting of beam rifles, but Irie Makoto, as a model fan and a top model maker, found the difference at a glance. The beam fired by the DOS rifle has an extra layer of spiral power compared to ordinary beams, which makes the beam design have stronger penetration. The absorption rate of the shield in the absorption system of the Star Creation Strike Gundam is not enough. Before the Plavsky particles shot by this time are completely absorbed, the shield will be shot through together with the arm. Tisk, it seems that we have been seen through too. Ling Si grinned excitedly. Such an opponent is worth fighting. Of course, after my game, I have been studying you, Ling Si, Irie. Scott replied proudly. Irie Makoto and Ling Si are the biggest dark horses of this world championship. Both their operating technology and model making level are at the world champion level. Scott will definitely study them and the Star Creation Strike Gundam in detail to prepare for the team competition and the next World Championship. Not only Scott, all the model fighters who plan to participate in the next World Championship are studying Iori Makoto, Ling Si, and the Star Creation Strike Gundam. What about me? Have you studied it? At this moment, the Demon King Skull Gundam in the back descended from the sky with electric and sharp wings in hand, and fiercely slashed the shield of the full armor Gundam with a sword. The arm circled and went inside the shield from the surface. The sharp blade smoothly cut off an auxiliary mechanical arm and kicked the full armor Gundam's abdomen heavily. You are worthy of it, Yasuka. You actually seized this opportunity. Scott sighed while controlling the full armor Gundam to retreat. Of course, he also studied Yasuka Shinsei and knew that Yasuka Shinsei was also capable of competing for the championship seed. His double shields were also designed to target the Moonlight Cannon of the Demon King Skull Gundam in a sense, but he didn't expect that he would seize the opportunity before he shocked Yasuka Shinsei. Don't even think about leaving. When the full armor Gundam retreated, the Bear Tyrant III, with a very weak presence appeared, spewing cotton from his right hand, and was about to swallow the full armor Gundam. Oh no! Scott was shocked. The defense and firepower of the full armor Gundam were both first class, but of course there was a sacrifice, that is, mobility. Once the full armor Gundam with low mobility was entangled by the cotton ball of Bear Tyrant III, it would be doomed. However, the panic on Scott's face only lasted for a moment, and then turned into a playful smile. I was kidding you. Got it. The beam destroyer gun swept from a distance, sweeping through the middle of the full armor Gundam and Bear Tyrant III, and the cotton ball was cleared in an instant. At the same time, the Valkyrie Lucas rushed towards Bear Tyrant III at an extremely fast speed, and the high-output beam sword flashed with a deadly edge. Swish! Ah! What? The beam sword swept across, and Bear Tyrant III squatted down with his hands on his head in a very weird, cute posture. Then his whole body curled up into a ball and rolled out, and stood up after jumping on the ground twice, with a pitiful and terrified expression on his face. The lovely Shangba III looked down at his severed right hand and the cotton that was seeping out. Tears of grievance flowed from the corners of his eyes, but at the same time he also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1026 Yang Hui's intervention is beyond the scope. How, really? Should I say she's worthy of it? Number 1 in unexpectedness. At this time, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam, Valkyrie Lucas and Full Armor Gundam joined together, and the 3 members of the Old Man is Very Handsome team all smiled awkwardly. At first, they all thought that Takasaka Chinana was just brought in to make up the numbers, and in fact, that was the case. But as the team competition progressed, all the players no longer thought so. First, the Bear Tyrant III, made by Takasaka Chinana, is the first and currently the only one that has completed the special setting from plastic model to plush doll. The flexibility and agility shown by Bear Tyrant III during the battle are completely not what a model should have. Just like a real plush toy that moves, it often performs some incredible operations, such as curling up and rolling like a ball just now, and even bounced a few times cutely. And, whose model has a vivid expression on its face? Question mark. Second, the workmanship of Bear Tyrant III is very high, which should also be related to Takasaka Chinana's expertise in handwork. Although the cotton ball of Bear Tyrant III has little destructive power, it is remembered by all the players and placed in the top few of the weapon threat list in their hearts. It is not for anything else, but because it is difficult to deal with. Don't look at the beam destroyer cannon of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam that swept it away, but it used a beam destroyer cannon. It is a powerful destructive weapon that ranks among the top in all Gundam series. Ordinary beam rifles and beam swords can't destroy the cotton ball of Bear Tyrant III at all. Once entangled, it is basically declared out. Third, Takasaka Chinana's operating skills are only at the beginner level. Even with Iori Makoto, Ryuji, and Yasuka Masao helping her practice, and after the brutal confrontation of the team competition, there is still no significant improvement. But, because of the special nature of Bear Tyrant III, she often makes unexpected operations at critical moments, and then, the situation is completely changed, the disadvantage becomes an advantage, and the defeat becomes a victory. For the above reasons, all contestants defaulted to the title of Kasaka Chinana, the number 1 in unexpectedness. So your target is Kasaka. Ling Si laughed. Yasuko Masao and Iori Makoto were very surprised that the opponent actually set the first target to be defeated on Kosuke Chinana. Unexpectedness is uncontrollable, so naturally she should be the first to leave. Since they have been seen through, Riccardo Fellini and the other two will not hide. Their plan is indeed to eliminate Kosuke Chinana and her, Bear Tyrant III, first in the shortest time. Yasuko Masao and Ling Si are both very strong, but their strength is public, and after research, they are predictable and controllable factors, but Kosuke Chinana, who can predict? Who knows what shocking things she will do in the next second? Therefore, sending away the number one in unexpectedness as soon as possible, and then defeating the Star Creation Strike Gundam and the Demon King Skull Gundam 3-2, is the basic tactic of the "old man is very handsome" team. Mr. Fellini, you call yourself a gentleman, isn't it bad to treat girls like this? Yasuka Shinsei Utwanted. This is slander, Yasuka, we are all warriors in battle, I respect Kosaka very much. Riccardo Fellini laughed and retorted. He is indeed a gentleman, but only outside of battle. The chat session ended, and both sides couldn't hold back. The Star Build Strike Gundam clenched the Build Iron Fist, and rushed forward. Bear Tyrant III made a detour from the side and continuously fired cotton balls for interference. The Demon King Skull Gundam held a wing in each hand to provide fire cover for the Star Build Strike Gundam and Bear Tyrant III. On the other side, the fully armored Gundam came to the front of the formation, erected a heavy shield to protect teammates and absorb more energy. The beam destruction gun of the new Phoenix Wing Gundam was connected, and the output power was adjusted to the most appropriate range to eliminate the influence of the cotton balls. The Valkyrie de Lucas made a detour. While the Dover gun fired, the high-power beam sword in his hand was ready to fire, waiting for the opportunity to give a fatal blow. Oh. Fellini. Come on. If you win, I'll admit that you're handsome. Ryuji, don't lose. Kill them. Glico, show your raging bull momentum. Come on. Yasuka. Kill them with a moonlight cannon. Come on, China-chan. Come on, China-chan. Scott. You, don't let China-chan win just because she's cute. The audience gave a warm cheer for the wonderful battle below, and their fans cheered for their favorite players. Well, China-chan has grown up too. Lau looked at China-chan to Kasuko, who was thinking about the battle seriously, and nodded in admiration. Thinking back to the past, China-chan to Kasuko only started to get in touch with models because she liked Makoto Iori. She made her first model and then followed Makoto Iori to form a team to participate in the World Model Battle Championship. To be frank, the reason why China-chan to Kasuko participated in the World Model Battle Championship and walked step by step to the finals was because she liked Makoto Iori and supported Makoto Iori. But Lara could see that Chinataka to Kasuko really enjoyed this model battle. This is the power of love. Iori Rinko looked at Chinataka to Kasuko, and she became more and more satisfied and liked her more and more. Her future daughter-in-law was gentle and lovely, talented in painting, virtuous, and very supportive of her son's hobbies and dreams. She wanted to take her and her son to register for the marriage certificate immediately. And the charm of model battles. Iori Takashi also liked Chinataka to Kasuko and supported her relationship with her son. Although he didn't know much, he also heard a lot from his wife. Iori Takashi knew why Chinataka to Kasuko got in touch with models and participated in the World Model Battle competition, but he could also see that Chinataka to Kasuko had changed from support to his own love. Chinataka-chan. I won't lose, come on. Ella Yukiya supported Chinataka to Kasuko, so she gave Chinataka the opportunity to fight side by side. But now, she admitted that she envied it. How happy it is to be able to fight side by side with a person you like. Chinataka to Kasuko's expression at this moment was happy, and happy from the bottom of her heart. It also made Ella Yukiya decide that next time, she must fight side by side with Ling Si, and the opponents, our Iori Makoto and Kosaka China. In the VIP audience, Yang Hui, Graham, Cruz, Wong and others were also watching the finals. Even Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams came. They did not participate in the team competition, but it did not prevent them from watching the game between their friends and best rivals. It's a mess. Fleet shook his head dissatisfiedly while watching the melee in the field. Yang Hui, pa. Ouch. Yang Hui, what are you doing? Fleet covered the back of his head in pain and glared at Yang Hui. The slap just now almost ripped his head off. Don't think I don't know that you are sick again. Yang Hui glanced at Fleet and scolded him angrily. A group of children, Why do you have so many requirements? I'm just being professional. Fleet argued. Professional. Pa. Ai wow. They are not us, why do they need to be so professional? Fighting. Yang Hui. I don't want to save face. Fleet was angry, there were outsiders present. You slapped me on the back of the head again and again, you really didn't give me any face. Brother, what face do you have in front of your brother? Yang Hui scolded. Well. Fleet continued to be humiliated, there was nothing he could do, although they were not relatives, but Yang Hui was really his brother, the suppression was too great and he couldn't fight. Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams were holding back their laughter and dared not speak out. Fleet also practiced with him, that's strict. I have nightmares just thinking about it, but the strict Fleet was repeatedly humiliated in front of Yang Hui, it really made people want to laugh. As for the content of the conversation, Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams were not the first time to hear such sensitive content, they had long been accustomed to it and developed a good habit of not saying or asking. Mr. Fleet, I think their tacit understanding is pretty good. Of course, Yuki Tetsuya would also express his own opinions instead of being a wooden stake next to him. Otherwise, why would he and Aaron Adams come to this VIP box? Wouldn't it be better to open another one next to him? If you have the opportunity to stay with these big guys, wouldn't you seize all opportunities to learn? Well. Fleet was about to start scolding, but when he felt Yang Hui's gaze, he shuddered and modified his words. Under the current time limit, the tacit understanding is still qualified, but that's all. The actions and cooperation between them are completely completed by tacit understanding, without any shadow of team tactics. Both teams are like this. Team tactics. Yuki Tetsuya became interested. This is what he wanted to learn. Starting from this session, the team competition will continue. Because of the rush of time, Yuki Tetsuya was unable to find suitable teammates for this session, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't want to participate. Before the next Model Battle World Championship begins, he will definitely look for suitable teammates everywhere, and then sign up for the next team competition. And team tactics. Of course, this kind of professional stuff must be learned. Well, squad tactics, the most basic, alternating cover, cross-positioning, diagonal insertion, tactical position change. Flit. When Flit was talking excitedly, Yang Hui suddenly interrupted Flit with a sharp shout. Being stopped by Yang Hui, Flit also stopped teaching and shut up obediently. Mr. Yang Hui. Yuki Tetsuya didn't understand. This was the first time that Yang Hui stopped him from learning new knowledge. These are not what you should learn. Yang Hui said to Yuki Tetsuya calmly. There are many types of squad tactics, but what Flit said has already involved the most professional military combat squad tactics. Yang Hui thinks that these things should not be taught to Yuki Tetsuya. On the one hand, Yuki Tetsuya's personality is not suitable, because the squad tactics used by the army are not so moral. The goal is to completely eliminate the opponent with the highest efficiency and the least casualties. This is the second generation of celebrity, and it is also the style that Yuki Tetsuya hates the most. On the other hand, why do they learn these things? Go to war? Just teach them some common basics that are suitable for model battle games. They can't learn anything too professional. After all, these tactics require not only rigorous training, but also actual application on the battlefield to master them. It's beyond their scope. Finally, I don't want to leave these things behind. If they are taken away by some people or organizations, it will be bad. Chapter 1027. The team competition finals ended and the champion and runner-up were born. I understand, Mr. Yang Hui. Yuki Tetsuya, like Nils Nelson, is an excellent young man. Excellent young people have a common quality, full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge about unknown things. But where is Yuki Tetsuya better than Nils Nelson? He knows when to stop. Yang Hui has clearly refused, so he will not break the casserole to ask the truth. Although curiosity and thirst for knowledge will drive him to explore the unknown truth, he will not ask like Nils Nelson, and will seek answers himself within limited conditions and capabilities. If the truth may be very shocking and the consequences of knowing it are very serious, he will take the initiative to give up the exploration. Yang Hui and others nodded with satisfaction at Yuki Tetsuya's attitude. After all, it is rare for an excellent young man like Yuki Tetsuya to achieve great achievements at a young age and be able to keep a stable mentality and not be arrogant. This little girl is so determined? Not bad. While chatting, the battle below also changed dramatically. Although the opponent's formation was separated by the Star Creation Strike Gundam, and there was also the firepower cover of the Demon King Skull Gundam, Takasaka Chinana's operation skills were indeed much worse than others. In the melee between the two sides, Bear Tyrant III was still targeted as a breakthrough point, and soon it was broken and about to lose its combat capability. But Riccardo Fellini and the other two obviously underestimated the threat of the unexpected number 1, and also obviously underestimated Takasaka Chinana's determination. The high power beam sword of the Valkyrie Darukas had penetrated the chest of Bear Tyrant III. After crying bitterly, Bear Tyrant III's face immediately turned into tearful determination. The cotton on the broken arm sprayed wildly, wrapping the Valkyrie Darukas and herself together, and then kicked the ground with both legs, and the thrusters behind it burst into flames, and rushed towards the direction of the Valkyrie Darukas' fully armored Gundam. No. Stop her. Riccardo Fellini, Grego and Scott were all dead. The current move of Bear Tyrant III was obviously a desperate self-destruction. According to the special setting of Bear Tyrant III, the destructive power caused by the self-destruction would not be too great, but it would definitely explode a lot of cotton threads. Takasaka China chose the full armored Gundam, because the absorption shield of the full armored Gundam was a huge restriction on the Star Creation Strike Gundam and the Demon King Skull Gundam. Once the full armored Gundam was entangled, it would be difficult to get out. At the same time, the Star Creation Strike Gundam and the Demon King Skull Gundam would be completely freed, and the balance of victory would be completely tilted. Fellini. Scott. Do it. Grego, who understood the current situation, shouted to his two teammates. The only way now was to sacrifice him and stop Takasaka China's conspiracy. Riccardo Fellini and Scott paused at the same time, then locked onto the Valkyrie Darukas who was entangled with Bear Tyrant III, and pulled the trigger. Swish. Two thick beams of light hit Valkyrie Darukas and Bear Tyrant III, at the same time, piercing through them. The flames of the explosion devoured them, and the cotton thread that erupted was burned to ashes. Not bad. What a pity. Takasaka China and Glico, who were eliminated, left the console with both hands at the same time. Glico breathed a sigh of relief, and Takasaka China regretted that his plan had failed. However, they adjusted their mentality at the same time, looked at their teammates, and sent encouraging eyes. During the battle, Riccardo Fellini and Scott also breathed a sigh of relief. Their first step of the plan was finally completed, eliminating the accidental number 1. But the price was also heavy. Glico and Valkyrie Darukas were also eliminated. The current situation is still 2-2. The Star Creation Strike Gundam and the Demon King Skull Gundam still maintain a high combat effectiveness. On their side, the most important absorption shield of the full armor Gundam has been lost. In terms of the situation, they have fallen into a disadvantage. Trouble, Scott, be careful. At this moment, the sturdy moonlight cannon suddenly penetrated the flames of the explosion and pointed directly at the fully armored Gundam. Damn it. Scott was startled and wanted to dodge, but with a mobile type of the fully armored Gundam, he could not dodge at all. He had no choice but to put up the remaining heavy shield in front of him, and then fully open the thrusters to stabilize his body and be blown away. Damn it. Don't even think about it. The cover of the flames had been shattered by the moonlight cannon, and the Demon King Skull Gundam also appeared in Riccardo Fellini's sight. The new Phoenix Wing Gundam immediately raised the beam destroyer cannon and locked the Demon King Skull Gundam. It didn't want to destroy it directly, but it must interrupt the continuous bombardment of the moonlight cannon. Don't forget I'm still here. Creation kick. Just as the beam destroyer cannon was about to roar, the interstellar Creation Strike Gundam fell from the sky, and the blue flying kick stabbed down like a sword. The new Phoenix Wing Gundam had to give up firing, retreated in a hurry, and raised the beam destroyer cannon to resist. Bang! The distance backed up was enough for the Phoenix Wing Gundam to escape the deadly threat, but the strongest weapon, the beam destroyer, was broken and had to be discarded. What? Before Riccardo Fellini could relax, the Star-built Strike Gundam actually used the Phoenix Wing Gundam as a stepping stone, kicked his legs hard, not only kicked the Phoenix Wing Gundam away, but also launched a surprise attack on the full armor Gundam. Damn it. The target is actually me. Look at me blocking. As soon as the power of the moonlight cannon weakened and disappeared, Scott saw the Star-built Strike Gundam running towards him, and immediately shifted the direction of the heavy shield. The double-mounted high-power beam gun in his right hand also began to charge. As long as he blocked this attack, he would immediately launch a counterattack. But, crack! The blue iron fist hit the heavy shield, but the expected perfect defense did not appear. Instead, the heavy shield was penetrated by the build iron fist and shattered. How is it possible? Scott was horrified. His heavy shield was a killer move specially prepared for build iron fist. He had successfully blocked it before, so why was it penetrated? With such doubts, Scott's vision was filled with pink light. When the Star Build Strike Gundam smashed the last heavy shield, his other hand had already drawn a beam sword at his waist, unsheathed and swept across, cutting the full armor Gundam in half. It's over. The screen dimmed, Scott and the full armor Gundam were out, and only Richard Fellini was left in the "Old Man is Very Handsome" team, while the Building Heart team had two strong generals, Ryuji and Yasuka Shinsei. Hey, Fellini, you are the only one left, do you want to surrender? The Star Build Strike Gundam and the Demon King Skull Gundam that caught up surrounded the new Phoenix Wing Gundam on the left and right, and Ryuji joked. Tisk, you really dare to say that? Obviously you are the one who doesn't want me to surrender the most. Richard Fellini replied to Ryuji with a wry smile, but soon burned with a fierce fighting spirit again. That's the way it should be. Shinsei. Understood. The Star Build Strike Gundam retracted its beam sword and clenched its fists. The Demon King Skull Gundam did not charge the Moonlight Cannon anymore. It held its two wings with both hands, which were red from the electric heat. The new Phoenix Wing Gundam also gave up its beam rifle, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Go! The Star Build Strike Gundam and the Demon King Skull Gundam launched at the same time, rushing towards the new Phoenix Wing Gundam from the left and the right. Caught in the huge danger of being attacked from both sides, the new Phoenix Wing Gundam was immediately embarrassed. It dodged and resisted at the same time. Riccardo Fellini burst out with unprecedented concentration, exerting unprecedented strength and tenacity, and tried his best to resist the fierce attacks of the two powerful enemies. But there was no chance to fight back. The new Phoenix Wing Gundam would only end in failure. Take at least one away. Riccardo Fellini did not want such a shameful defeat. He had already anticipated his own ending, so he simply gave up defense and took one away with all his might. He did it when he thought of it. The Phoenix Wing Gundam raised its shield, allowing the two electric knives of the Skeleton Devil Gundam to embed firmly into the shield. He swung his arm violently, letting the shield and the two knives be thrown out together. The beam sword was raised and pierced through the chest of the Demon Skeleton Gundam. What? Yasuka Shinsei was shocked. He didn't expect Riccardo Fellini to suddenly give up all defenses and take him out with him. However, Yasuka Shinsei soon smiled with relief, holding his hat and muttering, I really can't relax when fighting against you. You won, but we won. The moment the Phoenix Wing Gundam stabbed the beam sword into the Skeleton Devil Gundam, its back was unreservedly displayed to the Star Creation Strike Gundam, and the blue Creation Iron Fist also fell, sinking from the back of the Phoenix Wing Gundam and penetrating through the chest. Battle technique. Winner. Creation Heart, team. Oh. After the game, the teammates of both sides packed up their models and came to the center to shake hands in a friendly manner. I'm a little reluctant to lose this battle. China-chan is indeed the number one in unexpectedness. No matter how many defenses we have, we couldn't defend against her. Glico said regretfully. Thank you. China-chan. Takasaka thanked him embarrassedly. How dare you to set your first target on Takasaka? Ryuji and Yasuka Masao mocked the three old men without any hesitation. Nonsense. Number one in unexpectedness. I don't know how many players have died at her hands of unexpectedness. Haha, I made you underestimate Takasaka at the beginning. But you played very happily. We'll play again next time if we have a chance. Good. Pa. It was a very exciting game. Congratulations. After the game, Yang Hui walked to the center of the venue while clapping and presented trophies and medals to the two teams. Mr. Yang Hui. X7 ticket. This is the symbol of the championship. Congratulations to you, Irie, Yasuka, Ryuji, Takasaka. Yang Hui handed the gold trophy representing the championship to the four people and also brought them the medals representing the championship. Then it was the Old Man is Very Handsome team. The runner-up also had a trophy and medal, but it was a silver trophy. Like the champion, each person had a medal, on which their names and the model they used were engraved, and on the trophy was the name of their team, as well as their names and models. I won't say words of comfort, and you don't need them either. We lost this time, but we'll win back next time, Yang Hui said to Riccardo Fellini and the other two. As expected of Mr. Yang Hui, you really understand us. Riccardo Fellini, Gregor, and Scott smiled and gave a thumbs up. Yang Hui nodded and took the microphone from the staff. Team competition, the champion and runner-up are born. The champion is the Creative Heart team, and the runner-up is the Old Man is Very Handsome team. Congratulations to them. Oh. Pa 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 pa. Next. Boom boom boom. Yang Hui's speech was interrupted by a roar, and the entire venue shook. Chapter 1028 The Last Carnival. Damn it, why can't I connect? On the ground, the final of the team competition was in full swing. In the secret laboratory underground, 9-Bart had been here for more than a day. After a day and a night of research, he couldn't figure out the manganese stone and the Perovsky particle. The hacker system provided by the assistant couldn't help him hack into the database of PPSE and steal the information in it. And this was the cooperation agreement between him and the collaborator. He could do whatever he wanted with a manganese stone, but he had to give him the information in the core database. And, in the assistant's agreement, there was a very strange requirement, that is, at the scheduled time, if he still couldn't break through the firewall of PPSE, he was required to use the materialization system to connect to the system in the laboratory. There's no other way, I can only try. Although 9-Bart realized that this agreement was a fraud, he was locked up in the underground laboratory alone. The subsequent theft and transportation of manganese stone required the help of the assistant. Helplessly, he could only do it. Then, no. After 9-Bart activated the realization system and connected it to the system stored in the mansard, the realization system was no longer under his control. The output force was directly pulled to the highest level. At this time, 9-Bart's vision began to blur, and his brain was in pain as if it was pierced by thousands of steel needles. He wanted to forcibly take off the realization system helmet, but the moment he put it on, the locking system was activated, and it was firmly fastened on his head and could not be removed. Someone save me. As 9-Bart suffered, the orange light of the realization system became brighter and brighter, and the huge mansard also changed from azure light to golden light, and it became brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, and golden Perovsky particles sprayed wildly, filling the entire laboratory. As the concentration of golden Perovsky particles increased, golden crystals began to spread on the walls of the laboratory, more and more, and finally, shoo! In the tremor, the huge stone disappeared, along with 9-Bart, who was kneeling on the ground and had lost his self-consciousness. Next. Boom. Yang Hui's speech was interrupted by the roar, and the whole venue began to tremble. What's wrong? What happened? The sudden tremor made everyone at the scene flustered. Oh, no, not everyone. Yang Hui and the audience was not panicked at all, and Graham, Fleet, Wong and others in the VIP audience were the same. Not only were they not panicked, but they also had interesting smiles on their faces. Next. Let's start this year's Model Battle World Competition, the surprise Easter egg before the closing, and the last carnival. Yang Hui opened his arms and announced to all the players, the audience, and even the audience in front of the TV. The last carnival. Surprise Easter egg? What is that? What? It's an official event. Shit. What is that? After hearing Yang Hui's announcement, the panicked people relaxed a lot, but when they saw the following changes, they all cried out in surprise. The closed venue opened up the ceiling completely, and the warm sunshine descended on the earth, and the blue sky was in full view. At the same time, countless golden Perovsky particles continued to drift from the ground and the cracks, condensing into crystal clusters everywhere in the venue. At first, it was scary, but when you found that it couldn't hurt anyone at all, it was luxurious and gorgeous. At the same time, as the golden Perovsky particles became more and more, and the concentration became higher and higher, a large area from the center of the venue to the sky turned into the deep space of the universe. In the deep space of the universe, a huge cosmic fortress stood. The rules of the carnival are very simple. The core of the Perovsky particle is now in this cosmic fortress. Beva, Kong. Our company has specially invited Mr. 9-Bart, the director of the Private Research Institute, Flanagan Agency, to play the villain and wait for everyone in the core area of Bava, Kong. Dear audience members, there are small model battle systems under your seats, which can be activated through the device on the seat armrests. Every audience member can use their own model to participate. The goal is to break through the heavy blockade of Bava, Kong, break into the core area and defeat Mr. 9 Bart, who plays the villain. The main system of PPSC will score everyone's performance in the carnival, and according to the final evaluation score, you will receive luxurious rewards at different stages. Oh. Hearing the content of the carnival announced by Yang Hui, the audience was already shocked beyond words. This is a large-scale battle event that everyone can participate in, and it is a team collaboration to jointly conquer the Bava, Kong Fortress, just like an MMORPG game where multiple people can go online to play a copy. Finally, there are luxurious rewards. How can people not be excited? Therefore, after hearing Yang Hui's reminder, the audience immediately found the so-called device at the armrest of the seat, pressed the button, and their seats also changed dramatically. The distance between each seat and other seats became much larger, and the entire auditorium began to stretch out. One by one, small battle platforms stretched out from the bottom, connecting the entire venue. Many viewers couldn't hold back their excitement, put their models on the preparation platform, and started the battle system. Sure enough, their models moved under the wrapping of Perovsky particles and joined the cosmic battlefield in front. For the audience who didn't have their own models, PPSE company kindly prepared finished plane models for them, so that they would not be spectators throughout the whole process, and could also participate in the final carnival. But, not everyone was excited to participate in the carnival. For example, Yang Hui, what is going on? Why would that bastard? Ling Si questioned Yang Hui fiercely. Others didn't know what the Flanagan mechanism was, and didn't know who 9 Bart was, but Ling Si and the others knew that it was the person who controlled Liu and made her suffer. After Liu got rid of the control of the Flanagan mechanism, and 9 Bart, they never saw 9 Bart again. But now he suddenly appeared again and served as the villain of this carnival. It's not normal, very abnormal. And, this time the carnival started suddenly. They all felt that it was not as simple as a play activity. Huh? Aren't you going to join? Others have taken the lead. Yang Hui didn't explain, but urged them to join in quickly. Bawa. Space Fortress is not just a villain 9 Bart. Yang Hui also asked Luo, Billy Katagiri and other technical development departments and model production departments to prepare a lot of various primitive models to join this carnival as the villain army of drones. It is impossible to pass the level by relying on these ordinary spectators alone. As the strongest world-class players of this session and the protagonist team selected by crews, they must participate. Yang Hui. Speak clearly. What do you want to do? Ling Si continued to ask, and even began to get angry, and wanted to grab Yang Hui's collar. But Yang Hui made a move casually, grabbed Ling Si's outstretched hand, flicked it lightly, and then twisted Ling Si's hand behind his back. First, the carnival is the carnival, just for everyone's entertainment. Second, I don't need to explain to you what I do. Third, if you want to participate, participate. If you don't want to participate, leave. Yang Hui said very calmly, but this calmness made Ling Si, Irie Makoto and others feel a little cold, which they had never felt from Yang Hui. You bastard. Again, if you want to participate, then participate. If you don't want to participate, you can leave. Yang Hui let go of Ling Si, pushed him out, and then turned to leave, but before leaving, he reminded them, by the way, this battle platform can also be used. You don't have to go to the audience to find a seat to participate. After saying that, Yang Hui left without looking back, but when he left, he happened to meet contestants such as Nils Nelson, Yuki Tetsuya, and Lu Wang Dallara who ran from the contestant channel, as well as Irie Takashi, Irie Rinko, Ella Yukinen, Lao, Masters Henin and others who ran down from the audience. Yang Hui didn't say anything to them, smiled and nodded and walked past them. Although they all wanted to ask what happened, seeing Yang Hui's attitude, especially the aura that he exuded, they didn't dare to ask more, so they quickly ran to the center of the venue to ask others. This bastard, damn it! Ling Si roared angrily and punched the battle platform. Makoto. Ryuji, what happened? Irie Takashi ran over and asked directly. Mr. Yang Hui. Then, Irie Makoto told Irie Takashi the exact conversation between Yang Hui and them. Although I don't know what happened, but this is definitely not as simple as a carnival. Irie Takashi affirmed. The others also nodded in approval. They all noticed the problem. Ordinary audiences might be blinded by special prizes and large-scale entertainment activities, but they would never be. What should we do now? Yasuko Masao asked worriedly. Of course we should participate. Ryoji answered first and picked up the Star-Build Strike Gundam. He is obviously inviting us to participate. No matter what his purpose is, we can know the answer by participating and passing the level. Yes. XN hearing this, everyone nodded after a brief silence, but Riccardo Fellini, Glico and Scott, as well as Yasuko Masao and Kausuke China, were in a dilemma because their models had been destroyed in the previous game. I have extra spare models here, you can choose to use them. Chapter 1029. Thank you for your care all the time. Senior Yuki. Yuki Tetsuya also came. He also doubted the motive and purpose of this carnival. However, after seeing the expressions of Graham and others in the VIP audience, he knew that he could not get any answers. He and Ryoji thought the same thing. Maybe they could get the truth by participating, so he and Aaron Adams quickly took the Amazing Angel and went down to find Ryoji and others. At the same time, Yuki Tetsuya considered that the models of several people in the audience were damaged and could not participate, so he asked Aaron Adams to bring down other models made by the model-making department. Pick some. These are made by the model-making department of PPSE Company. The workmanship is good, you can use them. As he said, Aaron Adams opened a large suitcase, and one after another exquisite models appeared in front of everyone. This is a great help. Seeing this, Riccardo Fellini and others did not act pretentiously. They each chose a model they liked. Although none of them were as good as their own, the situation did not allow them to repair the models before participating in the carnival, so they could use them. Well, everyone, let's go. Yes. XN. After Yang Hui left the venue, he returned to the VIP audience seats and watched this final carnival with Graham and others. Okay, Cruz, the protagonists you selected have entered the venue. Yang Hui said to Cruz. Well, I know that the final curtain of this play has also begun. Please enjoy it. Can I tell the truth? Graham raised his hand and asked. Of course not. Cruz answered Graham sinisterly. He didn't need to think about it to know what Graham wanted to say. It was nothing more than that his script was too boring and he didn't want to read it unless he was allowed to enter the venue to play in person. But it's really boring. Cruz, then don't get involved. If you go, they won't have any reason to play. I hope they'll finish soon. Graham sighed. Watching this carnival was already the last activity. After the carnival, they had to leave. Although not leaving this world, but leaving the earth and this piece. By the way, Yang Hui, are you ready over there? Graham adjusted his mentality and asked Yang Hui. Whether it was the Model Battle World competition or this carnival, they were just games, but what was going to happen soon was the battle that Graham had been thinking about. Memphis. Commander, we're ready. The promise has been dropped on the back of the moon. Everyone's machines are all ready. Instead of answering this question himself, it's better to let Memphis answer Graham. Her answer is the most convincing. Hey, that's fine. Wait, I have another question, how do we get up there? Graham was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of a very critical question. The promise was hidden on the back of the moon. This world had no mass accelerator and no orbital elevator. How could they go to the universe to meet the promise? Transport plane. Yang Hui held his forehead and sighed. Did Graham really know nothing except Ms. driving and fighting? He even forgot the standard configuration of the Legion. Nowadays, large transport planes have long been able to break through the atmosphere alone, and are also equipped with GN particle storage cabins and Mirage parasol systems. Oh, I know this, but it's so obvious when breaking through the atmosphere, how to solve it. Graham tried his best to hide his embarrassment. He really forgot about it for a while. Find a place with fewer people, otherwise what should we do? Find another rocket to send us into space together. Forget it, anyway, this is your business to worry about, it has nothing to do with me. Yang Hui, how about we beat him up? Yang Hui suggested to Cruz and others. As soon as Yang Hui finished speaking, a sack was put over Graham's head, and he was put inside. Then the sack was quickly sealed, and he was pushed to the ground and kicked several times. Not participating. Kreutzer saw that everyone was staring at him with dead fish eyes, and was confused. The sack is already put on anyway. Yes. Although everyone was very shocked that Kreutzer, who was more of a swindler than a fighter, would be the first to put a sack on Graham, but he was right. The sack was already sealed. If they didn't take action now, when would they? Question mark. For a while, Yang Hui, Fleet and others lined up to kick the sack several times. When one person finished, he automatically lined up at the end of the line, completely ignoring the struggles and cries of the unknown things in the sack. Horizontal ellipsis. Below, more and more spectators joined the carnival, but facing the constant influx of computer drones from A. Bao, Sora, it was still a drop in the bucket, until, boom, a strong torrent of energy swept through, piercing through the dense army of computer drones like a wave, opening a clear passage. Ryuji. Mikoto. Go. Yasuko Masao, who had just fired the moonlight cannon at the X-Gundam, shouted to Irie Mikoto and Ryuji. Okay, X2 retracted the moonlight cannon, and Yasuko Masao immediately controlled the X-Gundam to meet up with the others, and together with them, they blocked the computer drones that intended to close the passage for Irie Mikoto, Ryuji, Ella Yukinen, and Yuyuki Tetsuya. Why is Mr. Yang Hui so crazy? So many drones, can they be eliminated? Riccardo Fellini, who was controlling the Wing Zero Gundam, had just used the Happy Spin cannon once to clear out the surrounding enemy aircraft, but found that the vacancy he had just cleared was filled up again after a while, and couldn't help but curse. Don't be distracted, Mr. Fellini. The sword energy slashed out one after another, cutting off countless computer drones in half, saving the Wing Zero Gundam that was about to be surrounded. The Sengoku Astray Gundam and the Wing Zero Gundam stood back to back. With this number, it has nothing to do with distraction or not, right? Riccardo Fellini couldn't help but complain. With so many enemy planes, whether they were distracted or not, they were surrounded in an airtight firepower network. Although it's the truth, it depends on the occasion. Nils Nelson complained unhappily. Haha, let's relieve the tension, and do it again. As soon as the voice fell, the Wing Zero Gundam launched the Happy Spinning Cannon again, and the Sengoku Astray Gundam protected the Wing Zero Gundam and resisted the attacks from both the upper and lower directions for him. Darling. Go. Irie Rinko, who had no knowledge of model fighting, cheered and encouraged Irie Takashi, who was already top-notch, with a springy face and bursting out several times the fighting power. But, Lar and Masters Henin, who were not far away, had a sudden drop in combat effectiveness. Lar had a crush on Irie Rinko, and Masters Henin was an LSP. Seeing the beauty cheering for the main character, the two of them could only be forced to eat dog food on the side, which was really unpleasant. The four-member team that broke into the interior was also blocked by heavy troops. If it weren't for the subsequent contestants such as Yasuka Shinsei who rushed into the fortress in time, they would have been beaten back. What should we do outside? Irie Mikoto asked Yasuka Shinsei while controlling the Genesis Gundam MKII to dodge the dense attacks. There were too many enemies in front. If they were surrounded by enemies from behind, they would be caught in a dangerous situation of being attacked from both sides. Don't worry, Mr. Irie, Mr. Lar and my master are leading the ordinary audience to resist those drones. We just need to keep moving forward. Yasuka Shinsei replied. Shinsei, open the way. Ling Si shouted. I can't do it. Idiot. Yasuka Shinsei cursed. This is just an ordinary X-Gundam. It's not my Demon King X-Gundam and Demon King Crossbow Gundam. The Moonlight Cannon needs microwave charging. Where does the microwave charging come from inside the base? Then what are you doing here? Yasuka Shinsei was speechless. If it wasn't for the wrong timing and he couldn't beat Ling Si, he would have punched him in the face. I came here with good intentions to help you, but you still despised me? Too much? However, the fact that X-Gundam can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. The beam destroyer cannon was unleashed, passing through the gaps between the crowd and blasting through the drone wall in front. At the same time, dozens of small floating cannons turned back and forth, pouring into the blasted gap, constantly roaring, strangling more drones. Ella. Don't stand there, move forward. Oh. After going through untold hardships, the masters finally killed through many obstacles and came to the core area of A, Bao, Kong and Met 9, Bart. It's just... I hate. Ryuji. Ella, betrayal. I hate. No one saw where 9 Bart was, but his hatred spread throughout the space through intermittent voices. A big Zam Delta head-on blow to everyone who entered the core area. The models of masters such as Glico and Scott were beaten into sieves without paying attention. They were broken and embarrassed and were eliminated. Be careful. It's Big Zam. Is this big guy the final boss? Watch me. I'll do it too. Dodging the dense firepower network of Big Zam, the Star Creation Strike Gundam and the Lady Sazabi made by Eradicate at the carnival fired at the same time, but the fatal shots only splashed a few ripples on Big Zam's body without causing any damage. This is it. Ryuji. Ella. Beam weapons are useless against Big Zam. It's covered with dye filled all over its body. While talking, Big Zam's tow missiles came, and Iori Makoto quickly controlled the Build Gundam MKII to dodge and shoot down all the missiles. Then, RG system activated. The blue light once again enveloped the interstellar Build Strike Gundam, passing through the dense firepower network and coming in front of Big Zam. I don't know what you're thinking, but take my move. Build Iron Fist. The blue fist sank into Big Zam's head, and a strong energy penetrated from top to bottom. Hate. Ella, why? Betrayal. Hate. Doctor. Although Big Zam stopped moving, Ninbart's voice did not stop. Ella Yukianen controlled the Lady Sazabi to slowly come in front of Big Zam, with a sad expression, not knowing what to do. Does Ella Yukianen really have no gratitude towards Ninbart? There must be. After all, it was Ninbart who brought her away from the hell of helplessness, and it was Ninbart who provided her with food and clothing. In addition to forced training and research assistance, Ninbart gave Ella Yukianen everything she wanted. Ella Yukianen thought, if Ninbart could listen to her more, not force her to do things she didn't like, force her to conduct experiments on the realization system, and finally not use the realization system to make her so miserable. Maybe Ella Yukianen would still treat him as a benefactor. Ella. Ling Si understood Ella Yukianen's complicated feelings. He had no intention of doing it for her. Instead, he gave up controlling the Star Strike Gundam and came to Ella Yukianen's side. Let's make a break. You owe him. You have already paid it back. Ling Si. Ella Yukianen stared at Ling Si blankly. His firm gaze gave her support and courage. Finally, his expression became firm and he pulled the trigger. Goodbye, Doctor. Thank you for your care all the time. Swish, the beam left the muzzle and pierced through Big Zam again. The sound did not stop. Ella Yukianen controlled the Lady Sazabi's floating gun and fired together with a beam rifle to completely destroy Big Zam until Ninbart's voice completely disappeared. Ling. The final boss Big Zam was defeated, and the Space Fortress A. Bava air attack invasion war was cleared. The carnival officially ended. I hope everyone had a good time. Oh. Chapter 1030. The path to truth is the path of terror. The final carnival ended successfully. Every participant not only had a lot of fun, but also received rich rewards. Even those who were eliminated by the computer drone just after joining received a free box of HG models of their choice, not to mention the others. And Ella Yukianen, who defeated the final boss, received a reward of 10 boxes of PG, 30 boxes of MG, and 50 boxes of HG models of her choice, and one chance. One chance? What does this mean? Not only Ella Yukianen, but also the top 20 participants in the final carnival received a special reward of one chance. But they didn't understand what it meant. There were some simple instructions on the exchange voucher, and this reward really didn't have any explanation at all. However, they soon found out, because the 20 people who received the one chance reward were gathered together under the leadership of the staff, and then an agreement was placed in front of them. Is this a confidentiality agreement? You must not disclose secrets for life. You will be punished for leaking secrets, up to the death penalty. What on earth does this mean? The chairman said that you have one chance, a chance to learn the truth, but if you want to use this chance, you must sign this confidentiality agreement. You can also choose not to sign, but the chance will be void and you will never have it again. The staff in charge of the scene said to everyone. What on earth does he mean? Where is he? Ling Si shouted in dissatisfaction. He originally suspected the purpose of this carnival and wanted Yang Hui to explain it. As a result, not only did he disappear, but he also made this scene, which made people even more confused. The chairman has already left. He will wait for you at the agreed place. Of course, he will only wait for you for one day. After 12 o'clock today, your chance will automatically be voided. The staff patiently explained to everyone. What should I do? Ling Si also knew that these people in front of him were all workers. Yang Hui really didn't want them to get any news in advance. No matter what they did, they would not be able to get any news. The 20 people present were all acquaintances, including Makoto Irie, Ryuji, Tetsuya Yuki, Aaron Adams, Elayuki Inen, China Takasaka, Masao Yasuka, Richard Fellini, Kira, Nils Nelson, Grigor, Scott, Julian Mackenzie, Tsuyoshi Irie, Lau, Masters Henin, Luwang Dallara, Carlos Caesar. The situation now is that no one knows whether to sign this confidentiality agreement, because the consequences of leaking the secrets are too serious, so serious that they can't afford it at all. So, some people gave up directly, closed the confidentiality agreement, and left directly. But there were only a few people, and most of them stayed, with tangled expressions, not daring to bear the consequences, but reluctant to miss this opportunity. In the end, Nils Nelson, Tetsuya Yuki and Aaron Adams were the first to sign their names on the last page of the confidentiality agreement. You signed it. XN. The people who wanted to sign but didn't dare to sign looked at the 3 people who had already signed in surprise. Well, I'm a scientific researcher. I can't control my curiosity about the truth that Mr. Yang Hui said. Nils Nelson said firmly. As for us, Yuki Tetsuya and Aaron Adams looked at each other and laughed. We should be the ones who know them best, right? The so-called truth may change my worldview, but I believe in Mr. Yang Hui and believe that they will not harm us. In the end, the people who stayed behind, one by one, firmed their expressions, signed their names, and chose to use this opportunity. Well, everyone, now that you have signed the confidentiality agreement, there is no room for regret. Please take a rest. We will send you to the designated departure point in a while. By the way, you can contact your family, because this trip will take a few days, but the chairman said that he will definitely ensure your safety, and you will go and come back safely. After the staff finished the final work, they took away their confidentiality agreements. Please wait a moment. Just as the staff was about to leave, Elayuki and couldn't help but call the staff. Excuse me, doctor. How is 9 Bart? Mr. Bart's brain nerves were severely damaged due to the influence of the materialization system, and he is now in a coma. We have arranged medical conditions for him, but he may never wake up. How could it be? Elayuki uncovered her mouth and stepped back, her body softened, and she fell into Ling Xi's arms. How could you do this? Ling Xi questioned the staff. I'm sorry, this is the chairman's arrangement, we are only responsible for execution, please meet the chairman for details, that's all. Wait? Without giving Ling Xi another chance to call him, the staff left the room. Damn it. Bang! Ling Xi slammed his fist on the table. It was really hard for him to accept that the last carnival was built on the sacrifice of someone, even if this person was not a good person. It hurt Elayuki Inen. Calm down, Ryuji. Irie Makoto pressed Ryuji's shoulder and persuaded him, when we meet Mr. Yang Hui, we will know what's going on. Calm down now. I know, but Ryuji really hates this feeling, the feeling of knowing nothing, being unable to know anything, and being able to sit and wait for death. But helplessly, the other party has made it very clear that they have no chance to withdraw, and they have made up their minds. The truth is right in front of them, and they can't give up. Ryuji also patiently calmed down and waited. Not long after, the staff member came back again and informed everyone that they could set off. However, what made everyone's heart rise again was that the staff only arranged for them to get on a bus, and the windows of this bus were two-way, so the outside could not see the inside, and the inside could not see the outside. Are you all here? The driver asked the staff. Everyone is here? Those who are not here can choose to give up. I don't know why, the staff's attitude towards this driver is very respectful. Well, you can go back, someone will contact you in the future, don't worry about work problems. The driver said to the staff. Yes, I understand. Then, the door closed, the driver started the bus and drove away. Ling Xi and others had no idea where their destination was. They couldn't see out the window. The driver said nothing. The fear brought by the unknown slowly invaded their hearts, until, after 4 or 5 hours of bus travel, the bus finally slowed down and stopped, but the driver did not open the door to let them get off. Instead, he warned them, remind you, after getting off the bus, no matter what you see, hear, or meet, before departure, you are not allowed to discuss with each other or make it public. Everything you are about to come into contact with is within the scope of the confidentiality agreement. Remember, get off the bus. What if we violate it? As an adult, Iori Takashi naturally had to take on the responsibility of leading the team, and his son and daughter-in-law were still in the team, so he couldn't retreat no matter how scared he was. It will be executed according to the content of the confidentiality agreement. The driver answered without hesitation. What you are doing is illegal, right? Lau also stood up, shoulder to shoulder with Iori Takashi, and even prepared to resist. Others also realized that something was wrong. It's not that they don't believe Yang Hui, but the abnormality of reality really makes them feel uneasy. It's no wonder. They are very familiar with Yang Hui, but they definitely don't trust him deeply. You are welcome to try to resist, but please think clearly about the consequences. The promise made by His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief will never be violated, including the consequences of violation. The driver answered everyone calmly, not caring about their resistance at all. As for breaking the law, in this world, there are no laws that we need to abide by. We only need to obey the orders of His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. Who are you? Lau asked the driver with a sullen face. He also saw that the driver was extraordinary. The slightly oppressive feeling he exuded made it difficult for him to think of resisting. His clenched fists loosened inadvertently, and sweat appeared on his back. When we get there, you will know that before we set off, all you need to do is obey. So now. As he spoke, the door of the bus opened and the driver made a gesture of invitation. Everyone, please get off the bus and follow the guidance. Iori Tsuyoshi stared at the driver for a few seconds, then looked at Lau and Masters Hanan. The three of them were the oldest among all the people, and they should take on this responsibility. The three looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and then got off the bus first. Seeing this, the others could only shut up and follow. Even Ling Si, who is the most impulsive, was holding Ella Yukianen's hand tightly at this moment and dared not say anything more, because he will be killed, he may really do it. Ling Si kept muttering in his heart. His sense of breath was the most sensitive among all people. When Iori Tsuyoshi asked the driver about the consequences of violating the rules, the murderous intent that was completely not something that humans could have, the fleeting murderous aura, was captured by Ling Si. Just a plain look made Ling Si dare not have any extra thoughts, only the fear of death. Ling Si. No matter what happens, don't leave my side. Okay, I got it. The group got off the bus and walked into a passage that led to nowhere. They kept walking and walking until they finally reached the exit. What is this? XN hurriedly walked out of the unknown passage, but the scene that came into their eyes surprised them. There was no danger as they had imagined, nor was there a secret base as they had imagined, but a spacious and luxurious room with magnificent decorations, expensive soft seats, a variety of drinks, books, magazines, and even video games. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1031, Coming to the Universe, Within the Scope of Authority. What on earth is going on? The group looked at the scene in front of them with difficulty. They really didn't know how to understand it. Just now, he was ready to attack them, but now he brought them to such a luxurious room. Could it be the last dinner? Please find a place to sit down. Another stranger who was different from the driver came in and said to them, "Who are you?" Iori Takashi stood up and asked. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that we will set off after making sure everyone is here. The journey will be a bit bumpy. If you don't want to get hurt, it's better to sit tight." You. Iori Takashi and Lau wanted to say something, but the driver just now also came, but he changed his clothes and wore the same uniform as the stranger. After careful observation, it can be seen that this is an unknown military uniform. The ranks of the two are also different from all the ranks they know, but the difference is not too big. It can be seen that one of them is a lieutenant and the other is a non-commissioned officer. Are all the people here? Everyone is here. We have confirmed the list. Those who didn't come have given up the opportunity. Okay, notify the cockpit, let's go. His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief and the generals are waiting for us. Yes. After the order was issued, the driver sergeant left, probably to convey the order. The strange lieutenant stayed and reminded everyone again, then sat quietly in an empty seat and fastened himself with a seat belt. At this time, Iori Takashi and others also knew that they could not get any answers from them. They had already boarded the pirate ship, so they could only act according to the instructions of the other party. They found an empty seat and sat down, fastened their seat belts, and nervously waited for the so-called departure. Not long after, the captain's notice came from the cabin, reminding everyone to sit down and fasten their seat belts. They were about to set off, and then they felt themselves starting to move slowly. Just when everyone was wondering if they were sitting on some kind of plane, the speed suddenly increased, pressing everyone tightly against the seat backs. The strong sense of oppression made it difficult for them to even breathe for a while. Not long after, not only did the speed not slow down, but it even got faster and faster, and the vibration became more and more intense. But it soon became slight, or even disappeared completely, and the flight returned to a stable state. And there was one more thing that shocked them all. We are in the universe. Although they were still fixed in their seats, the feeling of losing the restriction of gravity was still very clear. Okay, we have entered the stable navigation phase. Everyone can unbuckle their seat belts. We still have 3 hours to reach the designated location, and everyone can enjoy everything in the cabin. At this time, the strange lieutenant spoke again, and he had unbuckled his seat belt and floated in the cabin, allowing them to confirm that they were in the universe. Nils Nelson was the most impatient, and immediately unbuckled his seat belt and let himself float up. He could not feel the gravity, and his heart was extremely shocked. Universe. Are we really in the universe? As he spoke, Nils Nelson keenly discovered that there were grooves evenly distributed on the walls of the cabin. He judged that they were viewing windows. Excuse me, can you open them so that we can see outside? Yes, the commander-in-chief has said that as long as you do not violate the treaty in the agreement, we will do our best to meet your needs before arriving at the destination. After that, the strange lieutenant came to the cabin door and clicked a few times on the terminal. The sun visor that was originally integrated with the wall slowly rose, revealing the scenery outside the cabin. Really? It's really the universe. Is this the Earth? So beautiful. We are actually sitting on a spaceship? And we have come to the universe. As the viewing window opened, everyone came over to appreciate the magnificent scenery outside the window. Earth. That's the Earth. That beautiful aqua blue planet is the Earth. And they have now left the Earth and come to the universe that is just a fantasy in the hearts of most people. This is what a dream. Question mark. You said, you will try your best to meet our requirements, including asking questions. Although Irie Tsuyoshi, Lal and Masters Hanan were also shocked by the shocking truth, they regained their minds faster than others. Although the other party's attitude improved a lot after they came to the universe, this could not completely eliminate their doubts. Within a limited scope, the lieutenant answered calmly. The order Yang Hui gave them at the beginning included answering questions, but it also clearly stated that within the scope of the lieutenant's authority, they could answer, but beyond his authority, they were not allowed to answer, including but not limited to the existence of the Promise Fortress and the true identity of the Promise Legion. Perhaps after they arrived at the Promise, Yang Hui would tell them these questions within a certain scope, but he was only a lieutenant and did not have the qualifications. Who are you? Irie Tsuyoshi nodded and asked. Sorry, it's not within my authority. What do you want to do? Complete the mission, but our mission is to take a vacation. As long as we don't destroy this world, we can have fun as we want. This is an answer they can give. Mission? Vacation? Destroy the world. Irie Takashi, Lao, and Masters Hanan were unable to connect these three unrelated words together. Why did you take us to the universe? Irie Takashi continued to ask. This is the order of His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. You are all people who seek the truth. We are about to leave. His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief is willing to give you this opportunity to let you know the truth and let you sign a confidentiality agreement. After signing, he will take a tough attitude towards you. This is not only for your own safety, but also for the peace of this world to be maintained forever. Not only Irie Takashi, Lao, and Masters Hanan were silent, but even Irie Makoto and others who were obsessed with the wonders of the universe found it difficult to accept this statement. It actually involved their own safety and the peace of the world. It was too heavy. You are soldiers, right? Where are you from? Lao asked the doubts that had always existed in his heart. The first question, yes. The second question is not within my authority. Mr. Yang Hui, is he your leader? Irie Takashi asked. It's the Commander-in-Chief. The strange lieutenant suddenly replied to Irie Takashi with a sullen face. Please don't describe us as some shady little organization. The identity and status of the commander-in-chief cannot be compared to those dirty maggots. Sorry, I used the wrong words. Irie Takashi felt a cold breath emanating from the other party. He was really angry because he used the wrong metaphor, which shows how high Yang Hui's status is in the other party's heart. Just this once, I would like to remind you that the commander-in-chief is not someone who can be insulted by anyone, and the generals. The commander-in-chief and the generals may not care, but, as subordinates, you can't not care. I see, thank you for the reminder. Irie Takashi understood, and thought of Ling Si in his heart. He decided to have a good talk with Ling Si before arriving. After all, they were in the unfamiliar environment of the universe, and they would be in the other party's territory later. With Ling Si's temper, he would definitely be impulsive when he saw Yang Hui. Irie Takashi couldn't let Ling Si affect the safety of all of them. Any more questions? I want to ask, does PPSC already have the ability to build a spaceship that can break through the atmosphere alone? Is it an in-depth development of the Perovsky particles? Why hide it? The questioning session of Irie Takashi, Lal and Masters Hanan ended, and Nils Nelson started again, and it was a question he had been concerned about since the beginning. PPSE can't do this, and it's not an in-depth development of the Perovsky particles. As for the last question, it's not within my authority. It's not PPSE? Is it technology from another world? Nils Nelson asked. Impossible. Before the strange lieutenant could answer, Ryuji answered first. Although he didn't know many things about the modern world, he still knew the concepts of the universe and spaceships. He was the prince of the Aryan kingdom in another world. How could he not know the situation in another world? In terms of technological level, the technological level of another world is just like the medieval period of the modern world. At most, there are some special products that are biased towards magic, such as Mangstone. It was also Yang Hui's arrival that caused a technological explosion in the other world, but it was not as good as the technological level of the modern world. If even the technological level of the modern world can't do it, how can the other world have it? Then, where did this technology come from? Even the most advanced technology in the world must rely on rockets to break through the atmosphere. Nils Nelson was caught up in a complex train of thought, constantly repeating that it was impossible, proposing various hypotheses and then overturning them, falling into an endless cycle. Okay, Nils. Nils Nelson's chattering made everyone a little irritated, and Riccardo Fellini pressed his shoulder and interrupted his thinking. You'll know when the time comes, no need to think so much now. Okay, I understand. Everyone, do you have any more questions? Seeing that no one continued to ask questions, the strange lieutenant asked politely. One more question. Ling Si raised his hand. He also had a question in mind. Yang Hui is waiting for us at the destination, right? Yes, His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief is waiting for you at the destination. Can I beat him up? This was Ling Si's ideal since he was a child, that is, to beat Yang Hui up, because Yang Hui had bullied him since he was a child, because Yang Hui always kept people on edge. Of course, no. The strange lieutenant raised his lips, and his smile became more and more playful. First, we will subdue you before you meet the Commander-in-Chief, or even kill you on the spot. Gulu. XN did not emit murderous intent, but his words were full of murderous intent. Second, you can't be a match for the Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 1032 as the Commander-in-Chief. The doubts were not fully answered, and everyone was still worried. No matter how luxurious the facilities were, they could not enjoy them. They just found a seat and waited in groups of 3 or 4 to reach the destination. They could not even find a topic to talk about. Until... Look! What is that? Yasuko Masao's exclamation attracted everyone's attention, and everyone rushed to the window to watch the scene outside the cabin. They were all stunned and terrified. Could this be? Macros battleship, a real Macros battleship, a 1,600-meter class Macros battleship. But, how is it possible? How can this be true? They had been shocked once when they boarded the spaceship, and the second time when they approached the moon, but the tremor now was incomparable to the previous 2 times combined. The fantasy that only appeared in movies and TV shows and would not be realized in the next 100, 500, or even 1,000 years, now truly appeared in front of them. The huge ship, the ferocious gun muzzle, and the majestic figure made it difficult for these boys who like to fight models to take their eyes off and calm down. That is, the real Ms. As the shuttle got closer and closer to the promise, The blurry moving dots that could only be seen vaguely before also showed their true appearance. The two Ms approached the shuttle, and the guards moved forward together. Following the instructions, they slowly drove into the interior of the Macros battleship until they stopped steadily. "Everyone, we have arrived at the final destination. His Excellency the Chief of Staff and others are waiting for you. Please get off the plane." The strange lieutenant opened the hatch and invited everyone to get off the shuttle. Everyone was heavy-hearted. While they were so excited that they couldn't help themselves, they also regretted it. This truth, is it really something their young shoulders can bear? After a moment of hesitation, he still raised his heavy footsteps and walked towards the shuttle's hatch. Since they were here and had seen everything, they had no way out. When he got off the shuttle, he saw familiar people. Ms. Wang, Ms. Wang Liumeng, and Ms. Lakis. Ms. Shirley. That's right, it was the team led by Wang and Wang Liumeng who greeted them. Except for Yulin, Sima and Bakalulu, all of Yang Hui's wives were present, including Cornelia and Cece, who were also Ms. pilots. They couldn't participate in the duel that was about to take place, and were just spectators. Yulin and Sima were both T0 level pilots, so they naturally had to participate, and Bakalulu was the captain of the Promise, so she was naturally in charge of the bridge at this time. Let me introduce myself again, the Chief of Staff of the Promise Corps, Wang Li Noriega. Welcome everyone to the Promise. Wang reintroduced himself. Promise Corps General Logistics Director, Wang Liumeng. Promise Corps 3rd Fleet Commander-in-Chief, Malu Lamias. Promise Corps Political Department Director and Songstress, Lakis Klein. They were not too familiar with the people present, but Yang Hui had explained before that since they were here, they didn't have to worry about their identities and confidentiality. This Promise Corps, is it real? Everyone's brains were already difficult to function. They had always believed that the Promise Corps was just a group of powerful model fighters recruited by PPSE Company, just like participating in entertainment-type Legion battles, and now, the other party was using real guys. Yes, come with me, I'll take you to the place you want to go most. Wang didn't delay. The world mission had been completed. The Promise Corps could only stay in this world for a week. A lot of time had been wasted since they set out. They had to finish the last thing quickly and return quickly. Some members couldn't wait any longer. Everyone's brains really couldn't quickly recover their thinking ability. After hearing Wang's instructions, they followed Wang and others and walked towards the interior of the Promise. Ms. Wang, where are you going to take us? Halfway through the journey, Iori Takashi was the first to regain his composure and immediately asked Wang. Of course it's this battleship, the place you are most interested in. Wang smiled meaningfully. We are most interested in the hangar. Iori Takashi immediately thought of the hangar of the Promise. The authenticity of this battleship really shocked them, but if they were to say what they were most interested in, it must be the hangar, because the hangar is where the machine bodies are stored. Since both the Macros battleship and the real Ms exist, then Yang Hui and other special machines? In addition to the standard Ms, there is nothing wrong with the existence of special machines, right? Yes. Wang nodded and took them to the hangar quickly. After entering the hangar, Iori Takashi and others' eyes were straight, and a series of exquisite and gorgeous real Ms stood in front of them. They are real Ms. Real Ms. They are all special suits. That's Dawn Gundam. And Mr. Graham's Flag Gundam. That's Gundam ELS. That's Freedom and Justice, but it's different from Strike Freedom and Infinite Justice. Their eyes swept over one familiar yet unfamiliar machine after another. Their eyes were shining, and they wanted to go over and touch them, but they didn't dare. It seems that some people have given up. At this time, a familiar voice sounded behind the crowd, attracting their attention. Mr. Yang Hui. XN, you bastard. The moment Ling Si saw Yang Hui, he clenched his fists and wanted to rush forward, but when he recalled what the strange lieutenant told him on the shuttle, and Iori Takashi's private advice to him, he silently put his fists down. Yo? Have you changed your personality? Yang Hui was a little surprised. He was ready for Ling Si to rush over, but the other party actually held back, which made him feel regretful. Tisk. So, can I know your true identity? Ling Si turned his head and asked Yang Hui unhappily. Of course, the commander of the Promise Fortress, the commander-in-chief of the Promise Corps, Yang Hui, from. When introducing his origin, he paused, looked at Wang, Wang Lianmei and Katie, and smiled knowingly, from the Gundam world. What do you mean? XN They were mentally prepared for the previous introduction, but the last sentence made them stunned again. It's also a different world. Nils Nelson was the first to react. He knew that the different world existed. I guess so. Yang Hui shrugged. There are differences between different worlds. The world where the Aryan Kingdom is located is a different world for the modern world, but if you expand your horizons, these two worlds are actually the same world, while the Gundam world is a completely different and unrelated world. Mr. Yang Hui, what is the Promise Fortress? What is the Promise Core? Why do you exist? Nils Nelson asked. This was the truth he had been pursuing after learning the truth about the Perovsky particles. In general, it is. Then, Yang Hui told everyone about the existence of the Promise Fortress, the Promise Core, the existence of other worlds, their missions, and their responsibilities. Mr. Yang Hui, so, you invited us here, are you planning to recruit us? Yuki Tetsuya asked with a serious expression. In Yang Hui's previous narration, Yuki Tetsuya analyzed that Yang Hui asked them to understand the truth for only this one purpose. No, I don't intend to recruit any of you. Even if you are willing, I will not accept it. This world and Promise Fortress will not be connected to this world. Then why do you? Our road is a sure road where we can't turn back or stop. It is full of cruelty and darkness. Every world we have experienced is as dilapidated as you have seen in film and television works. This world is peaceful. In our eyes, it is like a paradise, stable, peaceful, happy, and perfect. No one wants to destroy it, nor do they want it to be destroyed by any factors. And you, model fighters, love fighting, passion and blood, but in our eyes, you are just children who love to play. After all, you love toys and games. Hearing this, Iritsuyoshi and others bowed their heads and said nothing, clenched their fists, gritted their teeth. If it were before, they would refute Yang Hui, but now, they can't open their mouths. Fighting and war are things that make your blood boil, but you don't understand at all what a real fight is, what a real war is. The essence of fighting is only killing and being killed. No matter how high-sounding the reasons are, they cannot cover up this bloody fact. War is a real meat grinder. You can't imagine the pain of losing the bodies of your companions who were chatting and laughing together in the last second. Countless people die every minute and every second. You don't understand, and you don't need to understand, so, just stay in this world and enjoy this peaceful life. Then why did you tell us the truth? If you told us the truth, we would not be able to see everything in the past with peace of mind as before. Tetsuya Yuki questioned Yang Hui. Of course you can. Yang Hui grinned and explained the reason for doing so. You can enjoy a peaceful life, maybe it's the result of our hard work. If the hard work has paid off, it's worth it, but you don't accept this reward? Do you want our hard work to be in vain? Of course not. I don't want to be a hero, no one wants to be a hero, and no one cares whether the world will remember us, but, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Promise Corps, I have to care about their indifference and fulfill their indifference. There is no need for monuments, no epics, only. As he said, Yang Hui turned and looked at Iritsuyoshi and others, with a soft and resolute face. We don't know when we may be gone, but I need someone to remember that there is such a group of people, fighting in an unknown place, fighting for you and them, instead of being wiped out in the long river of history. At the same time, I hope you can remember a truth. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, but someone is carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. Chapter 1033, burst out with all your strength, showing no mercy. Yang Hui's words were like thunders exploding in their hearts, telling them the thinness of their ideals, the cruelty of reality, and how heavy the responsibility they had to bear was. I understand, Mr. Yang Hui, thank you for trusting me so much. Yuki Tetsuya took the lead, and everyone bowed to Yang Hui, Wang and others, and even all the members of the Promise Corps. I will remember it for the rest of my life, Mr. Yang Hui, not only myself, but also my descendants, and my descendants' descendants. I will pass on this nameless epic. Well, keep going. Yang Hui patted Yuki Tetsuya on the shoulder, handed a file bag to Yuki Tetsuya, and then handed another file bag to Nils Nelson. What is this? The share transfer agreement of PPSC held by the Promise Corps has been signed for you. From now on, PPSC is yours, Tetsuya. Although it is useless to me, I hope you can follow your ideas and follow your path to develop PPSE. Yang Hui chose 3 heirs in total, to inherit 3 aspects of the legacy. The first one was Yuki Tetsuya. Yang Hui left PPSE to him. Models and model battles are the core of this world. Instead of letting Yajima Enterprise take over and start over, it is better to give it to Yuki Tetsuya and let PPSE be preserved to continue promoting models and model battles. And your copy is the research data of Mangstone and Perevsky particles. You can stay at PPSE to help Tetsuya, or you can take this data back to Yajima Enterprises to continue research. You decide what the future holds. Also, the relevant data of the other world and the technology of the other world connection channel. I have a request for you. After we leave, complete the connection between the modern world and the other world as soon as possible. Nils Nelson was the second one. Yang Hui gave him the research data of Perevsky particles, the relevant information of the other world, and even the task of connecting the 2 worlds. He believed that this young genius knew how to do it. Finally, it's you, Lingxi. Go back and tell your father that the position of honorary Grand Duke is a bit cheap. I don't want it anymore, and tell him not to always think about me going back to help him manage the country. Tisk, you bastard. Lingxi didn't dare to look at Yang Hui. He knew that this was Yang Hui's final explanation to them. Although Yang Hui was really annoying, he couldn't bear to let him go. Oh, and remember to cooperate with Nils to complete the connection between the 2 worlds. This is what your father and the others have been looking forward to day and night. I know. You keep talking so much, will you ever stop? Seeing Lingxi's arrogance, Yang Hui shrugged and smiled. Lingxi was very thin-skinned, so he didn't expose him. Mr. Yang Hui, your clothes. Iritsuyoshi asked after seeing that Yang Hui had finished speaking. Everyone else on the ship was wearing the same military uniform, but the styles were different due to different divisions of labor, but Yang Hui was wearing a pilot's suit. This. Are you not finished talking yet? At this moment, in the shocked eyes of Iritsuyoshi and the others, Graham, Fleet, Yolan, SM, Setsuna, the Dylandi brothers, Aleloja, T-Iria, Kira, Aslan, all T0 level pilots appeared one after another, and everyone was wearing a pilot's suit. Right away, there won't be any delay. Graham and the others smiled knowingly, waved to Irie Takashi and the others as a greeting, then found their own machines, sat in the cockpit, and began to adjust the machine status. Are you guys having a fight? Irie Takashi suddenly worried. Alice, there's nothing I can do. I was affected by your enthusiasm and bored for too long, so I felt itchy and planned to have a fight before I left. Yang Hui shrugged, and his frivolous words made everyone a little embarrassed. But isn't this very dangerous? After all, it's a real machine participating in the battle. Don't worry about it. The machine is equipped with a fixed-point escape device. After setting the coordinates, the pilot will be teleported when he is in mortal danger. There will be no danger. Teleport. Isn't that invincible? Everyone exclaimed. In their opinion, with this black technology, the Promise Corps is an unkillable existence. But, hearing the word invincible, Yang Hui, Wang Liumei, the members of the Promise Corps present, their smiles disappeared. Yes, in theory it is invincible, at least it is an absolute life-saving artifact, but in the last battle, they lost 1/3 of their companions. Why? Because they all set the coordinates of the transmission on their respective warships, so that they can immediately replace the spare body to attack and continue to participate in the battle. But Ms. can use this technology, but the warship cannot. As a result, the breath of Snake King swept away Ms. warships, and even the islands of the colonial fleet in an instant, leaving no chance at all. How can there be invincibility? What is true invincibility? Yang Hui did not say anything, and floated towards his own body past Irie Takashi and his group, and told Wang, take them to the bridge. Understood, everyone, let's go. Irie Takashi and others did not know if they had said the wrong thing. They could feel that the atmosphere around them had changed, and they did not dare to ask any more questions. They followed Wang and others obediently and came to the bridge. Arriving at the bridge, they saw Baki Lulu sitting in the captain's seat. She nodded to them and immediately returned to her command work. Although it was not a formal battle, she was still responsible for clearing the duel venue, as well as observing and patrolling the surrounding environment. Each area must be cleared. The shielding system has been deployed, and all equipment that may observe the battle is under control. All aircraft are ready, and the attack program is ready. Well, send the battle partition to each aircraft, enter the attack program in turn, and go to their respective areas. Understood. Great, so awesome. The real Ms. battle has not yet begun, but Airi Takashi and others have been shocked. It was just a simple report from the people in the bridge, and Baki Lu issued a simple order, which also showed the toughness and iron-blooded momentum of the excellent army to the fullest. Then, on the big screen of the bridge, Yang Hui and others wearing driving suits and helmets, sitting in the cockpit, appeared one by one. The attack program is ready, the electromagnetic catapult is fully charged. Dawn Gundam, please attack. Understood. Yang Hui, Dawn Gundam, is going to attack. Flag Gundam, please attack. Yang Hui and others drove their own machines to attack, heading to the designated area, waiting for their opponents to arrive, watching the entire attack process with their own eyes, and the real Ms. floating in the universe. Airi Takashi and others couldn't help but exclaim, but considering that this was a real battleship bridge, they quickly covered their mouths to prevent themselves from disturbing them. All machines have arrived at the designated area, and the high-definition optical cameras are in place, ready to start at any time. Very good, all areas are put on the main screen and split screen respectively. The main screen and split screen of the bridge played the situation of each area respectively. Each area had two dedicated machines, standing opposite each other. Neither of them took action, but just quietly facing their opponents, and the main screen showed Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam, just like the scene of two models at the carnival, but the models were replaced by real Ms. How long has it been? Have you not fought a real Ms.? Graham asked Yang Hui, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, his whole body trembling. I haven't counted, but it's been a few hundred years. Yang Hui's body was also trembling, with a fanatical smile on his face that didn't quite match his cautious character. This time it's a real mobile suit, don't I? I'll return this sentence to you intact. I'm an A level, you're a B level jerk. Graham. Kill you. Begin. Just in time, Bujalulu's instructions came, and all the duels officially began. All the machines moved at once, launching a fierce attack on their opponents. Flag Gundam transformed into a fighter and rushed towards Dawn Gundam at the fastest speed, while firing a volley of micro-missiles all over its body, just like a replica of a model battle. But Yang Hui, sitting in Dawn Gundam, was no longer restrained. At the first moment, GN particles were sprayed crazily, his eyes closed, and then opened, colorful streams of light flowed in his eyes, the fiery smile disappeared, and was replaced by a calm face. Transam. Without hesitation, Dawn Gundam directly activated the Transam system, dragging a long red after image back and forth, appearing here in an instant, and there again in the next second, with the golden light waving around, and the star-like light pinched the missile group that was covering it, and all of them were accurately detonated. The next second, the red after image passed by the speeding Flag Gundam, the sword light flashed, and the left wing of Flag Gundam, and the mounted quantum reaction cannon left the body. You are really merciless, but this is the right way. Transam. In a face-to-face encounter, Dawn Gundam caused damage to Flag Gundam. Graham was not nervous or afraid, but his fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. He shouted excitedly and responded to Yang Hui with Transam. For a moment, dense sharp silk threads attacked from all directions, entangled and cut, and the gaps were mixed with golden bits, blocking all the retreat routes of Flag Gundam. Graham never knew what it meant to sit and wait for death. Flag Gundam instantly transformed into Ms. form, and the whole body burst into firepower. As Flag Gundam rotated on the spot, the barrage formed a circle, sweeping away all the incoming beams and bits, and then immediately transformed into fighter form, choosing a direction to rush out. However, at the moment when the Flag Gundam rushed out of the flames, Graham's pupils constricted, and the sharp sword wrapped in GN particles was right in front of him. The dazzling cold light stung Graham's skin and also stung his soul. Chapter 1034 Talent Awakening. Graham promoted to A class. At this moment, Graham felt that time had slowed down. He watched the Dawn Gundam swing its sword towards him, about to cut him off along with the Flag Gundam. His brain completely lost the ability to think, and his body could not react at all. For a moment, Graham's eyes lost their luster, his pupils dissipated, and there was no consciousness left. Under the special state of slowing down time, the body that could not move moved, although it was a very small amplitude that could not change anything. But the movement became larger and more intense. The joystick was pushed, the pedals were stepped on, and the flag Gundam also began to adjust its posture, with the fuselage slightly shifted. Swish. Huh? Yang Hui, who was in an absolutely rational state, had his eyes fluctuating and his brows slightly frowned. The previous attack was a one-hit kill opportunity calculated by his talent, zero-time difference calculation. He opened fire at full power while spinning in place, sweeping away all the attacks that came, and then chose a direction to break through. All of this was within Yang Hui's calculations. Yang Hui also calculated the direction of the flag Gundam's breakout. The moment the flag Gundam rushed out of the flames, the Dawn Gundam's sharp sword had already fallen, and Graham would not have any chance to react. But just now, as if time had stopped, the flag Gundam's position suddenly changed. It failed to completely dodge the Dawn Gundam's slash, but it avoided the fatal blow at the cost of the left rear half. After the flag Gundam dodged the fatal blow, it flew a distance and turned back into Ms. form. The area just cut by the Dawn Gundam caused the flag Gundam's backpack and left leg to be lost, and the backpack was severely damaged and could only be abandoned. Only the flag Gundam was left and could no longer transform into a fighter. But Graham didn't care about these. What he cared about was the special state just now. He had no memory of that period of time just now. He only knew that he looked at the sword blade that was getting closer and closer, and then he lost consciousness. When he came to his senses, he had successfully dodged the Dawn Gundam's slash. Could this be my... Damn it. Yang Hui. Graham guessed that what he had just done should be his talent, but it was not entirely a talent, or it had not yet fully awakened, and it was the same stage as Yang Hui's previous stage when he almost burned his brain, and he was still one step away from the final blow. But the Dawn Gundam did not give Graham a chance to think at all. Two thick purple-red cannons attacked, forcing the flag Gundam to dodge immediately, and its body jumped out of the gap between the two quantum reaction cannons in a strange posture, but the aftermath of the energy still twisted the remaining leg of the flag Gundam, making the already dilapidated flag Gundam even worse. We are opponents now. The plain words came into Graham's ears. Also, opponents. Graham smiled bitterly and shook his head, then shouted excitedly, and the flag Gundam burst into flames behind it, and rushed towards the Dawn Gundam, again, holding the surviving quantum reaction cannon in one hand and pulling out the physical sword at his waist with the other. At the moment when the flag Gundam launched its charge, the overwhelming beams and bits once again surrounded the flag Gundam. Boom! The quantum reaction cannon burst out with power, not only blasting a huge gap in the Dawn Gundam's fire blockade, but also pointing to the location of the Dawn Gundam and piercing it. However, all this was within Yang Hui's calculations. The quantum reaction cannon only hit the afterimage left by the Transam. The real Dawn Gundam had moved sideways for a distance and continued to suppress the flag Gundam with high-intensity firepower in an attempt to swallow it up. It's not over yet. With Graham's roar, the flag Gundam's movements became erratic. In the calculation results of the zero-time difference algorithm, it was as flexible as a fish, freely wandering, shuttling back and forth, and pressing the Dawn Gundam, step by step. Not enough. Yang Hui watched all this happen indifferently, and did not show any mercy. As he said before, he and Graham were not companions at this moment, but opponents who were fighting to the death. At this time, the flag Gundam had already rushed to the front of the Dawn Gundam, and the sharp sword in its hand chopped it down fiercely. The Dawn Gundam calmly raised the quantum reaction cannon in its left hand and easily blocked the flag Gundam's slash with a blade on the quantum reaction cannon. At the same time, the quantum reaction cannon in the right hand was raised and pressed against the abdomen of the flag Gundam, which was also the location of the cockpit. It's over, Graham. The finger pulled the trigger, and the purple-red energy torrent burst out again, but to Yang Hui's surprise, the flag Gundam's posture actually shifted slightly again. Although the body was distorted by the aftermath of the energy, it was also a world of difference from being directly destroyed. Ha, I really want to grab this feeling. At this moment, the cockpit of the flag Gundam has been deformed. The place distorted by the energy aftermath is exactly where the cockpit is located. Not only the armor is distorted, The frame is distorted, and even the cockpit has been seriously deformed. If it weren't for the fact that every machine in the Promise Core would specially strengthen the frame strength and protection capabilities of the cockpit, the energy aftermath of the quantum reaction cannon would be enough to directly twist the cockpit into a pile of scrap metal. Despite this, Graham's body was squeezed in the deformed cockpit in a strange posture. Many systems in the cockpit had been disconnected, but his expression remained hot, because, come again. Pushing the joystick and stepping on the pedals, the Flag Gundam was still able to move. The basic operating system had not yet been completely offline. The Flag Gundam leaned back slightly and slammed into the face of the Dawn Gundam, knocking it out, then instantly accelerated, rushed towards the Dawn Gundam, raised the quantum reaction cannon to counterattack, and put the sword at his waist, ready to go. Yang Hui was surprised by the sudden change, but it was just a surprise. He quickly adjusted himself and quickly moved back to a safe position. He swung his bit again to block the way of the Flag Gundam. Swish! The sword light flashed, and the Flag Gundam cut the bit wall in front of it in two with one sword. Yang Hui calculated it, and the glorious transmitter was activated. Dense beams of light rushed towards the Flag Gundam from all directions. The sharp light lines had already stuck to its skin the moment the Flag Gundam rushed out. Swish! Suddenly, the Flag Gundam moved back a little bit as if time had stopped again. It was this tiny distance that allowed the Flag Gundam to get rid of the entanglement of the light beams, and at the same time, gave it the opportunity to swing its sword. The sword light flashed, the light beams were cut off, and the Flag Gundam continued to charge. Not enough. The same words, the same calmness, the Dawn Gundam's wings continued to sway bits and light beams, with an attitude that it would not stop until the Flag Gundam was strangled to death. But the figure of the Flag Gundam became erratic in the dense attack, always able to find a tiny gap first and pass through it in a few tenths of a second. Congratulations to Graham Mecha, you have successfully awakened your talent, super intuition, your human blood has reached the promotion requirements, your mis-driving skills have reached the promotion requirements, you have reached the A-class pilot promotion requirements, and are being promoted. Swish! The Flag Gundam was already attached to the face of the Dawn Gundam. As the sword in his hand stabbed out, Graham finally heard the beautiful sound and felt that his body had undergone a huge change. A warm current flowed through his body, making him feel more relaxed and more refreshed. But before he could enjoy this comfortable feeling, the cockpit screen of the Flag Gundam went completely dark. With the sound of breaking, the sharp sword tip cut open the gap and pierced into the cockpit. Graham only felt his vision blurred for a moment, and he fell down on the bridge of the Promise, just in time to see his beloved machine, Flag Gundam, being pierced through by the Dawn Gundam. This guy, ha. As expected, it's still best to be an opponent. Ha. Graham sat on the cold ground, covering his face and laughing heartily. Did you succeed? Graham was not the first person to be defeated and sent back to the Promise. Wolf helped Graham up and asked him expectantly. I succeeded, I caught up with him. Graham replied excitedly. Ha, you are worthy of it. Congratulations, Graham. Congratulations, Vice Admiral Graham. With Graham's confirmation, everyone on the bridge began to congratulate Graham. Now the Promise Corps has 2 A-class pilots, and its strength is even stronger. The battle is over, the Flag Gundam has been recovered, and request to return. At this time, Yang Hui sent a communication, the battle with the Flag Gundam was over, and requested to return. You can return. Understood, and, congratulations, Graham. How, you bastard. After receiving Yang Hui's congratulations, Graham laughed and shook his head. He finally caught up with him, but he caught up with him with the help of the other party. He was a little unwilling. Okay, wait until I come back, Nadal, who else hasn't finished yet? Yang Hui asked. Kira and Aslan, Assem and Gerhard, Flit and Cruz, Yuling and Sima. Understood, Dawnbreaker is starting to return. Understood. After the communication ended, Graham sat aside and watched the battle that had not yet ended with others, but his mind was not entirely on watching others fight, but carefully feeling his own talent and the changes after being promoted to A-class pilot. Chapter 1035 Nils Nelson's Little Thoughts. After a brief excitement and congratulations, the people on the bridge returned to calm. The crew members focused on their work, and the others focused on watching the unfinished battle. As for Tsuyoshi and others, they had been stunned for who knows how long. Their brains were overloaded and they had no ability to think. So strong, so strong. This is a real battle. This is just a duel between companions, not a life and death battle with the enemy. Haha, a game. It's really just a game. Every battle impacted their worldview and destroyed their pride. Perovsky particles can construct a real environment and bring models back to life for a short time. The restoration of explosions and beams is also very realistic, but those are toys, and they are games after all. In front of real Ms and real battles, no matter how hot and exciting the battle is, it is just a child's play. Are you shocked? Yang Hui has returned. Looking at the distraught Tsuyoshi and others, he couldn't help but shook his head. Yes, Mr. Yang Hui, you really shouldn't have invited us here. Takashi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes, the three of us are fine. Lal nodded in agreement. He was talking about himself, Takashi and Masters Henan. After all, the three of them are not young anymore. They are more receptive and tolerant than young people in many things, and they are more indifferent to things. But young people are completely different, among whom are Makoto Irie, Shinichi Yasuka, Tetsuya Yuki and other teenagers. If you can't bear the blow, then give up. Yang Hui said calmly to the lost Makoto Irie and others. What did you say? Hearing Yang Hui's sarcasm, Ling Si couldn't help it again, grabbed Yang Hui's collar and roared. Isn't it? Yang Hui still had a calm smile on his face. You have told me many times not to underestimate your awareness and beliefs. Tetsuya, you said the most, but now you can't bear the blow. It's easier to give up than to persist in a muddle-headed way. That's enough, Ling Si, let go of Mr. Yang Hui. Makoto stepped forward to persuade. Makoto. We are indeed not qualified to talk about awareness and beliefs in front of Mr. Yang Hui. Makoto said with his head down, not only to Ling Si, but also to other friends, and also to Yang Hui, but Mr. Yang Hui. Makoto suddenly raised his head, his eyes became firm. Yang Hui smiled and nodded, letting Makoto continue. He was listening carefully. Although we are not as great as you, we also have our awareness, we also have our beliefs, we also have our love and goals. We will continue to work hard. We will not give up. Makoto said firmly, his voice trembling a little, not knowing whether it was fear or excitement. Yang Hui did not answer immediately, but glanced at the others. He found that originally, the eyes of the others were dull, but now, Makoto's declaration awakened them, awakened their cold blood, awakened their dormant fighting spirit. Their eyes slowly regained their sight, became firm, stood behind Makoto, and looked at Yang Hui. Very good, I believe you. While Yang Hui was talking to them, SM, Aslan, Sima and Cruz were all teleported back, and all the battles were over. Okay, I have told you everything I should tell you, and you have watched the battles that I asked you to watch. It is now 1900 Greenwich time on Earth, and you will be sent away at 0900 Greenwich time tomorrow. Yang Hui said to Takashi and others. 0900. Everyone was puzzled. This was a professional term for the Space Army, and they did not understand. According to the Greenwich time on Earth, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening, and you will be sent back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yang Hui explained again. Are we going back so soon? To be honest, no one wanted to leave so soon. Although they already knew that Yang Hui and his team would leave this world and would not leave any real Ms, battleships and related technologies, they really wanted to stay with the real Ms for a while. We are also about to leave this world. When we leave, we will definitely take the ship with us. We will not take you with us. If the ship goes back with us, what will you do? Become space garbage. Yang Hui was laughed at by this group of children. Everyone was stunned, and at the same time raised their heads to imagine the picture, and then, shook their heads quickly to clear the terrible picture from their minds. Then, Mr. Yang Hui, don't we still have some time? Can we go and see the real Ms? Makoto asked shyly. He was not a person who liked the new and disliked the old. The Star Creation Strike Gundam was still his closest partner, but how could a real 18-meter-high giant robot resist its charm? That's no problem, Liu-mei. I'll arrange it. Wang Liu-mei nodded. Yang Hui had just fought against Graham. Although the battle was not long, It was very exhausting and he needed to rest. Wang Lumei took the initiative to take Iori and others to visit the promise. By the way, Mr. Yang Hui, your eyes before, are you a transformer? Suddenly, Iori asked Yang Hui with stars in his eyes. With a swish, the eyes of others also focused on Yang Hui's eyes. Yes, I am a purebred transformer. Yang Hui smiled slightly, closed his eyes and opened them, and entered the transformer mode. After being promoted to a level, he can control the input and output of mental waves at will. He no longer needs to worry about the previous problems. In an environment without the assistance of GN particles, he can also use the transformer mode freely. Wow! So cool. Then Mr. Setsuna and Mr. Tiira are real too, right? And Mr. Amuro. Mr. Camus. Mr. Char. Mr. Cruz. Have you really thought about destroying the Earth with Genesis? Mr. Flint. Have you fulfilled your wish as the savior? Some chatted with the pilots, while others asked the crew members about the meaning of various instruments and data. After satisfying their curiosity, Iori Takashi and his party, led by Wang Lumei, went to the hangar. That's really too much? Although we expected it, but, really, can't you think about us? It's broken like this, why don't you build a new one after you go back? Don't you want supplies? Don't forget that there is a big gap in supplies now. The reconstruction of the fleet, the popularization of new mass-produced aircraft, and the old man's research project. As soon as the party arrived at the hangar, they met Luo and Billy Katajiri, as well as Ian Vasti, Uncle Madonna and other maintenance team directors and team leaders gathered together to sigh. Director Luo. Director Katajiri. Aaron Adams was the most familiar with this group of people. As one of the team leaders of the model-making department of PPSE, he often came into contact with them. It's you, are you here to visit? Luo greeted them enthusiastically. Yes, Director Luo, I saw your battle just now. Director Luo is very powerful. Haha, it's not bad. There are too many monsters. I'm lucky not to fall behind. Luo scratched his hair and replied embarrassedly. No, you are too modest. So you are here to visit the Ms. Yes, it's just. They came here with great excitement, but they were extremely sad when they saw the scene in front of them, especially when they saw those Ms that were destroyed beyond recognition. Their hearts were bleeding. There is definitely no way to deal with these, but the others can still be seen. Luo pointed to other relatively well-preserved machines. But they were still intact, at least the cockpit was still good and retained the human appearance. Sir, are you going to repair the machine? Can we help? Nils Nelson asked Luo expectantly. Of course. What can you do to help? Luo was about to agree. After all, with more people helping, their work pressure would be less, but he was interrupted by Billy Katajiri as soon as he opened his mouth. Nils Nelson was speechless. Although he was a young genius, he knew nothing about machine maintenance. Even if he had a strong learning ability, he still had to have time to learn. I remember Yang Hui should have told you that everything on this ship is covered by the confidentiality agreement, right? Sorry, I was abrupt. Nils Nelson saw that his little thoughts were seen through, and apologized immediately. It's okay, I just don't want you to destroy the stability and peace of this world because of your own preferences. Billy Katajiri said to Nils Nelson calmly. He had also heard of the name, young genius. If he asked a genius like Nils Nelson to help, he might really learn something from him. Moreover, not everyone in the maintenance class had such keen insight. The seemingly ordinary questions and answers might reveal some secrets. Nils Nelson is definitely not the kind of person who would start a war or rule the world, but his curiosity may very well drive him to build a Ms of his own. And by then, if Nils Nelson really succeeds, there will be no peace in this world. The Perovsky particle is indeed an epoch-making particle, but currently it is only manifested in toys and games. It has not been used in other fields, and the people at the top will not care too much. But I don't need to explain what a real Ms means, right? I'm very sorry. Okay, go and have a look. Wang Lumei will introduce it to you. We have to work too. Billy Katajiri said this, which was considered to be a way of driving people away. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Lumei nodded, and then led the tour group to visit and experience the relatively intact machine. Everyone, please follow me. Chapter 1036, Flowers don't bloom when you carefully plant them, willows grow into shade without care. On the other side, Yang Hui put his arm around Graham's shoulders and congratulated him happily. Finally, you don't have to be lonely anymore. Tisk, a dog can't spit out ivory. Graham rolled his eyes. If you want to congratulate me, just say it nicely. Why are you being so sarcastic? So? What talent? Yang Hui asked Graham. The others also gathered around. With Yang Hui's precedent, everyone had more references in finding their own way, but how could experience be too little? Why should I tell you? This is my trump card. Everyone, Greek letter theta equals 3, no nonsense, just hold Graham down and beat him up. Let you keep it secret. Let you show your trump card. Let you be Versailles. Let you stimulate us. What? Graham's physical ability is stronger than others after the transition of his life essence? Haha, don't say that there is Yang Hui who is also A level and wants to beat him up. With so many people coming together, do you really think you are a Superman? Stop, stop, stop. Stop. I say. Graham finally raised his hand tremblingly between his fists and feet, regretting his choice and making everyone stop their raised fists and feet, but he didn't put them down. If Graham fooled them, they could fall at any time. Rubbing his swollen face, Graham sat up. My talent is called Super Intuition. It not only strengthens my intuition and combat awareness, but also increases my reflex speed by 5 times within 0.5 seconds. Hiss. XN. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Talent are also perverted? Arthur asked weakly. Who knows? Anyway, Yang Hui and Graham's talents are quite perverted. Fleet cursed angrily. While he was happy that Graham also successfully promoted to A level, he was also very unhappy. Yang Hui and Graham were both his brothers, bullying him since he was a child and now he is his brother. These two people who were originally perverted, got promoted to A level before everyone else, and also awakened perverted talents. When will he be able to turn over and become the master? Question mark. Is super intuition abnormal? If it were someone else, it might be a good level, but for Graham, I have to say that Mephis's introduction is really accurate, and his talents are the most suitable for awakened people. In addition to a solid foundation, strong physical fitness, and rich combat experience, the most important thing for Graham's battle is intuition and combat awareness. He is different from Yang Hui, Fleet and others. He will not carefully arrange any tactical plans in battle. He acts completely according to his intuition and instinct to eliminate the enemy in the most direct way. Super intuition not only enhances Graham's intuition and combat awareness, but also allows him to increase his reflex speed by 5 times in 0.5 seconds. It directly doubled Graham's combat effectiveness. Is there a time interval? What is the burden of continuous use? Yang Hui asked Graham. In the previous battle, Yang Hui encountered Graham using the burst improvement of reflex speed continuously, but it did not last all the time, but was used again immediately after each use. Gains and losses, gains and losses. Graham's reflex speed can be continuously burst and improved in a very short period of time, and it is impossible to have no burden. There is no time interval. The current duration is limited to 0.5 seconds. This is the upper limit, but it should be controllable within 0.5 seconds. It's just that you sent me away right after I awakened. I'm not familiar with it yet, so it takes some time. Graham answered Yang Hui's question. As for the burden, actually, when I used it continuously, I felt my body was collapsing. Collapse. Yang Hui and others all frowned. Yes, collapse. At that time, I just wanted to win. After catching the feeling of that state, I had no other thoughts in order to win, but I could still clearly feel that when I used it continuously, my body was greatly damaged. The muscles, ligaments, nerves, and bones were all in a torn state. It should be similar to your situation at that time. It was indeed similar to the state before Yang Hui awakened. Yang Hui almost burned his brain, and Graham almost collapsed his body. Go to the medical room to check your body. Yang Hui pulled Graham up from the ground and said to him seriously. No need, right? I feel like my body is completely fine. It should have been fully restored when the life essence jumped. No, I have to check it out. Yang Hui did not give in, and his tone became more serious. Even if it's fine, your current physical data must be checked and recorded, and... As he spoke, Yang Hui's expression became playful, and he teased, you can't always look bruised and swollen, right? You bastards, remember this. Graham glared with dead fish eyes, pointed at the group of people who were gloating and cursed, and went to the medical room cursing. Puff ha ha ha. Remember? Remember it. Cool. It's cool to beat him up. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've been promoted to A level. That's right. You used to abuse us before you were promoted, and you can change your temper after you've been promoted. But, the opportunity for the awakening of talents is certain. Suddenly, Fleet said something, which made the laughing people quiet down, think, and then smile bitterly. If it was just Yang Hui, there would be no comparison, so it could be considered a special case. But now there is a second case, which is not much different from the first case, so the conclusion can be basically determined. The opportunity for talent awakening is stimulation under high pressure, and it is not an ordinary high-pressure state. It must reach the brink of life and death. Although everyone knows that there will be no life threatening in this battle, it does not mean that there is no danger. For example, the cockpit of the flag Gundam is deformed, and the transmission device will only transmit the pilot away when it determines that the pilot is a fatal threat. The deformation of the cockpit will squeeze and twist the pilot. If the degree of deformation of the cockpit is a little higher, Graham will be seriously injured directly, and it is not a fatal injury, so the transmission device will not be triggered. Therefore, danger exists, and only under dangerous high pressure will there be an opportunity for awakening. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. On the one hand, the opportunity for talent awakening can be determined, but on the other hand, the current B-level peak will encounter a life and death crisis, so what about others? How many companions will be sacrificed? If this is a necessary price, they would rather not awaken their talents and maintain the level of B-level peak. Don't think too much about it. Luck is also a factor. Let it go. Don't rush. Yes. Everyone nodded. They all understood that haste makes waste, and they let go of the urgency in their hearts. If you plant flowers intentionally, they won't bloom. If you plant willows unintentionally, they will grow into shade trees. Sometimes, the more anxious you are, the less likely you are to achieve your goal. On the contrary, if you don't care, you will get unexpected gains. Maybe one day you will suddenly awaken your talents successfully. Everyone dispersed and found a place to rest. After Yang Hui chatted with everyone on the bridge for a while, his energy was almost restored. He then got up and went to the hangar. Although Wang Liumei followed Yang Hui, he didn't have to worry about it at all, but there was nothing necessary to do in his spare time, so he simply went to find them to kill time. As soon as he entered the hangar, Yang Hui heard the exclamations of the group of children. He walked closer and saw them lining up to sit in the real cockpit experience. How does it feel to be in a real Ms. Mr. Yang Hui? It feels really different. They sat in the cockpit to experience it, but they didn't just sit in and get out with a surprised cry. They also performed simple operations, such as raising their arms and walking 1 or 2 steps. Model battles, although the models are alive with the help of Perovsky particles and can restore real Ms. battles, they are toys and games after all. The operating system is just like a computer game, light and without any sense of heaviness, and the operating system is very simple and can be learned with a little learning. Controlling a real Ms. is not only much more complicated, but the heaviness brought by the real body is something that model battles cannot experience. With her physical fitness, let alone fighting, it is difficult to drive a real Ms. Yuki Tetsuya smiled bitterly and shook his head. Most model fighters belong to the circle of Oedipus, staying in their own little nests to concentrate on making their own models, and then taking them out to participate in various battles. Their physical fitness is generally not very good. Among the current group of people, only Glico, who exercises regularly, has a decent physical fitness, and then there is the old man Masters Henan. The physical fitness of others, including Ling Si, does not meet the standard. After driving a Ms. for a few steps and raising his arms twice, his muscles will ache. Let alone driving a Ms. to fight, their level is really a sitting duck on the battlefield. It is estimated that they will be exhausted soon after joining the battle. Haha, do you think the selection and assessment of pilots in film and television works as a joke? This is a true portrayal. Yang Hui laughed and teased. They had aspirations in their hearts, but reality gave them a hard slap, making them disappointed and unwilling. It seems that physical exercise must also be added to the daily list. Riccardo Fellini said with a wry smile. Well, you really need to exercise well, otherwise you will have kidney deficiency at such a young age, and Kirara will dislike you. Yang Hui teased. What? Riccardo Fellini was embarrassed. Oh? So you have a kidney deficiency. Hearing this, Kira raised her lips in a playful arc. I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. What a joke. Regardless of whether it's true kidney deficiency or not, no man can admit it. Don't worry, we believe you. Glicko and Scott, the two best friends, naturally would not miss this opportunity to stab him. Shut up. Get out. Riccardo Fellini cursed his brother for being disloyal, and then he proved himself to Kirilla with a flattering face. Kirilla-chan, you have to believe me, I really don't have kidney deficiency. Whether you have a kidney deficiency or not, what does it have to do with me? Of course it has something to do with it. Oh? What is the relationship? This, that? Ah. You hesitated. I didn't. I was. You just hesitated. Seeing this, Yang Hui stretched out his hand and pressed Riccardo Fellini's shoulder, and taught him earnestly, you can't do it, Fellini, what's the point of talking to a woman at this time? The best solution is to hug and kiss her directly. Conquer her with your domineering. Really? Riccardo Fellini heard the words, his eyes lit up. Of course. Go. After speaking, Yang Hui pushed Riccardo Fellini in the direction of Kirilla. Riccardo Fellini really did what Yang Hui said. He opened his arms and hugged her, put his mouth close to her and then... Pa. Aya. Chapter 1037, Reunion, Blessings, and Return to Daily Life. Shizuoka's Central Park, behind the official venue of the Model Battle World Series. Although it is not yet time for the World Series to resume, it is still a tourist attraction with a constant stream of people coming to play. But today, the Central Park, which is usually crowded with people, is unusually crowded, with only a few people. Although some people are late, it is a far cry from the usual bustle. Mikoto. Ryuji. You are late. Seeing Iori Mikoto and Ryuji arrive with Takasaka China and Ella Yukionin respectively, Yasuka Masao complained unhappily. Stupid, you came too early. There are still 10 minutes before the agreed time. Ryuji retorted unhappily, and Iori Mikoto scratched his hair awkwardly. Takasaka China and Ella Yukionin carried baskets full of lunchboxes to find Miki-chan and Kirara to set them up, while Iori Mikoto and Ryuji chatted with Aishobin Masao and other men. Who else hasn't come? Iori Mikoto asked. Only the celebrity and genius are missing. Richard Fellini replied with a smile. Yuki-senpai and Niels, they should be very busy, right? Iori Mikoto thought about it. It should be okay if the two people who haven't arrived yet don't come today. After all, they are very busy now. One inherited the research project of Mangstone and Perovsky particles, and the other just took over PPSE. Niels is enjoying it, Yuki. Phew, I saw Adams' dynamic before, he looked like he was about to die. Richard Fellini laughed with gloating. That guy, ha ha ha. It's not a good thing to say bad things about people behind their backs, Mr. Fellini, Ryuji. It was at this time that Yuki Tetsuya and Niels Nielsen came together, along with Niels Nielsen's fiancée Caroline Yachima and Yuki Tetsuya's partner, Aaron Adams, the new director of the model-making department of PPSE. You should blame Adams for this. He took a sneak shot of you and posted it on social media. Riccardo Fellini said bluntly. Oh. Aaron Adams, who was stared at by Yuki Tetsuya with murderous eyes, turned his head away and scratched his face with his fingers. How does it feel to be the richest man in the world? After Yuki Tetsuya sat down, Riccardo Fellini teased that Yuki Tetsuya inherited not only responsibilities and goals, but also all the wealth of PPSE, making the young man Yuki Tetsuya the richest man in the world. I regret it. Yuki Tetsuya sighed, his body collapsed. Now it's still the team left by Mr. Yang Hui who is supporting us. There are too many things to learn in managing a company. I really don't have any time for myself. That's enough. Inheriting PPSE, what's the point of this little hardship? Why don't you come? No need. That kind of life is not what I want. Then shut up. Ho ha ho ha. By the way, Ryuji, Nils, when will the connection to the other world begin? Yasuka Masao asked expectantly. Not only him, but everyone present was looking forward to the connection between the two worlds. On the one hand, they really wanted to travel to the other world, which is Ryuji's hometown, to experience the customs of the other world. On the other hand, Yang Hui said that the other world popularized model-to-model battles earlier than the modern world, and they were also looking forward to fighting with the masters of the other world. The connection channel has been completed long ago. Mr. Luo and Mr. Katajiri prepared it before leaving. I just got familiar with it and can start it at any time, but As he said, Nils Nelson looked at Ryuji and Yuki Tetsuya beside him. I've also talked to my father. A kingdom meeting was held over there, and all of them agreed to establish diplomatic relations with this side in peace. It's up to you. Ling Si waved his hand and said casually. The kings of the other world are just a group of people who like to have fun. I heard that the two worlds can be connected. There's more fun in this world, but it is very urgent. I still need a little time here. I have contacted the top leaders of all countries. In view of Mr. Yang Hui's residual prestige, they have also agreed. It's just that some people, so they still need to be screened and cleaned up. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and their expressions became strange. Iri Makoto asked Yuki Tetsuya weakly, Senior Yuki, what do you mean by cleaning up? I don't know, and I don't want to know. It's just that Mr. Cruz left a team to be responsible for these things. I don't know from making plans to executing plans. I am only responsible for listening to the results at the end. Yuki Tetsuya said in a deep voice. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were a little horrified, but they soon calmed down. After so many shocks and horrors, they also knew many truths. They were no longer naive children. Although some things were hard to accept, they also understood that this was reality. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something happy. Yesterday, Scott and I had a fight, and then we were bloody. Shut up. Bastard. For Riccardo Fellini's behavior of building happiness on the pain of others, he was punished without hesitation. Ho ha ho ha. The topic returned to the field they all liked, and the atmosphere naturally returned to cheerfulness. Everyone chatted happily until Kausika China and the others prepared the picnic and called them over. Everyone took off their shoes and sat casually on the cloth spread on the ground, enjoying the delicious bento prepared in advance. Speaking of which, Mr. Yang Hui and the others. It's been almost a month. Should we start the next dangerous mission? As soon as these words came out, everyone lowered their heads in silence. It has been almost a month since they returned from the universe. Less than a week has become the most profound and heavy memory in their lives. They have personally entered the real Macross battleship, watched the real Ms. battle with their own eyes, experienced the real Ms. driving with their own hands, and also, remembered the heavy responsibility, and the heroes who did not want to leave their names and deeds. Today, Yuki Tetsuya also asked people to book Central Park in advance. They gathered again. In addition to the gathering between friends, they also encouraged each other to move forward with the burden together, and offered blessings to those who left. Don't worry, that guy will definitely be fine. Ling Si smiled casually. He was full of confidence in Yang Hui. He was so powerful and cunning. He really couldn't think of anyone who could hurt Yang Hui. Haha, Ling Si is right. Mr. Yang Hui and the others are so strong, they will definitely be fine. Everyone laughed and was full of confidence in Yang Hui and the promise caller. I just don't know if there will be a chance to meet again. Yuki Tetsuya sighed, and the others had some complicated thoughts. When leaving, Yuki Tetsuya asked Yang Hui if they could meet again. Yang Hui's answer to them was, if possible, I don't want to see each other again. It's not that Yang Hui wants to completely cut off contact with them, but Memphis said that the world where the mission was carried out will not repeat the mission world of the same timeline. In other words, even if the world of Gundam build fighters appears in the mission list again, it will not be at this time. It will be many years later. At that time, I don't know if Yuki Tetsuya and others are still alive. Of course, there is another situation, that is, if the enemy intrudes into the world of Gundam build fighters, there is a high probability that it will appear as an emergency mission. But, in this case, Yang Hui and others would rather never see it than see it. It can only be said that Yuki Tetsuya and others also hope to meet Yang Hui and others again in their lifetime, but they certainly don't want this peaceful world to encounter crisis and war. It depends on fate. If that guy dares to come back, I will beat him up. Ling Si clenched his fist and said expectantly. Haha, you are worthy of it, Ling Si. You are brave. Of course. As they chatted, everyone tacitly stopped eating, silently filled their cups with drinks, and raised them to the sky at the same time, crossing the barriers of time and space, offering blessings and expectations. I wish you all the best, and hope to see you again in my lifetime, under safe conditions. In the interlayer of the Void, Promise Fortress, after a long vacation, the members of the Promise Corps were no longer affected by the last tragic war, and all returned to their intense work with full energy. The Miss pilots put all their enthusiasm into training. The old people educated the newcomers and led them to grow rapidly. The newcomers caught up and tried their best to keep up with the pace of their predecessors, and even surpass them. The factory area was running at full capacity, and one after another brand new Macros battleships and quarter-level Macros battleships were launched and left the port to join various fleets. The replaced old battleships were sent to the connected worlds as garrison forces or conquering forces. The main ones are the over-limit Hunter Cannon world and the Full Metal Panic world. These two worlds are still in chaos. The plan to conduct a thorough attack is still in the early preparation stage. In addition, the local forces are weak and need more military support. What a trouble. Why don't you just send troops to push forward? This is Graham's complaint after he knew it. Push forward, what do you care about? This is Yang Hui's sole question. Well, I'll go see if the training subjects of the newcomers are completed. This is Graham's tactical retreat. Puff hee. As the representative of the over-limit Hunter Cannon world, Aguirre and the representative of the Full Metal Panic world, Tessa, both covered their mouths and laughed softly. Even the flag-bearer Maximin and the adjutant Richard who followed them almost couldn't hold back, and their mouths curled up. By the way, Maximin, Tessa, the next mission will start soon. Have I seen the information I gave you? I have already seen it. The two heard the words and nodded seriously. This time, they will also lead their teams to different worlds to perform tasks. This is also their first time leading a team, so naturally they attach great importance and seriousness. Well, be careful. After this mission, if my plan goes smoothly, the unification plan of your world can be accelerated. Hearing this, the people from the Ultraman Cannon world and the Full Metal Panic world trembled with excitement. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1038, The Beginning of Hell? The slight dizziness no longer has any effect on Yang Hui and the others. They open their eyes, return to their respective posts, and confirm the world mission, identity information, and current environment in their minds. Arriving at the world of the transformation machine Valvrave, identity entry. The commander-in-chief of the entire Gile army issued the first stage mission, using the first A cover star shell as the territory, rebuilding the new Gile, serving as the first president of the new Gile, resisting the attack of the Dorja Military Covenant Federation, and preventing the Atlantic United States heirs from taking away the citizens. The reward depends on the integrity of the first A cover star shell and the number of citizens retained. Opening his eyes, Yang Hui looked at the wives around him. For this mission, he did not bring any newcomers, but brought all his wives. The current Promise Fortress already has sufficient personnel, and there are enough people who can lead the team to perform the mission. There is no need to let Wong and others disperse and take others to other worlds to perform missions. Fleet and others also consider that Yang Hui and his sisters-in-law have been in different worlds for many years. If they are lucky, they will be in 1 or 2 years, and if they are unlucky, they will be in dozens or hundreds of years. It is not suitable. There was no other way before. There were too few people who were capable of leading a team alone, so they had to disperse. Now it's different. There are enough people to take on the responsibility of leading the team, and Yang Hui and his sisters-in-law don't need to separate anymore. Chief of the General Staff. This is Wang's new identity. Deputy Commander of the Army. This is Katie's new identity. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is Wang Liumai's new identity. Captain of the 1st Mobile Brigade, Ace Pilot. This is Yulin's new identity. Captain of the 2nd Mobile Brigade, Ace Pilot. This is Sima's new identity. Commander of the 1st Fleet of the Navy. This is Malu's new identity. Commander of the 2nd Fleet of the Navy. This is Bakalulu's new identity. Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs. This is Lakas's new identity. Chief Instructor of the Teaching Brigade. This is Cornelia's new identity. No. Why? You are all high-ranking officials, but I am just a star. Shirley Lu said dissatisfiedly. Her good sisters are either high-ranking officials in the military or in the political circle, and she is the only one who is a star. Although this is her job and she is the hottest star in the world, but she has completely lowered the status of the entire team. Just be content, I am just the secretary of the commander-in-chief. CC lay on Yang Hui's back with a playful smile on his face. It is impossible to tell whether he was comforting Shirley Lu or complaining about his low status. CC. Don't go too far. Do you think your status is low? The secretary of the commander-in-chief of the entire army is higher than many people, right? Shirley Lu could of course hear that CC was provoking her. Shirley Lu didn't understand these things before. When she thought of a secretary, she just regarded it as a follower. No matter whose secretary it was, she had the same view. But after joining the Promise Corps, she came into contact with more, knew more, and understood that the position of secretary was not just as simple as a follower. To put it bluntly, a secretary is a right-hand man in a face. For a person of high status, his secretary is also of high status. Except that he does not have the real power, the secretary is treated as the boss himself wherever he goes. A word can decide the life and death of many people. Okay, Shirley, you are the most distinguished person among us now, don't complain. Lux teased Shirley while holding her arm. Huh? Why? Shirley didn't understand and asked curiously. Here, live news. As he said that, Wang Liumei projected the live news broadcast on the main screen. This is a reporter from XXX reporting live for you. Just 5 minutes ago, President Jair officially surrendered to the Dorje Military Covenant Federation. The president and all officials announced their resignation and are waiting for the Dorje Military Covenant Federation to take over. Shirley Lu was silent, and then her expression was strange. So, the country was destroyed at the beginning. Ahem, yes. The girls also felt a little embarrassed. The identities arranged for them by Promise Fortress were all high-ranking, but at the beginning, the country was gone. What's the use of a high status? Isn't it just a decoration? This is good. The mission requires us to rebuild the country. All the old circles will disappear, and we don't have to clean them up. And we are going in directly this time. It takes too long to re-establish the intelligence network and so on, so it will be easier to rebuild the country after the country is destroyed. Yang Hui. After Wang Liumei finished speaking, everyone looked at Yang Hui, waiting for his instructions. Everyone, take your positions, determine your current positions, and find the location of the first A-star shell. We will go to the first A-star shell, and that is our territory. Understood. X and the girls found their own seats and sat down. Although this was the promise, Bakalulu did not sit in the captain's seat, but chose the deputy captain's seat, and was also responsible for the fire control system, and the one sitting in the captain's seat was Marilu, which was also the tacit understanding between Marilulu and Bakalulu, which was cultivated when they wandered around the world together on the Archangel. Leica sat in the sick position, Wang was the radar detection system, Cornelia was the helmsman, Yuling and Sima went to the hangar to check the condition of the body, Wang Liumei, Katie, and CC also found empty seats and sat down. Only Shirley looked around blankly and found that there was no seat for her, and she seemed to know nothing. PFFT the girls burst into laughter at the sight. As the eldest sister, Wang stood up as a matter of course and took Shirley to sit in the additional seat next to the captain's seat. Just be a special guest, Galaxy Fairy, Ms. Shirley Gnome. Sister Wang. Shirley's face was flushed with shame, and she was about to smoke. Ho ha ho ha. The bridge was filled with refreshing laughter, but the girls' hands were not slow, completing their work as quickly as possible, checking the overall situation of the promise, exploring the surrounding environment, determining the location and the location of the first A-star shell, setting the route and preparing to set off. The location of the first A-star shell has been determined, and it can be reached immediately using full jump. Malu reported to Yang Hui. How long does it take to sail directly? Yang Hui asked. 15 minutes. Then sail directly there, don't expose the full jump. Although this world is also in the Earth-Moon era, the level of technology is not low, but it has not reached the level of space jump, and there are aliens in this world. The country of Jair is just a small country with a prosperous economy but weak national strength. Where does such a small country get such technology? Even the technologies of the revolutionary machine and the third generation of artificial magic users were well hidden. After they were exposed, didn't they attract the attention and rejection of all parties? Moreover, the Dorje Military Covenant Federation is backed by magic users. There are magic users lurking all over the world. They are alien races. If they treat Yang Hui and others as alien threats and manipulate public opinion to persuade the whole world to deal with them together, it will be difficult to deal with them. What? You said that, Dawn Gundam, Luna Gundam, Wild Horse Plus, and other MIS and Promise are also surreal technologies? Aren't they just humanoid mobile weapons and huge battleships? You can find some excuses like the Ark, an ultimate weapon built with the efforts of the whole country to talk about it, but Space Jump. Not only is the level too high, but it is also a sweet bun in the eyes of all countries in the world. Won't they beat their brains out by then? Let's go to the first day to build this star shell. I'm going to the hangar first. The only gap in Yang Hui's wife group is professional maintenance personnel. Although Yulin and Sima can do basic maintenance and repair of the aircraft, it's just the basics, so only Yang Hui is responsible for this position. However, he can only be the general manager. If he does it himself, he can only hand it over to Hiro on board. After setting the route, the Promise set sail and quietly moved forward under the camouflage of Mirage Parasol. Yang Hui came to the hangar and immediately joined the work. He checked the condition of the aircraft with Yulin and Sima. Under the command of the three, a large number of Hero-controlled engineering mobile engineers, transformed into hard-working little bees, shuttled back and forth in the hangar. The aircraft is ready. Sima, Yulin, change into the driving suit and get ready for the attack. After the aircraft was ready, Yang Hui said to Yulin and Sima, "Are there any enemies?" Yulin asked. "Well, if nothing unexpected happens, the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation should arrive at the first day star shell at the same time as us." Understood. After the X-2 body was prepared, Yang Hui returned to the bridge. Since the landing location of the Promise was not far from the first day star shell, it did not take long for the first day star shell to enter the observable range of the optical camera. It was projected on the main screen, and Wong and others exclaimed, "They actually did it." Generally speaking, the first day star shell, the understanding of this module is at most a colonial satellite, and at the smallest it may be a space station or something like that, but when it really appeared in front of us, we realized how outrageous this understanding was. Dyson sphere, it's still a world in the Earth-Moon era, but it actually made a Dyson sphere. Even a world like the Macros that has entered the interstellar era can't do it. Every world has its own black technology. In other worlds, solar furnaces and GN particles only exist in fantasy. This technology must be obtained, and the last gap in the Legion can finally be filled. Wong and others looked at the first day star shell on the screen, their eyes flashing with excitement. The Promise Corps has always had a gap, with production capacity, powerful firepower, and a logistics base for both military and civilian use. At first, everyone wanted to build a large space fortress, but Yang Hui had not approved it, asking them to wait, saying that there was a better option. And now, this choice is in front of them. Beep beep. At this moment, the radar detection system responded, and a large number of marks appeared. The opening ceremony is here. Let Yulin and Sima attack and repel them. HM. Chapter 1039. Ordinary life suddenly collapses. A new display reaction has appeared, projected on the main screen. This is it. On the main screen, a humanoid mobile weapon with red and black as the main body, white embellishments, and green crystal-like wings on the back and head is fighting against a large number of mobile engineers from the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation. Its super performance has achieved the feat of one man blocking 1,000 men, but from a professional perspective, the pilot is a complete rookie. There are changes, and it seems that we are a little late. Yulin, Sima, repel the fleet of the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation, and that unknown machine. Let him retreat, otherwise I will cut him with a stick. Understood. X2 received Yang Hui's instructions. Luna Gundam, and Wild Horse Plus, attacked one after another, rushing to the battlefield ahead at a very fast speed. Malu looked at Yang Hui and asked him with his eyes whether the Promise needed to participate in the battle. Remove Mirage Parasol, charge the secondary guns, and launch a round of deterrent bombardment on the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation, mainly to force them to retreat. Yang Hui ordered. Understood. Although they were a little confused, with the firepower of the Promise, it would be easy to annihilate the enemy fleet, but Yang Hui only asked them to force the enemy to retreat. However, now is wartime. With their trust in Yang Hui, they chose to execute first without hesitation and then solve the doubts. Tisk, damn gyre, he actually still has this kind of thing hidden. This doesn't seem like something a small country can make. Hasn't Al-Elf's communication been restored yet? Tisk, has he been killed? Shut up. Goofia, Al-Elf won't be killed so easily, he must. Ding ding ding. Huh? Something is approaching at high speed in the direction of coordinate D52, number 2. Be careful. Clang ding ding. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of bright pink beams pierced the universe, like dozens of iron skewers, skewering the unmanned Waffle like mutton, and the heavy shield was pierced without any effect. Boom 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 boom. The sudden explosion presented a grand fireworks festival to the fierce battlefield. Perhaps it was too beautiful, so the two sides who were fighting for life and death stopped their actions for a while, watching the blooming of the fireworks, and at the same time looking at the initiator of this festival. It was at this time that they saw two humanoid mobile weapons that they had never seen before join the battlefield from the side, ruthlessly harvesting their companions or drones. A large number of Waffen were cleared in a very short time. Then, a huge space mothership took off its camouflage and appeared in their sight. Its huge body, ferocious muzzle, and flashing light full of death made them tremble all over. Swish, the secondary guns of the Promise roared, and dozens of thick energy beams arrived in front of the Dorja fleet in the blink of an eye. Several small warships in front were penetrated in the blink of an eye, and the heavy warships were wiped by the energy aftermath. The violent vibration also made the people on the warships wailing unbearably. It was at this time that everyone present received a communication from an unknown warship, and they did not need their consent to start playing it directly. This is Yang Hui, the commander-in-chief of the Giordano army. I am here to warn the Dorja army that you are invading our territory. This is the last warning. Leave your territory immediately, or we will do our best to annihilate your army. Gio's commander-in-chief? They belong to Giordano. But hasn't Giordano already? The surviving Dorja army was in an uproar, because just a dozen minutes ago, their army had just captured the small country of Giordano, and the other side had surrendered. Now another commander-in-chief of the army appeared with super weapons they had never seen before and fought with them. For a moment, it was difficult to figure out what was going on. On the bridge of the flagship of the Dorja fleet, a stern man with blonde hair and an eye mask flashed a cold light in his eyes and took the communicator to reply to the other party. This is Kane, the commander-in-chief of the Dorja Army Special Operations Team. Just 15 minutes ago, Jair surrendered to the Dorja Military Covenant Federation. Your military organization has been disbanded, and we are only accepting your territory. There is no such thing as invasion. You should immediately disarm, stop resisting, and accept our acceptance. Rejected. Our department does not recognize the surrender decision of the mainland. The first day star shell is still Jair's territory. What you did is still an act of aggression. Withdrew from our territory immediately, otherwise we will take a devastating blow to you. Understood. Our department accepts your request and temporarily withdraws from the scope of the first day star shell and suspends the acceptance of the first day star shell. However, it is an indisputable fact that your country has been destroyed. In 1 hour, our department will send a negotiation team to negotiate with you. Okay, in 1 hour, your representative will go to the first day star shell to negotiate with me, but only a negotiation team of 5 people or less is allowed, and no armed forces can accompany them. Okay. The two sides reached a consensus and the communication ended. Luna Gundam and Wildbest Plus did not leave their current positions and continued to stare at the Dorja army. On the Dorja army side, Kane stared at Luna Gundam, Wildbest Plus, and Promise on the screen for a few seconds, and then issued an order for the entire army to retreat. Sir Kane, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Behind Kane, a woman wearing a white uniform and with dark gray hair tied into a braid hanging in front of her chest reminded Kane. She was Kane's adjutant, Crinshid. Do we have any other choice? Kane asked her coldly without even looking at Crinshid. Clintonshide, shut up. They really had no choice. Although the enemy had only 1 battleship and 2 humanoid mobile weapons, the combat power they showed was far greater than their fleet. From the time Luna Gundam and Wild Horse Plus joined the battle to now, less than 3 minutes had passed. The huge number of Waffen troops suffered a 47% loss. A round of bombardment from the Promise sank 3 small frigates, and it was obvious with the naked eye that even the flagship could not withstand a single shot. Let Dudley and the others come back, and the fleet retreat and exit the space area where the first star shell is located. Elf. Don't worry about him. If he is still alive, he will find a way to contact us. Understood. On the other side, in the cockpit of the red and black Ms, the disheveled silver-haired boy slumped in his seat and gasped. Seeing that all the enemies just now had withdrawn, he couldn't help but relax, but his heart was not calm at all. This is not his original appearance. The chestnut-haired boy lying in the cockpit with him is his original body. He was originally enjoying a peaceful campus life, but was suddenly attacked by the Dorja army. He fled in a panic, and ended up running away without knowing where he was. He saw this Ms. At this time, the boy in this body appeared in front of him. He originally thought it was a classmate who had also run the wrong way. He was about to say hello, but the other party rushed over without saying a word. He was frightened and stumbled into the cockpit of this Ms. He didn't know how to start this body in a daze, and his neck was stabbed by something. Before the cockpit door was closed, the classmate who wanted to kill him also jumped in and stabbed his heart with a knife, and then, in the severe pain, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, his original body was lying beside him, and he had become the person who wanted to kill him. Panic, fear, helplessness, these emotions filled his brain, but fate did not give him time to adjust himself, because the Dorja army also found him, and under the stimulation of death, he exploded, and somehow drove this machine to fight with the Dorja army. Then, two handsome and cool unknown machines joined the battle, and it seemed that they should help him, and then a huge and terrible warship also appeared. The other party was the commander-in-chief of the entire army of Gyre. The boy knew that he was saved when he heard that, but when he heard someone say that his motherland, Gyre, had been destroyed, his heart was occupied by despair. For a time, he was at a loss and his brain lost its reaction. Now, although the enemy has withdrawn, what happened to the destruction of the motherland? What happened to his own body? Why did he become a monster? These questions stimulated his brain, and despair filled his young brain, making him stand on the edge of the cliff. Beep beep. Is this communication? Let me see, it's here. The boy searched in the cockpit, found the button to connect the communication, pressed it, and agreed to the other party's communication request. To be honest, he didn't know what was going on. He had never seen it before, let alone learned how to operate this machine, but he just knew how to operate it. This is Lieutenant Colonel Yulin, the captain of the 1st Mobile Brigade of Gyre. Report your identity. I am. My name is Takisho Haruto, and I am a second-year student at the Sakamori Academy High School. The information doesn't match. Who are you? Yulin questioned the boy's answer, because when he answered, Yulin matched him with a roster of Sakamori Academy and found that the person on the screen and the person on the information were not the same person at all. So, Luna Gundam and Wild Horse Plus both raised their beam rifles and locked onto the unknown machine. I'm really Takisho Haruto. It's just. For a moment, Takisho Haruto didn't know how to explain. Say that he is a monster? Say that he changed his body in a daze? Will the other party believe it? It's normal not to believe it, right? But this is the fact. Take your hands off the joystick, and do not move. Wait for my report. Yulin stared at the panicked Shigao Kingren. With the eyes she had cultivated over the years, she could tell that he was not acting or lying, but the information did not match, so she decided to ask Yang Hui for instructions. I know. Shigao Kingren became even more desperate. He felt that he was not only standing on the edge of a cliff, but one foot had already stepped out. Chapter 1040, a bit difficult. This is the situation, how to deal with it? Yalin asked Yang Hui. Silver hair. Shigeo Kingren. After listening to Yalin's report, Yang Hui knew that the original historical trajectory had changed, but LF still sneaked into the first day of the star shell, and was asked by Shigeo Kingren to exchange bodies. He made a decision at the moment, let him return with you and accept our control. Understood. After the communication ended, Yang Hui began to think about the follow-up plan. The first phase of the mission had completed one condition, repelling the fleet of the Dorja army. In an hour, Kane will bring people to the first day of the star shell for negotiations. After the negotiations, a press conference can be held to complete the founding of New Gyre and the inauguration of the president. Finally, the problem lies in Eris. After getting the general outline of the plan, Wang Liumei, Katie and Lakis all found out where the real difficulty of the first phase of the mission was. Yes, it's easy to build a country, and the positions are also easy. The problem is how to keep the residents on the first day of building the star shell. Gyre has already lost his country. Judging from the attitude of the president who surrendered so quickly, the people should not have a sense of belonging to Gyre. Eris is the only major country in the world that can compete with the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation. In addition, it has just been attacked by the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation, and the people are in turmoil. This is the specific information of the first day of building the star shell. Wang Lumei put out various materials on the first day of building the star shell. Just looking at the division of the first day of building the star shell, Yang Hui and others shook their heads helplessly. It's a bit difficult. There are no agricultural areas and livestock areas. The production area only accounts for 4%. 65% of the area is a secret research area. It's true. Most of the areas on the first day of building the star shell are research areas used to implement the VVV plan. There are no agricultural areas and livestock areas at all. Even the production area is pitifully small. The rest are living areas like ordinary cities, and then there is Sakamori Academy. This made the uneasy people who had just suffered an attack even worse. There are no agricultural and livestock areas, and few production areas, which means that the first day of building the star shell is not self-sufficient. The entire first day of building the star shell is not just 100 students from Sakamori Academy, but also so many ordinary residents. Without the ability to be self-sufficient, how can they be fed? Emperor, are our hello robots enough to support the module transformation project? Yang Hui asked. The Promise is a 1,600-meter-long Macros battleship. There are only 12 people on the battleship, including Yang Hui, so it naturally needs a high degree of automation for operation and maintenance. In addition, the positioning of the Promise is either the flagship in the Legion battle or the top elite team acting alone, which does not need such a large hangar. Therefore, those extra hangar areas were changed to other areas at the beginning of construction, such as more and stronger fire control systems, shield systems, energy systems, as well as material storage areas, living areas, and even a recommended production line was reserved for the production of various physical ammunition and spare parts for the body. With a small number of people, it is impossible to completely hand over many tasks of the warship to the computer system, so, the omnipotent Harrow robot appeared. The Harrow robot, equipped with a mobile engineer for engineering, is the best worker. Ugh. Partner. It is enough. There are also engineering drawings of agricultural colony satellites and industrial colony satellites. I have asked Veda to calculate and redesign them. The results should be available soon. The original Gile garrison of the first day star shell. The combat troops were completely wiped out, the command system was completely wiped out, and only a very small number of logistics and civilian staff were still alive, but they should all be scared out of their wits. As he said, Wang Lumei called up another file, which was a video record of the first day star shell against the garrison. As soon as the picture came out, Yang Hui and others shook their heads and sighed, sighing that it was really too miserable. Not to mention that the frontline combat personnel have become debris in the universe, the internal command system. It's simply a massacre, and according to the internal records, it was massacred by one person in a very short time. The information has been found. Elf is affiliated with the Dorsia Military Secret Service, the best spy, known as the One-Man Army. At this time, Elf's information was also released. Although this is confidential information of the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation, don't forget that the Promise is equipped with Veda's submachine, as well as a foolproof program package collectively written by the electronic warfare and network warfare experts in the Promise Corps. Even if these data are stored on Earth, Veda can turn them over in a very short time. Isn't this? Everyone looked at it and raised their eyebrows. Isn't this the boy who claimed to be Takesho Hiruto in Yulin's report just now? Swapped bodies. The information on the Magic Envoys, VVV Plan, Valvrave, Sakamori Academy, all students, and the third-generation Magic Envoys, before it was determined to go to the revolutionary machine world to perform the mission and before the mission began, it had already been saved in Veda's own central database and sent to Wong and others to read, so they also knew what happened. Let's control him first. This young man is worth winning over. Choosing the revolutionary machine world to carry out the mission, the most important target is of course the Dyson Sphere technology of the Sky Shell, followed by the Magic Envoy, and the third target is Elver. The Dyson Sphere technology is the last gap in the Promise Corps. Considering the particularity of this race, the Magic Envoy is the best spy if used well. With a bite and a change of body, a person can be replaced without anyone noticing. This is also Yang Hui's guarantee to Gary, Mixaman, Tessa, Richard and others before the mission began. With a magic envoy race in hand, the unified stabilization plan of the Super Hunter K9 world and the Full Metal Panic world can be accelerated. And the third target is Elver. Cruz has fulfilled his responsibilities well and can perfectly execute the tasks of the dark side. But this is not the first time that Cruz has complained to Yang Hui to find him some helpers. The subordinates he trained himself are also excellent, but there is no one who can really take charge of a matter, which makes him dare not issue multiple tasks at the same time, otherwise he can't handle it alone. Although Wang Liumei, Xia and others would assist him when he was too busy, Cruz still hoped to find some real helpers for him, rather than just helping him when he was free. After thinking about it, Yang Hui decided that the elf and the magic envoy in this world were the best candidates. As for the others, there was really no demand. Talent, there was no particularly outstanding talent in this world, not to mention the original protagonist group. The villains had talent, but they were not as good as the best but better than the worst. As for technology, Valvrave and the Rune Engine were a little interesting, but only a little interesting. If it weren't for that group of students, that is, ordinary people who had not undergone genetic adjustment, whoever sat on the machine would die. And the Rune Engine was not a simple engine, it was a life-burning engine. Runes, information particles smaller than atoms, were the source of Valvrave's power. In order to maintain sufficient power, the contractor must regularly absorb runes from the outside world. Even DNA, memory, blood, etc. are composed of runes. The magic envoy also uses runes as food, in other words, it is cannibalism. Humans are the creatures with the most runes on Earth. Once a person loses all runes, he will basically die. If these two fatal flaws are not resolved, then Valvrave and the Rune Engine technology are useless garbage. Although it can use a destructive move like the Seppuku Greatsword, but, so what? No matter how powerful it is, can it be compared with Genesis? Can it be compared with a Moonlight Cannon? Can it be compared with the super heavy quantum reaction cannon? There are also reaction bombs, MDE bombs, dimension devourers. There are so many powerful strategic level weapons, and this one is not missing. Moreover, Elfer is not an ordinary death soldier trained by the Secret Service. He has always had his own ideas and goals, and he is not in the same mind with the Dorja Military Covenant Federation. As long as Yang Hui can help him achieve his final goal, Elfer will never hesitate to work for Yang Hui. Soon, Yuling and Sima took Valvrave No. 1 back to the Promise. After Valvrave No. 1 was fixed on the fixed frame of the hangar, Yuling and Sima left their own bodies and watched the cockpit open with Yang Hui. The silver-haired boy jumped out of the cockpit carrying the unconscious chestnut-haired boy on his back and landed in front of Yang Hui, Yuling and Sima. However, swish, snap. As soon as the silver-haired boy landed, he let go of the chestnut-haired boy on his back and pulled out the saber in his arms at lightning speed, trying to hold Yang Hui hostage. But to his shock, the blade was just a little bit away from touching Yang Hui's body, and a slender jade hand grasped his wrist. The slender jade fingers looked so delicate, but they burst out with terrifying power, making the silver-haired boy's hand fixed in the air, motionless. Elver. The blade was very close to Yang Hui, and even his skin could feel the coldness, but Yang Hui was not worried at all. On the one hand, Sima's current physical fitness was not comparable to that of ordinary people, and on the other hand, Yang Hui had experienced too many assassinations. Yes, Elver was indeed a well-trained spy. He quickly put away his shock, his expression was calm, he judged the current situation, and released the saber in his hand. Yang Hui nodded. As expected of Elver, he had a strong ability to judge the situation. If it were other spies so young, they might still try to struggle, but Elver immediately judged that there was no chance and chose to surrender. When Elver got off the plane, Yang Hui knew that he and Shigao Kingren had been exchanged, because Elver was still too young and knew how to hide his murderous aura and disguise himself, but he could not hide it completely. For aces like Yang Hui, Yaoling and Sima who had fought for 100 battles, even the slightest murderous aura could not escape their perception. Also, Yaolin is an X-rounder, Yang Hui is a Transformer plus NT, and Elf's malicious intent is too obvious. Chapter 1041 You have no power to choose. Did you knock him out? Yang Hui looked at the unconscious Shigao Kingren and asked Elfer. Yes. Elfer answered truthfully without any hesitation. On the way back to the Promise, Elfer and Shigao Kingren's bodies were exchanged. The moment Elfer woke up, he knocked Shigao Kingren out, and then pretended to be Shigao Kingren, trying to deceive Yang Hui and the others. Unexpectedly, the other party was also a master. He was controlled as soon as he made a move, and judging from their calm expressions, they should have discovered his disguise a long time ago. However, what shocked LL the most was the hand that belonged to Sima and grabbed him. Although the palm looked slender, LL could feel the powerful force like a flood in a beast. With just a light grip, he completely lost the chance to struggle. You have to know that he has survived all kinds of hellish training in the Secret Service Agency and survived the cruel final test. Although he is short, he has strong muscles hidden under his clothes. As for Sima, well, she has a hot body. Let's go, I think you have something to say to us. Yang Hui gave Sima a look, asking her to let go of LL, then reached out and grabbed one of Shigao Kingren's legs, dragging him in the air. Although Shigao Kingren was stabbed by LL and there was blood on his body, as a third-generation magic user, he had long recovered. LL looked around, especially the Luna Gundam and Wild Horse Plus, as well as the Dawn Gundam, that did not appear in the battle, and made up his mind to follow Yang Hui obediently. The machine was handed over to the Harrow to be prepared. There were only a few people on the ship, and Yang Hui did not prepare a separate room. He directly dragged Shigao Kingren and LL to the bridge. After seeing the other people on the boat, LL immediately made a basic assessment of them. They were all goddess-level women, and they should have a close relationship with Yang Hui. Moreover, each of them exuded the aura of a superior. Yang Hui casually threw Shigao Kingren aside, and then looked at LL. Go ahead. Originally, it would be best to talk to Yang Hui alone about what LL wanted to talk about, but looking at Yang Hui's attitude, he didn't avoid other people's ideas. In this case, LL didn't insist. I can help you deal with the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation. I know you are strong, but your number is still too small. I am familiar with the overall structure, military composition, and operation mode of the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation. I can provide you with intelligence, and my expertise can also help you deal with many things that are inconvenient for you to deal with. A request. There is no need to test someone like LL, so Yang Hui also asked him directly. I want to ask you to save someone. Who? The former princess of the Kingdom of Dorsia, Lizelati. As LL finished speaking, Wang Lianyi retrieved Lizelati's information and asked LL, is it her? Seeing Lizelati's photo, his eyes, which had always been calm, finally showed some fluctuations, but soon calmed down. Yes. Your girlfriend. Yang Hui teased with a bad taste. Unexpectedly, LL did not respond at all, his expression did not change at all, and he just looked at Yang Hui calmly. Tisk, boring. Until he was bored, he could not help but turn his head and complain. Puffx and the girls held back their laughter. It was the first time they saw Yang Hui's black belly being countered by someone. It seemed that this LL must be won over. This was Yang Hui's nemesis. After the brief episode, he returned to the main topic. Do you know that she is not the real princess? Yes. LL nodded without hesitation. He had always known that Princess Lizelute had been replaced by a demon before he met her, but LL didn't care. The one he knew and wanted to save was the current Lizelute, not the replaced princess. Okay, the deal is done. To be honest, the price LL offered was not worth much. The information he could provide could be obtained by checking Veda. They were indeed few in number, but in this world, with an A-class pilot and two B-class peak pilots who are about to break through, as well as a special machine full of black technology and tailor-made, plus a Macros-class battleship, it would be no problem to sweep the entire world. LL was a one-man army, and Yang Hui was a superpower. However, it was enough to be able to get LL's service. Betrayal? With Yang Hui's understanding of LL, no, as long as he sees the hope of saving his beloved, he will assist the other party without hesitation. In the original historical trajectory, LL saw the strength of Valvrave, and regardless of whether his partners were a group of silly bear children, he directly defected and helped them with all his heart. Now that it has been replaced by Yang Hui and others who are more powerful and wiser, he is even less likely to betray. So, what do I need to do now? LL immediately put on his new identity and asked Yang Hui for instructions. How many spies of the Dorsia army are there in the first day of the Star Shell? Yang Hui asked LL. In the original historical trajectory, the only people who infiltrated the first day of the Star Shell were LL and 5 teenagers from the Secret Service Agency. But now there is a difference. The other 4 did not infiltrate the first day of the Star Shell but appeared on the battlefield. Yang Hui would not naively think that the Dorje army really believed in the title of one-man army. No, I cleared them all. Elfer answered truthfully. Yes. Yang Hui threw an ID card to Elfer, which was his certificate for free movement in the promise, and there was also a room arranged for him. Go take a shower, change clothes, and participate in the negotiation as my guard later. Understood. Elfer did not feel embarrassed at all about standing on the opposite side of his former teammates and superiors. He was just that kind of person. He only had the goal in his eyes and would not have any extra emotions, or he would not be affected by these emotions and would resolutely execute orders. After Elfer left, Wang Lianyi praised Elfer. This kid is born to be a spy. Crews will definitely like him very much? Yes. X and the girls nodded in agreement. Among the people present, except Shirley Lu who had little experience, who else had not come into contact with a large number of spies? Okay, we have finished talking about Elfer. Next, it's your turn, Shigao Kingren. Shigao Kingren, who was still unconscious against the wall, suddenly trembled, but still closed his eyes and did not move. Okay, you should be more professional when pretending to be unconscious. I'm afraid your face will cramp. Yang Hui exposed him unhappily. Not to mention that there were many psychic users present who had already sensed that he was awake. His twitching face showed that he was really pretending to be unconscious. What do you want to do to me? Shigao Kingren knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. He opened his eyes and shrank into the corner, trembling. If it was before, he would not be afraid of Yang Hui and the others. After all, Yang Hui and the others were all high-ranking officials of Jile. Now, after experiencing the attack by Elf, the battle, and hearing the conversation just now, Shigao Kingren really didn't dare to believe anyone. You have 2 choices now. Yang Hui did not have the same attitude towards Shigao Kingren. Shigao Kingren was a virgin bitch who thought of herself as some tragic hero. Just thinking about it made people sick. First, accept our control. You are qualified to say and do what we tell you to do. Completely obey our orders. No. Without giving Shigao Kingren a chance to talk nonsense, Yang Hui reached out and pinched his face to shut him up. You have no right to choose. Either choose the first one or die. Shigao Kingren has a very strong self-healing ability. Even if his heart was pierced by a saber, he could heal quickly. Ordinary fatal injuries had no effect on him at all, but after all, the demon messenger was not immortal. There were too many ways to kill him completely, such as chopping him into several pieces and throwing them directly into the universe, or throwing him into an incinerator and so on. This is my last warning. You don't have the power to choose. I can let you go, but think about what you are going to say before you speak. As expected, Shigeo Kingren stopped struggling. He felt the joints of his face creaking under the pressure of Yang Hui, which made him almost worry whether his bones would be broken. The intense pain made it difficult for him to organize his words, but the instinct of survival made him listen to everything Yang Hui said. Woo woo woo. Although he couldn't speak, he still whimpered in agreement. His head, which was tightly grasped, tried his best and nodded slightly. After answering, he immediately felt the pressure relieved, as if the existence that had shackled him before disappeared. Haha. The relief of surviving the disaster made him breathe heavily. After slowly looking up, the scene he faced made his originally messy breathing choke. A handsome man stood under the desk lamp, his face covered by the shadow so that he couldn't see his expression. But the sense of oppression he exuded made every cell in his body scream for him to stay away from this man. Now, tell me your choice. Yang Hui leaned over and asked Shigao Kingren in a cold tone. You can't do this. I just... Bang. It seems that Shigao Kingren still hasn't learned what it means to be obedient. Yang Hui shot him without hesitation. The bullet penetrated Shigao Kingren's eyebrows. Red and white splashed from the back of his head. His shrunken pupils gradually relaxed, and an expression of fear and disbelief solidified on his face. Let Taro lock him up. Although he was shot in the head, the recovery ability of the third-generation magic user is still very strong. This kind of injury can be recovered in half an hour at most. Harrow on the Promise is not only used to prepare the body, but also to clean up, guard the ship, etc. Why not clean it up directly? Katie asked doubtfully. In her opinion, it is better to clean up Shigao Kingren, a coward who thinks of himself as a tragic hero, in advance. The Promise Corps does not need such an unstable factor. Lock him up for a while and let him calm down. We can't use Valvrave for now, so it's better to leave him there. Aren't there other students? The more parts, the better. Yang Hui smiled a nasty and sinister smile, completely different from his usual self. Besides, this idiot is the best quality part in this pile of parts. Instead of discarding him, we might as well let him play a little more value. Chapter 1042, Severe Punishment in Troubled Times. The Promise has docked next to the first A-star shell, but it cannot enter the port due to its huge size. Yang Hui, Wang Liumei and Lakis arrived at the first A-star shell in a shuttle. The officials of Gile who survived the turmoil came to greet them. They were just small local officials. Yang Hui and his team were the top of the local corps, so they naturally had to lower their posture. In addition, Gile's homeland has been destroyed, and no one likes to be a slave of a conquered country. They also want to ensure that their current status and wealth will not be taken away. Yang Hui also has a strong force that can repel the attack of the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation, which gives them more confidence. What is the mood of the people? Time is tight. Yang Hui did not have the energy to listen to their flattery, and asked directly. It has been appeased. What I want is the result. This. The officials were ashamed. At the beginning, they were mentally prepared to welcome the vigorous and resolute style, but they did not expect Yang Hui to be so iron-blooded and not give them any chance to speak in official language. For the new master in front of them, they certainly hoped to leave a good first impression and make the other party value them more. On the first day, the star shell was attacked by the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation, and the mainland announced its surrender. In addition, they were originally residents of the universe, and their sense of belonging to the Earth mainland was not that high, so it was certain that people's hearts were floating, and they could not be completely appeased. But this was their job, and no matter what the actual situation was, it was their dereliction of duty. The officials thought that Yang Hui must know that, and it would be over if they were just smooth, but they didn't expect that Yang Hui didn't intend to use a smooth attitude to them. We don't have much time, I need the most truthful report. Yang Hui asked with a cold face. Yes. Seeing this, the officials didn't dare to be careless, and reported the real situation to Yang Hui one after another. Although they had been appeased, the people were still floating. On the first day, there was constant unrest inside the star shell. Some people took the opportunity to smash and rob, or hide at home and tried every means to escape. Some had other ideas and organized people to march in the streets. It can be said that it was a mess. The garrison troops of the first A-star shell were almost wiped out in the previous battle, and the ground troops were basically killed by the infiltrating spies such as Elver. It was just that the small number of law enforcement forces could not control it at all, and some of the law enforcement forces even joined in. Hearing this, Yang Hui nodded and immediately contacted the Promise with a pad. Yulin, Sima, drive the body to attack, take 3 squadrons of riot control type Harrow into the first A-star shell, and assist the local law enforcement forces to suppress the unrest. Within half an hour, all of you will rush home. Those who do not listen to the warning can be killed on the spot. Understood. X2 Malu, Promise's secondary guns lock on modules 3, 11, 23, 25, and 101, and wait for my instructions. Understood. Yang Hui's order can be said to be cruel and ruthless, but they did not have any objections. In troubled times, severe punishments are used. The group of people who made trouble did not intend to obey obediently. If they are not made aware of the serious consequences of resistance from the beginning, they will only go further. As for those innocent people who were bewitched, they are all adults. Since they have made a choice, they must bear the consequences of their choice. Master Yang Hui, isn't this inappropriate? When Yang Hui gave the order, he did not avoid them at all. They listened to every word of the order. Their faces turned pale and they wanted to dissuade him. In half an hour, the negotiation team of the Dorsia Military Covenant Federation will arrive in half an hour. In half an hour, give me a stable first day to build this star shell. Can you do it? Yang Hui asked without even looking at them. His tone was calm, but it made them shudder. Hearing this, the officials sweated even faster and more. Half an hour? They couldn't do it even if they were given a month. If you can't do it, shut up. From now on, you will listen to Liumei and Lakis's instructions. Liumei, Lakis, take this opportunity to sort out the political framework of the first A-star shell. Understood. X2 Emperor, gather the remnants of the garrison and formulate a reorganization plan. Understood. By the way, prepare the negotiation venue. No problem. After explaining the following things, Yang Hui asked Elf to take him to the secret area where Xiao Kingren found Valvrave Unit 1. If Yang Hui's memory is correct, Valvrave except Unit 2 should be intact. Although it is useless for the time being, Yang Hui does not have the bad habit of placing such a powerful weapon in a place where he cannot control it. After twisting and turning in the passage that was not recorded on the official map, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the secret hangar of the first A-star shell. Looking at a row of Valvraves of different colors, Yang Hui nodded and immediately contacted the Promise, asking Malu to send an arrow to clear it out. I have also learned to drive. Elf said to Yang Hui. Diligence is a good habit, but don't blindly die. Yang Hui replied to Elf calmly, these machines are special. Only demons can drive them. Ordinary people, whoever gets on will die. Demons. Elf certainly knew about the existence of demons. His beloved was a demon. Haha, this country is not strong, but it likes to die. If the VVV plan can succeed, it will indeed make the small country of Gyre turn over and become a world power in one fell swoop. But, do you really think others are blind? Your plan is to artificially cultivate the third generation of demons and use the third generation of demons as parts to drive the super generation humanoid mobile weapons. Then you must know the existence of the demon race. With a demon's special ability of being omnipresent, can you hide it? Can you keep it after being exposed? Takiseo Hiruto's father, Takiseo Soichi, is also a mad scientist. Like Yulian Hibiki, in order to complete his research results and realize the vague purpose of human evolution and God, he did not hesitate to use his son as an experimental subject. Now, Takiseo Soichi should have defected to the Dorja Military Covenant Federation, right? Haha, this madman is on Yang Hui's must-kill list. Not only Takiseo Hiruto, but all the students of Sakamori Academy have undergone genetic modification. They are the bodies of the third-generation magic users and also experimental subjects, so each of them has the opportunity to drive Valvrave, but, just parts. Yang Hui did not hide it from Elfer and shared the information about the rune engine and runes with him. However, as expected, it did not cause much waves. Elfer did not care whether the VVV plan violated humanitarianism. He just felt a little regretful that he could not use these machines. Come on, I'll prepare a better machine for you in the future. Yang Hui patted Elver's shoulder. Valvrave was a good machine, but that was all. The machines used by the Promise Corps, not to mention the special machines of the various A's, were upgraded and transformed step by step with a heretic as the core, and the standard mass-produced machines equipped with various black technologies were not inferior to Valvrave. Yet, to be honest, you look much better now. Yet, Elver was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Yang Hui suddenly talked about a topic that was completely irrelevant to the current mission and the current situation. Why? There is no camouflage reconnaissance in your training. Yang Hui teased. Yes. That's it, just pretend that you are going to disguise yourself as an ordinary person and have an ordinary chat with me. Understood. Elver's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that he needs to learn more about his new boss. It always feels so complicated, right? Continuing with the previous topic, you look really good in this. The design of your military uniform. Elf's answer made Yang Hui's eyes jump, and he immediately stopped him. Okay, that's enough. What's wrong? At this moment, Elf really obeyed Yang Hui's order and chatted with Yang Hui as if he were an ordinary person. Even his cold expression became soft and natural. But, can your answer be more ordinary? More straightforward, speak human language? And, this is not Gyre's military uniform, right? Elf's eyes flashed with a gleam. Of course, I designed it myself, handsome, right? Yang Hui proudly gave himself a thumbs up. The Promise Corps uniforms are black with white and gold embroidery. They are a bit slim and fashionable, but the fabrics used are high-tech materials, and even adopt a certain degree of nanotechnology, which makes them warm in winter and cool in summer, automatically adjust the size according to the body shape, have excellent elasticity and ductility, and are bulletproof. As long as they are not large-caliber weapons such as Barrett or Gatling guns, they can defend against them. They are perfectly practical, comfortable and handsome. Well, it's amazing. My lord, did you plan to become a king from the beginning? Elfer suddenly asked. Guess. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and smiled playfully. Alelfer chose to shut up and not delve into it. As a top spy, he knew very well that the more he knew, the more dangerous it was. Come on. At this time, the Harrow troops sent by the Promise also arrived. They were asked to send all the machines, research materials, and parts here to the Promise, including the 2 machines hidden in the secret hangar. Yang Hui left here with Elf, but when he left, he also ordered the Harrow robots to guard here and not allow anyone to enter. The research area of the first A-Star shell is very large, and the research project is definitely not just a VVV plan, and Valvrave is not the whole of the VVV plan. Now, the first A-Star shell belongs to Yang Hui, and everything here will not be left to others. Everything must be moved back to the Promise Fortress. On the other side, the negotiation team of the Dorja Military Covenant Federation also set off. Kane is naturally the negotiation representative. He has always felt a sense of disobedience about Yang Hui's appearance, that is, he knows his existence, but, thinking carefully about the information about him, it is very vague. This shouldn't happen to Kane, because he is in charge of the Secret Service, and he is most sensitive to and values intelligence. Yang Hui is the commander-in-chief of Jaire's army, so how could he not have a collected intelligence on him? The intelligence records also show that they have been carefully investigated, but it shouldn't happen. What is this incongruous feeling? Instructor, are you worried about Elfer? Chapter 1043 Intelligence War. The 4 boys behind Kane, the one who spoke had long lavender hair that reached his neck, and the long bangs on the left were braided with a red headband. Compared with the coldness of Elfer, his face was more noble. He was Adlai, a member of the former Dorja royal family. He was proud of being a member of the Dorja royal family. He was a distant relative of Princess Lizaluti. After the royal family encountered a coup, he was exiled to the Secret Service Agency. He regarded Elfer as a fellow traveler and hoped that one day Elfer could become his deputy and jointly launch the Dorja Revolution. However, he did not know that Lizaluti had been occupied by the demon, and he did not know that Elfer had betrayed the Dorja Military Covenant Federation and stood on the opposite side of him. Now Adlai was full of confidence in Elfer. Instructor, don't worry about Elfer. He should have completed the task, but there was a variable in the universe, and he lurked in the first A-cover star shell. Adlai said to Kane. I'm not worried about Elf. Kane, like Adlai, also trusted Elf very much. Although the 4 teenagers including Adlai were also his students, Elf was his last disciple. No one knew Elf's ability better than him. Then instructor, are you worried about the commander who suddenly appeared, Jair? Adlai asked. Well, he gives me a very dangerous feeling. He is definitely not someone who can be dealt with easily, and should we find a chance to kill him? Hey, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, I haven't killed such a big official, even though he is just a fallen country, hey. The one who spoke was Gufia, the smallest of the 4 teenagers, with red hair bound by a headband, and fiery red pupils leaping with murderous intent and madness. Calm down, Gufia. The bespectacled man next to Gufia scolded. His name was Ikse. He was good at calmly analyzing the enemy's weaknesses in battle. He was cautious and steady, and very loyal to Kane. How could someone who the instructor thought was difficult to deal with be easily killed? Don't ruin the instructor's plan because of your impulse. Then do you want to die in his place? Gufia's face was covered with a shadow, and his low voice was filled with cold murderous aura. His red eyes shifted slightly upwards, staring at Ikse through the gaps in his hair, like a hunter staring at his prey. You try. Ikse responded to Gufia with the same cold eyes, and the murderous intent was restrained in his body, ready to strike a fatal blow. Okay, stop it, don't be too presumptuous in front of the instructor. The last orange-haired boy spoke to stop the 2. He was Hanoi, who graduated from the Secret Service Agency in the same class as Ikse, and was the only survivor of the class. Including Elfer who is not here, the 5 people formed a team, and it was also Kane's ace team. Although Adele was the captain, Hanoi was the spiritual captain of the team. He was sunny and cheerful, and could inspire people. On the surface, he was not a cruel and ruthless spy at all. He was still very prestigious in the team. Even the cold Elfer and the impulsive, irritable and bloodthirsty Gufia had to listen to him carefully. They might not care about Adele, but they would not ignore Hanoi. Under Hanoi's persuasion, Ikse and Gufia turned their heads away at the same time with a tisk sound, and no longer looked at each other. Kane acted as if he had not seen the tit-for-tat that had just happened. He knew his students very well. With Hanoi in there would definitely be no fight. Even if there was a fight, it didn't matter. These excellent students and subordinates were just props to him. If they died, it only meant that they were not good enough, and they could not blame others. The most important thing for Kane now is Yang Hui. Although he has not met him yet, the communication across the screen made Kane realize how difficult Yang Hui is. His domineering and iron-blooded style is the style he is most reluctant to face. Such a person does what he wants and does what he says. He will not give his opponent any room for detours. And that kind of confidence, is it just given to him by 2 new humanoid mobile weapons and that huge battleship? Or, is there another trump card? Insufficient intelligence, more contacts are needed. Thinking of this, Kane temporarily put aside the complicated thinking, sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, and prepared for the negotiations that were about to begin. He had a hunch that this would be a tough battle. On the other side, Yang Hui took Al-Elfer back from the secret experimental area to the Prime Minister's office where he built a star shell on the first day. Along the way, there was smoke everywhere, and the streets were dilapidated. A careful observation could find bullet holes and craters that were being covered everywhere, and even a touch of dazzling bright red. But in such a dilapidated scene, no one appeared on the street, and there was not even the sound of chaotic fighting. Everything was quiet. How is the situation? Arriving at the Prime Minister's office, Yang Hui asked Wang Liumei and Lakis directly. The demonstrations and riots have been suppressed. All the people have rushed home. Some of the troublemakers have been killed. Now the riot control type hero is on duty. A warning has been issued. No one is allowed to go out before receiving a formal notice. Once discovered, they will be shot on the spot. Lakis reported to Yang Hui. When will the negotiation group from Dorja arrive? They have already set off and are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Sima will go to greet them. They will land at Port 5 on the first day to build the star shell. The negotiation site has been arranged. It is in the main conference room. The route from Port 5 to here has been cleared. After Wang Liumei finished reporting, Lakis added, "Well, get ready to welcome the guests." Understood. X2. A few minutes later, the shuttle that Kane and others took arrived at the designated location. Seeing the Wildbest Plus waiting for them alone in the universe, Kane frowned slightly and immediately sent a communication request to Wildbest Plus. "This is Colonel Kane, the representative of the negotiation team of the Dorja Military Covenant Federation. This is Colonel Sima Karahao, the former captain of the 2nd Mobile Battalion of Geo, and I will escort your group to the first star shell. Please stop your escort troops." Understood. Kane analyzed the comparison of numbers and combat power between the two sides, and gave up a certain plan and accepted the other party's instructions. Under Kane's order, the Wafat troops responsible for escorting the shuttle stopped and watched the shuttle go to the first star shell under the guidance of Wildbest Plus. It's not that they didn't think about rushing forward and leaving Wildbest Plus in this universe forever, but when they thought of the combat effectiveness of Wildbest Plus in the previous battle, and the promise docked next to the first star shell, they began to tremble and dared not move. "Tisk, why not just kill it?" Goofy muttered. After the establishment of the Dorja Military Covenant Federation, the Dorja army was the strongest army in the world, invincible wherever it went. Even Eris could only rely on its huge numbers to deal with them. When had it ever been so aggrieved? Of course, Goofy was just venting his dissatisfaction, not really brainless. Before arriving on the first day of building the star shell, Kane and others did not speak or communicate, quietly waiting for the shuttle to arrive at the destination, looking at the huge warship hovering through the window glass. Even the professionally trained Adele and the other 4 could not help but start to get nervous. The shuttle landed steadily in the port. As the hatch opened, Kane and his 5 companions got off the plane and met Wang Liumei, who was responsible for welcoming them. "Welcome everyone. I am the former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Gyre, Wang Liumei. I am Colonel Kane of the Dorja Army, the person in charge of the first day's receiving operation of the star shell. Thank you very much for agreeing to our invitation for negotiation, Vice Minister Wang Liumei. The Commander-in-Chief is already waiting for you at the venue. Please follow me." "Thank you." The moment Kane saw Wang Liumei, he searched for information related to Wang Liumei in his brain. Although he was the spy chief of the Dorja Military Covenant Federation, he could not remember all the information. However, Wang Liumei, who looked to be in her 20s, could become the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of a country at such a young age. No matter how she got to the position, she would definitely be paid special attention to. So Kane quickly found some information related to Wang Liumei in his memory. This is a real genius. She can become the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs at such a young age. In addition to her mysterious background, she is also capable, cunning, and skillful. That's right, the mysterious background. This is also what made Kane feel wrong. For a small country like Chile, even if the power of the magic messenger was used to investigate, it was not possible to find out who was standing behind her. This was very wrong. However, these things can only be figured out later, and now all the energy should be focused on the negotiations that are about to begin. Following Wang Liumei in the car, the convoy slowly moved forward on the road. Kane was surprised along the way. They passed by the main road of the first day of building the star shell. Logically, there should be serious unrest on the first day of building the star shell, but everything was peaceful along the way, and no one was even seen walking on the street. Did they kill them all? It shouldn't be. Kane's thoughts turned in his mind, and he guessed that Yang Hui must have taken tough and iron-blooded means to suppress the unrest. However, what means can suppress the unrest on the first day of building the star shell in such a short time? From the moment they arrived at the first day of building the star shell, no, it should be said that from the moment Wild Horse Plus greeted them, the intelligence war had already begun. Kane kept observing, not missing any details, and collecting all the information about the opponent from these details. Arriving at the Prime Minister's office on the first day of building the star shell, Kane and his party got off the car and walked to the main conference room under the leadership of Wang Liumei. They pushed the door open and walked in. Alpha. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.